Thank you for your patience, but we are back here. A little bit of technical issues. That is the thing when you are out here in the countryside at a castle. You don't really have the same infrastructure that you would have at maybe a stadium.
Yeah, why do castles don't have good infrastructure? When they built them, they have to thought about this 1,000 years ago. But we are here in Denmark at Spøttrup Borg at the IMCF 2026 World Championship. And you're about to witness the female longswords and the men's 5v5s here.
It looks like Team Ireland and Team USA getting ready to go here. See them getting a few checks there from their own men and from their marshals, making sure all the straps are in place, making sure everything is good and legal. Back over here, we have got Poland against Austria in the women's longsword, and that is going on at the same time here. So we have got two different events going on. I believe about 4 lists happening all at once. So camera's going to be jumping around, trying to get as much action as we can.
I can't wait to see the Polish fight. The Polish are doing great this whole event. They are dominating nearly almost every category, but also the Austrian winning a medal yesterday.
I believe that is Katarina there fighting for Poland.
And we are about to witness the women's longsword Austria versus Poland here. Austria in the black turban and Poland in the bright red here. It seems like they are switching corners.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion who's supposed to be where. Got all the lists kind of in between rounds right now.
And you can see these really long blades. You can deliver very much force with it. Deliver hard blows and operate very, very fast and very, very quick in different directions. So the round is about to start. We see the fighters salute here.
Are ready to go between Austria and Poland.
Poland closing in on Austria. Austria trying the first strike. Giving some attacks there, but Poland counters very good.
Yeah, a couple shots landing in on the shoulders. I think the Austrian may have got some in on the arms.
Nice dodge there from, a couple of shots there from the Austrian fighter, but also answered by a couple of leg shots by the Polish girl there.
Yeah, she got in low underneath the guard and was able to just hammer away at the legs.
Both fighters really gathering some points there and really striking it out on this match.
Oh, Austria able to get past the guard once again, going back and forth on the helmet, but Poland firing back with some rapid shots in on the legs.
Really nice counterattacks there from both fighters. Both fighters just taking a rest, trying to decide their next move, waiting for an action of their opponent.
Last few seconds of the round, I believe, here between these two fighters.
Oh, Poland trying to snipe there, giving some decent shots there.
Whistle in the mouth of the marshal, and just about done.
We have a couple seconds, and this was the end of the round. Both fighters heading back to their corner. We're just waiting for that second round here. As you can see, the Austrian fighter is having a rest and giving some advice by their coach. Holding on to their breath. Longsword is one of the most exhausting duel categories, in my opinion. I've done longsword before, and I think it's more exhausting than sword and shield.
Yeah, sword and shield, you have could have a fairly heavy shield in your hand, but longsword is just a lot of rapid fire motions, using a lot of energy just to get those swings in. A lot more swings happening, I think, in comparison to sword and shield.
We see both fighters approaching the list again.
Ready to go here, round 2 between Austria and Poland.
Check. Check.
Both fighters waiting for the signal of the marshal to start the fight.
And here we go, underway, round 2. The Austrian fighter immediately rushing in, trying to pin the Polish fighter back against the list.
Yeah, just shots fired into this round. Nice shots there from both sides. Both fighters really trying to make out points here.
Yeah, you can see the Polish fighter each time trying to get in low underneath the guard, as now the Austrian getting that herself.
And the Polish, for a moment, getting caught up between the helmet and the blade. They're being stuck for a while, which allows the Austrian to give some points to her. But she's now sweeping low. Trying to get those points back, but Austria dodges this attack. Nice counter attack from the Polish fighter.
Yeah, that got in on the shoulders. Now she's trying to wrap her head around the head of the Austrian. Immediately going to break that up.
This must be a warning, because you are not allowed to actively grapple. You are allowed to push and to strike with your pommel end, but not an active grapple.
Trying to salute each other, I think, with a little mix up there, but that is going to be the end of the round. Possibly the end of the match. We'll see as the marshals meet up here, tally up their points, compare what each counter got.
Yeah, we have to wait up here for the decision from the marshals, but I have no idea who's far ahead. They both delivered so many strikes here. I'm glad we have the counters. The counters have to make up now for a number, and if it's not up to a difference of 2, they will have to go another round. And we're here at Canada versus USA, 2 neighboring countries.
See them circling each other. I do know the Canadian is Bailey Neal, mainly a sword and shield fighter, but has picked up a long sword recently. Now seeing what she can do against the American.
Canadian fighter very light on their feet. It's closing in and immediately pushing back there. Delivering some nice counter attacks.
See, the American had brought the leg up looking for a kick, but ended up backing off on that. And now
nice
she's going to try to deliver the
from
kick.
The American. Kicks are worth 0 points, but you can do this to distract your opponent and giving them off balance. No, this is the end of the round here between Canada and USA.
Good round so far between those two. Looking over here, and we are going to get a round 3 between Austria and Poland. Very good match between those two. Very equally matched, as they are either tied or only a 1-point separation.
Both fighters looking for the first move. Nice dodge there from the Austrian fighter.
Yeah, the Polish fighter was leaning in that one.
Poland is very aggressive now, giving in some points, pushing Austria into the corner, just delivering that pure performance there. Austria trying to disengage, but get pommeled instead into the visor. Nice counter attacks there from both sides, really. But I think that Polish fighter made up some decent points there. And each fighter's just smacking it out here, just giving some points in. And this was the end of the 3rd round.
Very quick round between those two fighters once again.
3rd rounds are shorter than the normal rounds. The 3rd round is 30 seconds of time.
Marshall's comparing scores here. I'm glad I am not the one over there trying to see who won that one. It was very close.
To get ready in the list area. And it was women's long
I will see
sword
both
list
fighters resting here.
C5.
Hoping not for a 4th round, because every round is training and you need to fight a lot of new fighters then after this round.
Yeah, you have to keep fighting throughout the day. So they want to save their energy.
And we have a decision here.
Yep, calling the fighters to the middle. We'll see who won.
And the winner is Austria!
Very well fought match between those two. Very even.
Very evenly matched. It must be pretty close here.
And just behind, we now see USA versus Czechia in the men's 5s. See one American with that long axe there.
Long axe here. And he got some brigandine shoulders there, I guess. Interesting armor style. You don't see it very often. Most of the time you see pure plate armor. And here we have an overview about Czechia versus USA.
I believe there is one American down on the ground, another one down on the left side now, so it is 5-3. There's a discussion going on in the far corner there with the marshals, possibly a fighter getting sat for a violation. We'll see. Oh, one of the Americans going down. That is going to end it. Oh, wait, hold on. One of the Czechs was getting sat for a violation. That couldn't make it 4-2, meaning this fight will continue.
So we have a hold on this round. Every fighter must remain in their place.
England 1 versus Denmark 2 to get ready. England 1 versus Denmark 2 for the group fights to get ready.
All right, it is 4-2. No, wait. The American not wanting to continue. He's going to take a knee. That means it's going to be a 4-1 victory for the Czechs.
And we can hear the Czechs here cheering.
Oh,
So
here
it's the Polish cheering for themselves up.
the Poles have been very loud here for their fighters. And we got Poland versus France getting ready to go here. I believe that is going to be a quarterfinal match. Meanwhile, on the other side, USA 2 versus Czechia 1. That is also for a quarterfinals. Yeah, there are two different Czech tabards going on this weekend. Czechia 2 is wearing the old tabard. Czechia 1, the new tabard that they are gradually rolling out here. I believe they just aren't quite able to get enough for all fighters. A lot of the tabard makers very busy these last few months. Here we go, round 1 beginning between France and Poland. This once again the men's 5 versus 5 quarterfinals.
Takedown there from France here.
Big heavy hit from the Pole to even the numbers. 4-4 now.
Very aggressive start here from both sides.
Oh, a hard impact. That's going to drop a French fighter. Here comes another French fighter jumping over his teammate to go after the pole. I believe this is 4-3 now. Four to 3 in favor of the Poles. Both of these teams have been insanely strong throughout the pool stage. Meeting here in the quarterfinals. What could have possibly even been a semis or even finals match, but way the pool shake out. Oh, down go 2 fighters, 1 from each team. And that is going to be 3-1 for the Poles. Fight is going to be over, and round 1 goes to the Polish team. Fantastic round from them. Well fought from both sides. We go back over to Czechia versus USA. I think the Czechs and USA still up 5-5. See that American fighter just trying to wrench the pole down, or the Czech down to the ground. Marshall nearly tripping over an American fighter. They're taking a bit of a break on the ground. Oh, one Czech is down. There's another Czech and American down on that side. Maybe 4-3. Another American down.
Nope. One Czech fighter getting down.
Yeah, I think he braced himself on the ground, saw on that takedowns. He's down. I think it might be 2-2. Maybe 2-1 now as that Czech comes over by himself, dragging the American to the ground. And that is gonna be the round. See the Czech exhausted. And I think that's the victory for the Czechs. They will be moving on to the semifinals. I think they took round 1. Here we go back over to list 1 where Poland and France go for round 2. Big kick on the top of your screen for Poland. Now the French fighter running to flank their opponents. We have a Polish fighter looking to see an opportunity to move. French fighter coming running in for a flank. I think a French and a Pole hit the dirt together. 4-4, one Polish fighter dragged to the ground. France up now, 4-3. He's rushing over to go help his teammates. Can't find a good target. Looking for an exposed head that he can grab onto and rip to the ground. Now he comes running over, body checks the Polish fighter, can't find the head. There he goes. Now he gets taxed over the head, trying to drag him down to the ground. He will drag him to the ground, 4-2. Czech, Poland still in it. Oh, hard hit to the pole.
That French fella, but he really tries to take down that Polish guy there.
big hits from the French fighter. Oh, down goes the one Polish fighter and a French fighter, meaning there is going to be a advantage here to the French. They're going to take round 2. So round 2 goes to France. They're going to stay alive in this. Winner of this next round, or really the next team to win a round, as we can have draws due to either time limit or 2 fighters hitting the ground at the same time. We go back to women's longsword, Italy versus Germany.
We have both fighters waiting. Nice attacks there from both sides here. Germany really trying to push Italy into the corner right there, but Italy rotates out. Nice kick from the German fighter, followed by another counter strike there. Nice strike there from the Italian fighter. Italy remaining the defensive state, and also does Germany.
Yeah, just trying to save their energy for the next round, maybe.
No need to rush in. Nice long shot there from Germany to the arm of the Italian. And we hit the end of this round here.
Poland and France still getting ready in between their rounds. I think we have 2. Yeah, we still have, list 2 has a couple teams getting ready to go as well for the next quarterfinal. I believe that will be Poland 2 versus USA 1. As you see, Poland 2 making their way to the list. USA 1 getting their armor checked. Last few checks and substitutions going on in list 1 here for France. Waiting to see that gate closed and for the marshals to be ready to go. There's a discussion going on about that last round as we go back to Italy versus Germany.
Italy scores a hit there on the German side. Did a nice helmet shot there. The second one was countered by the German. Nice leg shot there from Italy to the German side here. Oh, fighter sweating. Italy doesn't hesitate to give in those points on the German fighter. The German fighter now aggressively try to earn back those points from Italy here. But Italy really is making it hard. Blocking some fights there. Really blocking it with their blade and their gauntlets here. But Germany doesn't hesitate to strike back here.
Yeah, shots to the hands do not count for points. You can block with your hands, though it does not feel great.
You can see the German fighter really accelerating the force, leading their whole body rotation into every strike, and now pushing Italy into the corner. But she needs to get some points here, and this was the end of the second round. The German fighter very exhausted, and we are back to Poland versus France here.
Could be a deciding round between these two. They just got underway, still 5 versus 5. As a Polish fighter running across the field is attempted to be tripped by the French. I think someone just hit the ground. Can't quite tell who. I think it was a Polish fighter now. A French fighter going down and out. Another French fighter down. 2 down there. Trying to look who's up. It looks to be a 3 versus 2 in favor of Poland. No, 3 versus 3 actually. So still even between these two teams. Big mess of bodies here. Marshals having to watch to make sure nothing is being snuck in illegally.
Yeah, sometimes a fighter just get caught up in the pile of the...
Yeah, quickly take a look who won that women's longsword match. It is Germany.
Germany! Just a great fighter respect here on the ruling side.
And looks to be 2 versus 2 now between France and Poland. Making sure nobody's got a weapon around the neck. The neck is not a legal area. If you are to drag him down, it has to be by the shoulders, by the head.
Some fighter lost a bit of equipment there.
Yeah, Marshall tossing something off the field, make sure these fighters stay safe. Don't want to land on something that could poke them. Two really strong teams going on here. Marshall's telling one of the fighters to stay that's down to stay still. While the other Marshall trying to break something up here. I think they may be tangled. Yeah, I think the fighters were tangled up and they just didn't want to make sure or something's going on. Maybe they're checking something on the French fighter. Don't exactly know what they were looking at. But now being told, yeah, you can go back at each other. So possibly they thought that something was maybe loose on the French fighter's armor. Got to make sure his armor is safe, keeping him protected. Oh, the French fighter's going to get away. Now going to try to flank the Polish fighter. And we cut over to Brazil versus Denmark here in women's long sword.
Nice shot there from Brazil to the Danish fighter, top of the helmet. Denmark counters, but Brazil gets some more shots in there on the helmet while Denmark striking the legs.
Some good hits from the Brazilian right into the head.
They're both pretty evenly matched right now. Denmark countering some strikes there with their blade, but Brazil don't hesitate to get those points back immediately. Nice exchange there from both sides here. Brazil landing a clean hit on the helmet. And this was the end of this round here. Both fighters fist bump each other to show their respect. And we are back at Poland versus France.
I think that is the end. I think Poland took the win there, just dragging down that last French fighter. That means Poland will take the victory in this quarterfinal. They will move on. See soon who they will be facing. We have also Poland versus USA about to get ready here in list 2.
Ready for list C5 women's longsword. Ready for list C5 women's longsword. I need Brazil 1. Check. Now Ukraine.
Great
1.
work from Team Poland. They will eliminate one of the strong French teams. That was France 2, so they do still have one more team available here.
And we are back on Brazil versus Denmark here. Round 2 up in women's longsword there. Both fighters circling each other, waiting for the first action, and we have a quick exchange here with no points scored so far. Nice shot there from the Danish fighter to the helmet of the Brazilian.
Yeah, the Dane pushing forward, but the Brazilian countering well. Getting right past the guard of the Dane.
Nice shots there from Brazilian fighter. Dane tried to make up for those points. Brazil now gets some really hard hits there on the helmet.
Yeah, rapid shots right down there into the side of the helmet, down towards the base of it.
I think the Danish fighter just caught up their blades in the tabard of the Brazilian fighter. Nice counter attacks there from Brazil. Danish fighter strikes very.
I saw that timer call 10 seconds, last few seconds of the.
Strong push here from the Danish fighter to Brazil. Nice shot to the visor. And we have the end of the second round here. See a nice hug from both fighters here. And we'll wait for a decision in this round.
That was looking like it will go to the Brazilian fighter. She was looking fantastic there, hammering away on the Dane. Getting past the guard well, each time getting past the guard, running multiple strikes. You may have seen some awkward camera angles there. That's because we had an injury in list 2. We do not want to show the fighter that was down out of respect for the fighter. Now we can open up the camera angles a little bit more as they have been taken care of. We try our best to make sure the medics on site are not overworked. They have been doing some fantastic work this weekend. We appreciate everything that they do along with the rest of our volunteers. But we have a decision here between Brazil and Denmark.
Brazil takes home this victory in women's longsword here on the Danish fighter. Both fighters chatting about the last fight, maybe exchanging some new tactics. And in the background we can see USA versus Poland going on into 5v5s.
Yeah, this is a quarterfinal match here between USA 1 and Poland 2. Oh, the Pole not seeing what the American was doing, got hit from behind. I think he stayed on his feet. Another American coming in to intercept, but blocked by the Polish fighter with a heavy axe shot. Fighters tied up along the list there. Still 5 versus 5 to these two for these two teams. See the camera panning around. We have got action all over the list. 5 sets of duels essentially going on here.
We have an untense situation on the field. In the upper corner. Borg tries for a takedown. America resists here.
Fighters being pushed into the corner, and one of the Polish fighters getting dragged down. The American touches down. Oh, he was only a light touch. Did not say he braced himself. He said it was the follow through of the takedown, so he is going to continue. You are allowed to touch the ground while completing a takedown as long as it's a quick touch and you're able to pop right back to your feet. If you have to catch yourself and brace yourself for a moment, you are down. So just that quick tap pops him back up to his feet. He's good to go. No, this is a different Polish team. This is not Poland going back to back. This is Poland 2 versus USA 1. As Poland loses another fighter and is going to make a 4-1 situation, meaning USA will take the round.
At the end of the round here, both teams just switching some fighters here. And we are here witnessing Denmark versus England here in the 5v5 man.
You'll see the crowd. You'll hear the crowd cheering loud. Oh, one of the Danes getting in a lot of trouble here with the English. Oh, an English fighter going down in the right corner. Crowd loving that. An inverse of colors here. White on red versus red on white. Oh, that high kick attempt from the English fighter, but he's going to get dragged down to the ground.
Now the Danish are at an advantage here in numbers.
Yeah, 5-3 as another one goes down, I think. Marshall's trying to quickly count as...
2 Englishmen left standing here. The Danes.
Yeah, they're trying to blow the whistle, get the fight stopped. And they are going to get it stopped here. The Danes are going to take the win in this round.
Huge team here from the crowd live at Spøttrup in Denmark.
I see a lot of Danish flags waving in the background there along the general admission area. Nice little mound for them to watch from. We also have some grandstands you can purchase an extra ticket for, and even the fortifications of the castle. I saw people sitting up there watching the fights from above. A little bit of further out view, but a nice high up angle. See USA versus Poland going on in list 2. I think one of the Polish fighters was rushing over to try to flank, lost his balance, slipped and went down. There's a takedown there, brings down both a Pole and an American. Oh, the American coming rushing over, takes down one of the Poles. None of the Poles now trying to get that American. I would assume with the way that American fighter is moving, that is Johnny Porter. He loves those flying knees into head rips. We've been seeing a number of them from him. Turned, and the Americans are going to take the round. I think that is going to be a victory for the U.S. They are going to move on into the semifinals and knock Poland 2 out. Good result for the Americans. Once again, 2 very strong teams meeting here in the knockout rounds. Poles looking a little disappointed, but they can still hold their head high. They have looked fantastic this tournament as we go over back to the women's longsword at Denmark versus Ukraine.
Both fighters really showing off their speed here. Very quick shots here from the Danish fighter to the Ukrainian helmet. And we already reached the end of this round here. Have to wait for a decision, but the Danish crowd is cheering up for their fighter here. And we're back at Brazil versus
Ukraine as well. Yeah. 30 countries represented this year at the IMCF 2026 World Championships. You see the Brazilian fighter getting in on the legs of the Ukrainian.
Strong leg shots there. Really counting up for those points. Getting tangled up in their arm, and both fighters really striking it out. Giving as much points as possible in this quick time remaining. Not focusing on blocking here.
Yeah, you don't have to block the shots if you can hit the opponent more than you get hit.
And they will hit the end of the round here.
And we have Denmark going back at it against England. Once again, this is a quarter-final match. England won versus Denmark won. Two strong teams as Denmark drops one of the Englishmen. Denmark has been fueled by the cheers of their country, and they have been a force to be reckoned with in the melee category here with the men's fives. And you can see the English tabard completely torn from taking shots just like that one. Grandstand starting to fill up as more people filter into the festival. And you'll just hear the Danes cheering their countrymen louder and louder as the day goes on. As one of the Danes gets to the back of the English fighter, they're going to kick out his leg. Down he goes. Hard punch there to the visor of the English fighter. I think this may be a 5 versus 3 situation. One English fighter in a bad situation. He goes down. That is going to be the round. 5-2. Which means, I believe, Denmark will take the victory. They will move on, eliminate England 1. Hang on, something going on, discussion with the marshals. No, possibly a fighter getting stood back up for some reason or another.
And this is a quarterfinal. Whoever wins this match will go to the semifinals here. And it seems like the Danish crowd.
Yeah, the Danes will win the match. You see them now hugging it out, congratulating each other on a hard-fought match.
With Denmark moving to the semifinals here.
And you see a few fist bumps missing because the visibility in the helmet's sometimes not that great. But it's the thought that counts. There's a little bit of discussion between the Dane coach and the marshal, probably a bit of a language barrier as they're trying to explain, no, it is over, don't worry. List 2 empty here as we try to figure out our semifinals. Also giving the marshals a quick break. These guys will be working all throughout the day. Here we go, results between Ukraine and Denmark in the women's longsword. Is Ukraine taking that win.
I can see a question here in the comments. Tabards give any protection? No, tabards give no protection. They are your flag on the field. So you're showing off on which team you are.
Yeah, they are just basically a piece of cloth. You really don't want too thick of a tabard. You want it thick enough to not tear easily, but not so thick that it overheats the fighter. It looks like we have Italy versus Canada in the women's longsword getting ready to go.
Getting to list C, women's longsword. This is Austria versus US 2. Getting to list C.
So both fighters just waiting for the marshal to start the fight.
Tabards are also nice at hiding ill-fitting armor like myself.
Yeah, especially in Buhut.
Yeah, you want to hide those gaps if you have any gaps.
Some people really strike into the gaps to get those fighters down here.
Yeah, if you have a gap on the hip, it is legal to hit it. You are allowed to hit the hip gap, so usually fighters want to wear a longer brig or maybe it's extra plates around their waist as a skirt.
Here we can see the fight is about to start. Both fighters have taken the fighter salute here.
Italy 2,
and the marshal.
actually
both are ready, and it starts.
Someone saying the Italian is Gaia. I know the Canadian is Bailey. So Bailey versus Gaia here in the women's longsword category. Both fighters striking well. Italy getting a strike in on the shoulder.
Very quick exchanges here.
Italy 2, Finland, women's longsword. I need you to be ready.
Strong strikes there from Italy. Getting blocked by the Canadian fighter. Counter striking on the hands. Dodging that leg sweep there.
Yeah, hands don't count for points. So they have to get past the guard entirely, find something on the body, the arms, the legs, or the helmet.
Really good defense here from the Italian fighter.
Yeah, moving that sword well to intercept the Canadian strikes, and then a good counter of her own onto the legs.
Canada trying to post the guard of the Italian. The Italian now counter-attacking here, getting a strike on the legs on Canada, but Canada countering on the arm of the Italian fighter here. And this was the end of the first round. What a great fighter respect between those two.
Yeah, see each bowing here as we go back over Australia versus USA. Oh, good
Heavy
shot to the
hits
helmet.
here. Heavy hits from the Australian fighter to the American fighter, and followed by a kick.
Couple pommel strikes from the Australian. The American using a very fancy flamberge sword.
Yeah, you're allowed to have some variations into the swords. Oh, big strikes here from the Australian fighter to the American, pushing her into the corner, pommel striking here.
Yeah, gets her
And
off balance, and she
Really
takes a
hitting
number of
really
hits.
hard. You can see the American fighter shaking, getting back into the middle of the list to
A little discussion on the marshals there about what happened.
Those were some really hard strikes here from the Australian fighter, really hard pommel strikes. Those really hurt, even in the helmet.
Yeah. That is the end of the round. Looks like they're just going to wait it out. Here we go back over to Italy versus Canada. Both fighters landing a few strikes in there. This is an even match I'm seeing so far, at least from our point of view in my count.
Both fighters really fast on their feet. Canada really fast with engaging and dodging afterwards. You can see that. Engaging, striking, and immediately heading out back. Nice dodge there from Canada. Italy now trying aggressively to getting some points in. Nice block there from Italy. Feint from the Canadian and hitting on the helmet there.
Got the Italian's hands down and then immediately went up into the visor, but I think the Italian answered with a couple shots to try to even the count.
Perfect block there from the Canadian side.
Good fight between those two. It is going to be a close count. The marshal's going to gather up here, figure out what the count was.
I really enjoy this watching. Longsword is, you have a very strong blade and you need to operate it as a blocking weapon and as a striking weapon at the same time here. We can see the gauntlet of the Canadian fighter is getting repaired, or a blade get back popped in by the pommel of her captain.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how it works in the sport. Impact will break something, and then a little bit of different impact will fix it. They just knock the gauntlet back into place here, as we do have a decision. Helmets are coming off. Canadian's got hers off. The Italian's struggling with hers. Trying to just whip the thing off of her head. There she goes. Very tight-fitting helmet.
And the winner is Canada. Takes home another win here at women's longsword.
Great match between those two. Could have gone either way, but Marshals with a good view on it get the points count. And the Canadian taking home the win. This is still the group stage here. So we get back to round 2 of Australia versus USA.
Both fighters taking their long stances. Nice shot there from America. Doing some arm snipes there. But the Australian fighter is very aggressively here on America. Trying to get back those counterattacks, but America tries to focus on blocks here. Now hitting the legs and the ground by an overswing. Both fighters waiting for an opportunity to engage here.
Oh, the Australian knocking the sword out of the way and immediately coming in with a strike on the helmet. Great work by the Australian fighter.
Australia there, knocking the sword to the side. Now countering with some helmet strikes there, and the American fighter trying to engage, but gets hit in the helmet quite a few times here.
Yeah, the American looking just worn out here. She is struggling. And that is going to be the end of the round, I think, to the relief of the American, who's now going to head back to her corner.
And finally catch a break. Really strong push and really aggressive pommel strikes there from the Australian fighter to the American. This really drains your stamina. You need to refocus after every pommel strike and rethink about your strategy. It's not easy to focus there.
Yeah, and as a fighter, once you see your opponent starting to gas out, it usually just kicks you into another gear. If you think you've got more energy than them, you just step on the gas, and that is what the Australian did, trying to keep the pressure on as we come over here to another Italian fighter going against Finland.
Similar attacks from both sides here. Nice leg shot there from Finland.
Oh, we'll quickly get a decision here between Australia and USA, and is the Australian taking the victory?
All fighters showing some respect on both sides here. And in the background, we have ongoing Italy versus Finland. Nice exchange here from both sides. Italy circling a little bit back, waiting for Finland to engage.
Good shots in on the arms there for the Italian fighter.
Italian really leans forward there, getting those long distance shots in.
See the Finns merely trying to cool off their fighter. It is a very cool day here. I believe under 20 degrees right now still. Nice overcast weather, but when you're in that armor moving around so much and with all the padding you've got underneath, it gets hot no matter the weather. So a bit of a fan, also helping to get fresh oxygen into the mask of the fighter. Helmets like that can build up a little bit of CO2, so you want some fresh air in there, at least just for even the mental aspect. You feel that fresh air coming in, you feel refreshed, at least in your head.
Now we're going back to Finland versus Italy here. Finland trying to engage on Italy, landing a hit there, but Italy don't leave it unanswered here.
The Italians circling around the Finn. Both of them kind of stanced up in the middle of the list.
Some shots here from the finish. Sometimes you just want to make some quick light shots to see how your opponent reacts to it. Is he a pusher or a defender? Long distance shots here from both sides, trying to hit the armor. Finland approaching. Nice shot there from Italy to the finish helmet there. Once again, blocking the blade on Finland and countering.
The Italian had her back up against the rail, but was able to circle out, now getting pressure to the rail once again.
Finland really hunting Italy there into a list, but Italy retreating and just counter-attacking.
Good fight between both of these fighters as we go over to
Germany versus Sweden here.
No, England.
Oh, we have England.
They have a what looks to be a Swedish patch on their arm.
Very nice helmet here from the German fighter and blocking most of the English strikes there.
So we have a decision here between Italy and Finland, just waiting for the Italian fighter to get her helmet off, or at least her visor up. Helmet has come off, and we have our winner.
Italy takes on this victory of this round between Italy and Finland here. And we try to switch back to Germany and England here in the women's longsword.
Oh, a couple shots landing in on the helmet for the English fighter.
Germany now needs to start some more aggression here on this fight. England might slightly ahead, and a pommel strike from England here. And we try to move on to the 5v5s again.
Yeah, it looks like we have our semifinals getting underway after a quick break. Czechia versus USA in list 2. The Danes getting ready to take on the Poles in list 1. These are our semifinals in the men's 5 versus 5. See a lot of rough fighting going on in list 2 between the Czechs and the Americans.
And we have it seems to be tangled up here.
Yeah, the Americans pulling on the Czechs as another Czech hits the dirt.
One Czech having Johnny Porter in a good spot. Johnny Porter managed to stand up here.
I think the first round is going to go to the Americans. Good, strong round from these teams. The Americans taking round 1, needing just one more round to move on to the finals. Here we go, Denmark versus Poland going on. Big cheer from the Dane crowd. But also the Poles being loud as well. They have been cheering their fighters on all week long.
Nice takedown there from the Danish on the Poland fighter. Denmark with a white cross and Poland with the eagle.
Hard to tell the colors apart with two red tabards, but looks to be Denmark going to take the victory here, 5-2. So they are going to take round one. One round away from booking their ticket to the finals, and the crowd is excited to hear that. Keeping an eye on these melees as much as possible as we are getting into, these are the semifinals. Winners will move on for the gold medal. Team that fails to advance will fight each other for bronze. Both Denmark and Poland having some great support over the weekend. You can always hear when these two teams are up against each other, especially the Danes. The crowd just starts stomping on those aluminum bleachers. It gets noisy. I think we're almost ready to go for round two here between USA and Poland.
USA won and Czechia won.
Oh, sorry, the Czechia.
In the semifinals.
Beautiful new tabards from the Czechs. Here we go, round two. USA needed to take the round to take the victory. Czechia needing to win to stay alive. Johnny Porter just gets out of the way there. Big mass of fighters up against the rail. Oh, one fighter from each team going down there. Czech rumbling across the field, looking for a target. He's going to make a heavy impact on the American, trying to drag him down to the ground. The American trying to work himself free as Denmark and Poland get back underway as well. We have fights going on in both lists, trying to cut back and forth, trying to get you all the action as one fighter from each team going down there as well. Denmark losing another fighter. Poland looking like they're looking good in this round. Americans and Czechs crashing into each other. So there we go. We can see both fights going at once as they fight along the rails near each other. I can hear the cheering here from the booth. Lots of chants of Polska, Polska. Americans looking good against the Czechs, 2-3-1, and they are going to book their ticket to the finals. They're going to move on as we're going to stop here in the other fight as well. Trying to get the numbers there. Looks to be 2 versus 2. No? All rise. Oh, no, it was, I think, 3-1, so I think it is a win for Poland. It's very hard to tell with these tabards. I appreciate the marshals able to be able to tell what's going on. The Americans will go on to fight in the finals for gold. The Czechs will face whoever fails to advance here between Denmark and Poland for bronze. Taking a quick check here between these two teams, making sure the new fighters coming in have everything strapped up. You see the Americans walking in the foreground here victorious after their match in the semifinals.
This is the chance for Denmark to really make it up here. And we switch back to longsword here. Germany versus France. The women's division. Germany really hard smacking here on the French fighter here. Pushing there, giving some leg strikes. And the marshals interfere. I think we hit the end of the round there.
Maybe, no, just a clinch. They just wanted to break up the clinch.
Clinch are broken up after 3 seconds with no progression here. Nice shots there from the French fighter on the German helmet. Also trying for a leg shot there. Answered by the German with another leg shot. And we hit the end of this round.
Good fight between these two. The German fighters seem to have an Italian corner there.
Yeah. And we have a German flag carrier right beside it.
Almost ready to go here in Poland versus Denmark here in the semifinals for the men's 5 versus 5s.
The Danish crowd must be really cheering now to put their boys into the finals here.
This is a fun match, just hearing the support that both sides are getting. Here we go, though. We are just about ready. Oh, no, one of the Danes actually missing a shoulder piece. Hopefully they are allowed to replace him quickly. There is a time limit for replacing fighters. Yes, they are. They were allowed to replace them. So 5 Danes, 5 Poles. Quick result here in France versus Germany. France takes the win in the women's longsword, but here we go. Round 3 underway. Winner of this round will move on to the finals. Intense fighting, intense cheering for both sides. Oh, one Dane in a bad position. His teammate going to help him out, but he's going to hit the ground. But one of the Poles going down too. 4-4. Big kick from one of the Danes trying to knock the Pole off balance. One fighter getting dragged down. I think that was a Polish fighter. Denmark with the advantage now. No, it was a foul, they're saying. So he may have had the neck of the Polish fighter, so now it is the Poles with the advantage.
The Poles aggressively trying to take down those Danes.
Here comes one of the Danes rushing across the field. Big leap, takes out one fighter from each side. I believe it's 3-2 now. Danes needing another fighter to go down from the Polish side to even the numbers. Intense fight from both teams.
The Polish celebrity here really trying to take down those last remaining Danes here.
Oh, one of the Poles nearly losing his balance, but crashes into the rail, stays up. Oh, it's 2-1 now as one of the Poles just wraps up the Dane, drags him down.
Yeah. This Dane really needs this striking weight right now, otherwise also working against it.
Oh, there was no, axe on the neck. They're going to stop that. You have to keep the axe on the base of the helmet at least. That had got right under the aventail, so good spot from the marshals to stop that one. And they're still trying to drag that Dane down. He is hanging on for dear life. Oh, he stayed up. The Pole went down. The Dane stayed up. I think he was even on his neck as well, so he's going to get stood up. I don't think he even hit the ground. They're talking about the neck takedown, but I don't think he went down. It's 1-1. The Dane trying to move into some clear ground here. Swapping weapons, maybe. No, just trying to move into his own side. He wants to fight in front of the crowd.
Yeah. He's not going there to trip over for another hit of his teammates. He's making it here really a standoff between Denmark and Poland here.
Stomping going on, clapping, loud cheering. Hearing the Danes stomping, the Polish crowd chanting Polska.
You really heard the Polska versus the Denmark here. And we have an aim takedown here from the Polish fighter on the Dane.
Fantastic fight between these two teams. And once again, winner of this round could go on to the finals. If they both go down, we'll get another round. Oh, looking for the takedown, the Dane. Oh, the Polish fighter nearly gets the head, but the Dane slips out. What a match. Possibly the best match of the 5s going on right now. These two teams really giving it their all. Fighters leaning against each other, trying to catch their breath, looking for the next opportunity for a takedown, thinking about their options. Lots of hand fighting going on, trying to change their positioning. Dane punching the body, trying to get the Pole to move his arms. Now the Dane's getting loud. I'm hearing Denmark, Denmark, very loudly coming from the crowd. Here we go, the Pole looking for the takedown. The Dane slipping out again. We may hit the time limit here. There's a 5-minute time limit in these melee rounds. If that does happen, we will get a draw. The pole getting into another good position. Denmark in trouble. Trying to get out. Still in trouble, still up though.
Still on his feet, both fighters here. Poland trying to put down Denmark in the middle of the field with nothing to hold on here.
He's
Denmark
free.
Slips out.
Unbelievable.
What a man. He must be carried by the crowd here, by the cheering of the Danish people.
Has to be exhausted as well as we get a stop.
Yeah, we'll hit the stop. Maybe we'll hit the time limit here.
You can see how exhausted he is. Yeah, that was the time limit. That's a draw. Wow.
What a fighter. What a hero now.
What a fight from the Dane there. It was 2 versus 1 at one point. He was able to get the pole down. Already exhausted from that, having to deal with the assault from the other Polish fighter. And just able to will himself through that. Great work from Poland as well, getting into a number of good positions. Great hand fighting from him, able to wrap up the Dane into a number of dangerous spots. I thought so many times he had that Dane down to the ground. Absolutely unbelievable. And I'm kind of excited we get a 4th round now. Fantastic.
Now both teams must really give it all in here. They're not giving each other time to rest.
Taking a quick peek between these rounds here at the women's longsword. We've got Scotland versus Austria going on. They just have their round break going on now here as we have a discussion between the marshals, the fighters. Just getting clarification on calls. I haven't seen too many people arguing this year with the marshals. They've been very respectful, which is, I guess, very appreciated. The marshals doing a lot of hard work. They are out here all day long, 4 days straight. They are exhausted by the end of it.
And it seems like the round is about to start. We hear the crowd cheering here. Polska, Polska, again. And also Denmark, Denmark.
Yeah, it is a competing chant. It's getting louder for Denmark, though, and here they go, round 4. Next win takes the match, moves on to the finals. Oh, one of the Polish fighters getting kicked. He's going to go down. Oh!
A double takedown here. 3 fighters on each side left there.
Denmark was trying to confirm the kill on the high side. I think that Polish fighter is going down. He's going to get that takedown. He's going to stay up. I think we're 3-2. Another Polish fighter in trouble. Oh, hard hit. I heard that from the booth.
Oh. Oh.
Down.
Double takedown here.
2-1 possibly. Yeah, 2-1 as the pole goes down. We're going to get some confirmation on that one. Waiting for the marshals to say that everything was okay. I'm not going to declare a winner yet. Marshall making a gesture to the neck. That may have been an illegal strike that took the pole out. He is down on the ground. Hopefully he is okay. He's giving a thumbs up. He is okay. Marshall's discussing where that shot landed. If it landed on the neck, it was illegal. If it landed on the shoulder, he is good. Waiting for confirmation. Denmark waiting. They have given the call for all rise. I think that means Denmark will take the victory unless they will count that one as a draw. We're waiting. Discussion between the Dane captain and the head marshal. Handshake between those two. Good respect. I think Denmark is walking out of here victorious. I'm seeing a hug from them. They will take the win. They will move on to the finals.
And the finals will be Denmark 1 and USA 1.
So Poland will fight Czechia for bronze as Austria takes the win here. We just saw in the women's longsword in the group
Please come to
stage.
this for Brazil 2 and Slovakia. Please prepare Polish 2 for Denmark 1 and Scotland.
We have Canada versus Ukraine going on over here in the women's longsword division.
All fighters just taking a rest, and it seems like Canada have a fencing sword on the left side there in the list.
Yeah, that almost looks more like a HMB, or not, sorry, a HEMA sword. Yeah, just with the way its little flange is, but
yeah, it got the little shield and the spikes near the hilt.
But I mean, every weapon has to be checked by the marshals, so maybe it's just the style of that weapon.
Yeah,
it definitely looks thicker than a HEMA sword, which would be understandable for Boohurt.
We also saw a flame sword, but used by the USA this day.
Yeah, the Flamberge. One of my teammates has a Flamberge greatsword. Beautiful sword.
So you are allowed to stack some variations here in your style.
Someone saying this is Alexa versus Amelie. I know that is correct for the Canadian side. I'll take your word for it on the Ukrainian side. A lot of discussion going on with the marshals. This may have been after the second round. Points count may be close, but here we go. Brazil versus Slovakia.
And nice shots there from Slovakia.
Oh, hard shot to the helmet. Lands clean.
Nice shots there from both sides. Brazil counter-attacking here. Both fighters waiting for an opportunity to engage. And nice feint here.
Oh, big push into the corner. The Slovakian pinning the Brazilian back, but the Brazilian fighting and working her way forward.
Nice shots there from the Slovakian fighter. Getting the blade caught up in the tabard of the Brazil.
That is the end of the round over here for Slovakia versus Brazil. All right, while we have a bit of pause in the action, we are going to take a quick step aside for a quick ad break and allow us here in the booth to get a quick drink of water, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Armored Combat action.
The tournament sponsor is GoHurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at GoHurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
We are back here at Spøttrup Borg for the IMCF World Championships 2026. We have women's longsword going on between America and Italy.
And we just witnessed the last second of this round, and it was fast what I could see here. Strong blows here from the USA fighter.
Denmark 1, come to list 4, please. Please
Both
prepare
fighters
for
just
list
catching
4,
their breath in
England
their
2,
break here.
USA 2.
So we are getting ready as well in the finals for the melee category, the men's 5 versus 5. We're going to have Poland 1 versus Czechia 1 for the bronze medal. And then we will have Denmark 1 versus USA 1 for the gold.
And who we have to fight is about to restart. Italy already ready in that corner, waiting for a sign. There's some discussion going on with the marshals there. And we have both fighters ready here to engage for the second round. Italy versus USA. And the fight starts, both fighters circling around each other. And strong engage there from Italy. Both fighters keeping their distance, waiting for an opportunity. Long distance strikes there from America. Long distance strikes again. Tried to answer by Italy, but dodged there by America.
I believe this is Gaia Davi from Italy versus Hannah Crespo from the US.
Quick strong strikes there from USA, answered by the Italian fighter. Trying to get in those counterattacks. A body shot there from the Italian. Nice kick there from the USA fighter, even giving a fall to the Italian fighter there, which will score a point.
Kicks are legal, usually not worth points, but if it catches the fighter off guard, knocks him over like that, caught the Italian on the back of her heels and sent her spilling.
Nice big swing there from the Italian fighter, fueled maybe by rage of her fall. Nice counter attack from the American fighter to the lower leg here. Nice leg shot here from Italy, and we hit the end of the second round there. Both fighters showing some respect here. And we cut to Denmark versus Scotland here. Scotland in their beautiful long white and bluish scabbard. And we hit here the end of this round. Scotland really have a nice helmet though.
Yeah, some beautiful armor we've seen from a lot of different fighters. All these different styles, different ways for fighters to express themselves. And each fighter just choosing their own way to either look or perform. Some fighters choosing form over function or function over form. I know I chose function over form. I don't think my English cross is very good looking, but I love how I can breathe and see in it.
I do the opposite. I choose style over substance here.
Yeah, I know. I've seen your beautiful looking visor that you've got.
Oh, thank you. And we have here a break, and the armor of the Scottish fighter is really beautiful. I've never seen those armor in duel tournaments, most likely in Borg, but he seems to have some pretty protection arm harness here, even with enclosed elbows at his side. So he's not able to bean hit at the inside of his elbow, but it also limits his movement there. And we're about to recommence the fight between Denmark versus Scotland there.
Seeing the Dane controlling the center, forcing Scott back into the corner.
Very hard and very quick on his snipes there on the leg shots. Scotland counter-attacking there on the helmet. Trying to aim low.
Oh, hard shot in the legs for the Dane.
Scotland really quick on his feet here. But the Dane is making up for his speed. Nice counter there from Denmark. Scotland have a really nice defense here. Denmark is fast at approaching in and going out. Nice shot there. The Danish fighter Looks like he's trying to land some very quick snipes here. But most of them got answered by the Scottish fighter with a counter-attack.
Evenly fought match, but the pressure has been applied by the Dane. They seem to be the one moving forward, but now Scotland trying to take the center of the list right at the whistle there. Good fought match between these two competitors.
Now we have to wait for a decision if this will be enough, or we will see a third round here between Denmark and Scotland. We can see in the live chat here, what a nice helmet. I mean, this applies to both fighters, but I agree, what a nice helmet to all of the fighters. Every armor is beautiful here. And another comment in the live chat, that looks like jousting armor, maybe. So enclosed armor you would have maybe seen on a medieval battlefield and a sports field. And we have a decision here on Denmark versus Scotland. Both fighters have already taken off their helmets.
Yeah, these ladies heading to the middle of the list. Who is going to be the winner?
Please prepare and come to
And Denmark takes the win.
And Germany too.
Takes the win in women's longsword here in their home country. All fighters chatting.
You're not allowed to intentionally try to go underneath the armor. There's strikes that are legal, like the back of the knee and the neck. However, gaps do sometimes get hit. Your armor doesn't cover every inch of your body, so sometimes you do get hit in a little bit of a gap. Usually there's a nice big one on your hip, and every fighter can talk about their best hip gap. I've got a nice bruise from my fight on day one.
Most of the times you just have small metal rondels and you try to cover up every gap you have. So mostly the hip gaps or even on the shoulders. And here we have some quick words from our sponsors here.
Take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, Alba Buhert Company, Fabry Armorium, Soft Warrior Sparta, Age of Craft, Viking Jewelry, Lemberg Armor, Go Hurt Medieval, Shieldmaker.eu, and Historicum. Thank you to all of our sponsors who have made this tournament possible and allowed us to bring this broadcast to you.
List A, I need Denmark and Poland.
Thank you to those joining us all over the world. I know some of you over on the Western Hemisphere are having a very late night or very early morning. 2:46 in the morning from where I'm from. It is early, and I know there's still a few Canadians out there watching.
Belgium and
I
Germany.
mean, it is a Saturday morning, so
Canada also delivered some great fights during the IMCF.
yeah, not the great results we've wanted. There has been a number of medals, including Canada's first gold medal. I believe was one of the ladies bringing home the gold in women's pro fights. I believe her name was Lindsay. Don't remember what weight category it is, but she brings home Canada's very first gold medal on the world stage, which, in my opinion, is impressive. Going back to Spain was when we won our very first medal. So Canada being able to grow alongside a lot of these other countries. We've seen China come out growing coming in with their first 5 versus 5 team, as well as Belgium as well. So the sport growing all over the world.
And here we see the longsword fight between USA and England. England immediately approaches very hard on USA, getting some helmet shots and a leg shot in there. USA fights back. England very light on their feet, but so is USA. USA snipes here on the lower arm of the English.
Yeah.
Nice block there from the English fighter.
American fighter controlling the center of the list, forcing the English to work around on the outside. Now that position's starting to swap.
Both fighters circling around, waiting for the next opportunity to engage. And we have a couple of exchanges here in the middle. Both fighters seem evenly mirrored with a slight advantage here from the English fighter, delivering some headshots to the American.
Quick pause there from the marshals. Someone seeing something maybe. Quick discussion. No, time is not up. We are still going.
Please prepare. Ukraine 2, Scotland 2 for list.
And this was the end of the round between England and USA.
Good match between these two competitors so far. Quite even, maybe a slight advantage towards the American. They were controlling the fight well.
What you can see in longsword is most fighters mostly circling out each other and waiting for the first move of their opponent. And if the first move just starts, it unleashes a fest of slashes. And we have here Germany versus Belgium. Two neighboring countries here. Hard approach from Belgium there. Answered by the German here with a couple of counter hits. And Belgium hitting very hard on the German chest there.
Yeah, that one landing either in the lower stomach or upper legs there. I think that was down in the abdomen. Depending on the armor, you can definitely feel that one. Oh, big heavy swing from the German.
Strong hitter, nice hand shots. Unfortunately worth 0 points.
Yeah, you have to get past the hand, past the guard, in on the body, arms, legs, or
Strong
helmet.
push there. Nice counter attack from the Belgian fighter to the German fighter. Nice leg shots there from Belgium, giving in some points, and even on the helmet. Now blocked by the German. And the German fighter seems to be having an issue there with the helmet.
Oh, yeah, there's something wrong with the visor. You do not want the visor to be coming up in a fight.
Some visors are just secured by pins who can be popped out during the fight. And here we're back at USA versus England. USA approaching England very hard. But even a fall here from the American fighter.
Right at the end of the round, I think that was just purely out of exhaustion. Yeah, you can see the heaving breaths from the American. Corner going to get in there, make sure their fighter is okay. She's getting back to her feet. But I think this is the American fighter we saw earlier, already just drained of energy. This is day 3 of the tournament. Fighters may have been fighting ever since Thursday.
Yeah, the exhaustion level is just immense on these duel fights. And we have already a decision here. The marshal gives the sign to take off the helmets. So both fighters will now meet in the middle of the list, and we will see who won this fight.
English fighter getting her helmet off. Let's see the winner.
England takes home the victory here. And we are back to Germany versus Belgium here.
Oh, Belgium getting a strike in on the shoulder of the German. Now one to the helmet.
Counter-attacking here.
The Belgian
Off the binding.
Yeah, the Belgian making sure that German's helmet has been fixed properly.
Nice leg shot there from the Belgium. Counter-attack by a German who gets tangled up in the helmet and counter-attacking there. But Belgium really catches up and has a tremendous speed there.
Sword getting stuck there for the German. The Belgian actually being a very sporting competitor and letting her get the sword free, but I think she also just didn't want to get jabbed by it.
Yeah. Both fighters just pushing on each other.
Last few seconds of the fight. See the timer signaling.
Germany blocking those low strikes here.
Whistle in the mouth of the marshal.
And this was the end of the second round we hit there.
So those just joining us for these longsword duels, every strike has to be a slash. There is no thrusting allowed in any category in this sport. Purely out of the safety of the fighters. You get 1 point for any clean, unobstructed strike that is landed with the blade of the weapon. Has to be on the edge. You can also use the pommel to strike in order to score points. 2 1-minute rounds. Most points after 2 rounds takes the win. You see the volunteers getting the other duel lists set to go as our list 1 remains open for the melees. Just about ready to go for the bronze medal match and the finals, just giving those fighters a chance to take a break after the semis.
And Belgium takes the win home here on the longsword fight between Belgium and Germany there. Well fought on both sides there.
Belgian fighter posing for the camera, giving a wave. Very excited after that win. As mentioned, I believe it's the biggest team Belgium has brought to the world stage. They have been doing quite well as well for a young country in this sport. But we are getting ready to go. It looks like we're going to have our bronze medal match first here in the men's 5 versus 5. A little friendly tap there to his teammate.
Ukraine 2 and Scotland 2.
It's going to be Poland 1 versus Czechia 1. If you are just joining us, these melees are elimination battles. A fighter is eliminated if they make 3 points of contact with the ground. Last team standing wins. The fight will be ended early if there is a 3-1 or 5-2 numerical advantage for one team. These fights are first to 2 wins, maximum of 5 rounds, as there can be draws. Each round will last a maximum of 5 minutes.
You can see here the Polish team resting before the fight. Even though it is a pretty important match now. I mean, we are in the finals, in the last rounds here.
Yeah, and some of these guys may be fighting later on in the 10s or even the 16s categories. So they will be drained from these fights and still have to put on more fights as the American team takes to the field. I thought it was supposed to be Poland versus Czechia, but the Americans coming out, so maybe a result was overturned there, or maybe possibly the Czechs just dropping out. So if the Czechs were not able to take the field, they would give up their spot to the Americans. That is possibly what happened there. Maybe their fighters feeling a little too worn out, too beat up, or wanting to save themselves for other categories. So they are going to give up their spot to USA 2. I think, or is it USA 1? No, USA 1 is in the finals, so I believe this is USA 2.
For Denmark 2 to come to list number 4, please.
Or maybe the Americans are swapped up here. I think the Americans are supposed to be fighting Denmark, not Poles. One team is in the list that isn't supposed to be in the list. Is what's going on here. Or maybe things swap between Denmark and Poland, actually. This could be the finals match instead. We're going to have to try to get some information here.
Women's longsword, Denmark 2.
We're going to try to get some information here, figure out what is going on here and which team won. And we're going to take a look over here, back to the women's longsword division. Some people are saying this is a rematch, actually, between... Well, this cannot be a rematch, as Poland and...
We have here Slovakia in the one corner and Denmark in the other.
The Dane exiting the list. Lots of things going on here. I believe the Dane may have dropped possibly, but the Slovakian staying in her corner. Maybe waiting for a new opponent. No, I think she's going to take a walkover win here.
And we have a winner here, Slovakia winning without even a fight. This sometimes also can happen if your opponent doesn't show up in time.
So still trying to get reasoning here for Poland versus USA, but we are ready to go here.
And now we have the fight starting. Poland versus USA here. Johnny Potter running straight to a Polish guy, taking it down immediately. And the second Polish runner engaging the American fighter right into the corner there.
Fighters tied up along the rail of the list. I think it is a 5-4 advantage for the Americans. Can they use that advantage to take the win here? Trying to drag the Polish fighters to the ground. I think I still only see one fighter on the ground. See a Polish fighter wrapping up an American, trying to put some dirt on him, but has to let him go. Oh, but now another Polish fighter down, and another one down. Bunch of Americans crowding that one Polish fighter off in the corner. And they are going to put a stop to the fight. I think that is a numerical advantage for the Americans. They will take the round.
Men's longsword starting in about 5 minutes in list number 4 and list number
The
5.
Americans leaving the list, leaving the field. So this may have been a redo of a round. So there may have been a protest filed. So they were just rerunning a round here, as there was only one round done there. So I believe that is the reasoning for USA versus Poland. Someone filed an appeal. The appeal went through. They have redone the round. The Americans took the round, I believe, taking the match. So maybe that puts USA 2 into the bronze medal match, replacing Poland 1. But we are going to step aside for a quick moment while we continue to get things sorted out, get things ready for the next round of action, but don't go anywhere. We'll have more armored combat for you.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
Spøttrup Borg here in Denmark for the International Medieval Combat Federation 2026 World Championships. Thank you for your patience. We had to take a quick step away. Production crew getting some work done over here in the trailer. We are getting ready to go for what should be the gold medal match here between Denmark 1 and USA 1. Denmark taking the field, getting their fighters checked and ready to go. Danes taking the field. They're ready to go, waiting for their opponent. Danes have been spurred on by their home crowd. They have been a strong force in these melees. All right, if you have not seen the melees before, we're going to show a quick explainer right here before the finals as we get the teams ready to go.
Boohurt is team versus team battles. The goal is to stay standing, take opponents down, and keep more fighters active than the other team. Matches are best 2 out of 3 rounds. If there are draws, it can go up to 5 rounds. Each round can last up to 5 minutes. A fighter is out of the round when they have 3 points of contact with the ground, or when they submit. Rounds are scored by the amount of legally standing fighters remaining for each team at the end of the round. 1 fighter equals 1 point. Kicks, punches, weapon strikes, shield strikes, grappling, throws, trips, and body pressure are all allowed to legal target areas. There are no strikes to downed or kneeling fighters, no attacks to the knee, feet, ankles, groin, back of the knee, armpits, throat, or neck, and no thrusting allowed. Watch the numbers. Every takedown changes the dynamic of the fight.
So there you go. Now you know what you are about to see here as we get ready to go. I believe Denmark actually is facing Poland. Maybe another protest filed here, maybe redoing a round from the Poland versus Denmark round, which makes sense. We did see a bit of confusion towards the end of that last match, whether a strike was legal or not, so maybe they had to go off, make sure that one was, and I guess the determination was the final strike was not legal, so they're going to redo that last round, which means the winner of this round will go on to the finals.
We are hearing here the crowd cheering up for Denmark. And so we are about to hit a round here between Denmark and Poland.
A couple of heavy kicks there on the left side of your screen. Denmark immediately throwing one of the poles to the ground. They take the advantage early, 5-4. They wrap up one of the poles against the far rail. Still anyone's match. Another Polish fighter hits the ground. Is that Dane going to be down with him? No, he's back up. He did not hit the ground on that takedown. He stayed on his feet. Heavy strikes now coming to the poles, as I believe it is 4-2. You see that in the background, the other pole getting his feet lifted right off the ground. Oh, the Polish fighter coming run over. Dane hitting the ground actually. So I think now it is 4-3 or 3-3. 4-3 it looks like. Hard to tell with both teams wearing red.
And you can hear the crowd cheering up for Denmark here. Cheering for the local home team here. One Danish taking down another Poland fighter and now helping their teammate in the corner.
4-2, I believe, as they now wrap their arm around the head, going to try to drag him to the ground. No, stop being called. No, one of the fighters being sapped over there in the far corner. Oh, I think it was a low blow. You can see the Polish fighter reacting to that. So I think that's why he got sat. He ended up hitting the Polish fighter in a very sensitive area. As the Dennings will drag another Pole to the ground on the far side. I think that'll be a 3-1 victory. Discussion going on with the marshals.
Still have to wait here for the final decision of the end of this round.
Wales 2 and Quebec 1.
Hugs being shared. I believe the fight is over. Cheering going up for the Danes as they take the victory. They will secure their spot in the final, where they will fight the U.S. for gold. Take a quick look at Spøttrup Castle. Castle we have been fighting in the shadow of this whole week. You can see some of the fans taking the view in from the fortifications there. A good view, a little bit further back, but a nice high view. You can see the full length of the lists from there.
And is there a better view than watching a medievalish battlefield than from the side of a castle?
Yeah, it is a great view, and it's good to be back here over in Europe, over in the front of these castles that just give such a fantastic backdrop to these events. You also see all the flags of the countries competing. 30 countries out here, 575 fighters. As Denmark exits the field to cheers from their crowd, they will move on to the finals. I believe men's longsword will be getting started very shortly.
Starting longsword.
And when we go back to longsword, you may be wondering what that is going on there, so we're going to show a quick explainer video for that one as well.
Longsword. A longsword duel is fought with a two-handed sword and no shield. The fights consist of 2 one-minute rounds with a short 30-second break between them. A fighter can score by landing a clean strike with the edge of the weapon, a clean strike with the pommel of the weapon, or by disarming their opponent. Only strikes with both hands on the weapon will count. Front kicks are allowed, but they do not score. Strikes that land on a fighter's hand will not be counted, and there are no punches, no throws, no grappling, and strictly no thrusting. Try to keep up with the blades. Blocks, deflections, and counters can happen in the same movement.
Quick moment to thank our sponsors as well: Alba Buhert, Fabri Armorum, Soft Warrior Sparta, Age of Craft, Viking Jewelry, Lemberg Armor, Go Hurt Medieval, Shieldmaker.eu, and Historicum. We also thank the Hacksaw organization out of Alberta, Canada for filming those explainer videos for you. And if you are in the area or here at Spøttrup Castle, a lot of those sponsors do have tents set up around the area, so you can go check out their wares, maybe start buying some of your own gear, or maybe replace some gear that you have broken. So we got the longsword list getting set up here, ready to go for the men's longsword. Looks to be Germany and maybe Belgium getting sorted. No, we have Brazil over there actually. Belgium was just in the background. So we have Germany and Brazil getting set for the first men's longsword fight.
Brazil, they're already standing right into the corner. Germany putting on his gauntlets here. Germany on the left side with the bright yellow corner, and Brazil on the right side.
believe the women have finished the group stage, and we'll have their brackets a little bit later on. We're going to get the men through their group stage.
Please come to
And we will
list
be
number
certain
5,
to get the
Poland
melee
1
finals
and
here for
USA
you
1.
once they are ready to
For
go.
list number 5, please prepare. Canada 1 and England.
And now we are about to start in the men's long swords here.
For
Germany
male
versus
long
Brazil.
sword. For list 4, please come to the list. Scotland 2, Poland 2.
And the fight is about to start. We have the fighters salute
Please
and Germany
prepare for list
having a
number
long
4,
stance there.
USA 2
Countered
and
by Brazil.
Italy 2.
Aggressive attack here from Germany on the head and on the leg strike. Strong blows here delivered from Germany to the Brazilian fighter. Brazilian getting some counter attacks there in, but get blocked by the German fighter here.
German finding a lot of strikes in on the elbows of the Brazilian fighter. That is going to help him in those points.
Please prepare for list number 3.
Really aggressive style here
Male
from
long
the
sword,
German fighter.
Hungary and Quebec
Hitting the
2.
knees sometimes and the helmet now a couple of times here. Brazilian able to block some of these hits here and trying to snipe on the German fighter. Strong blow from the German here. Strong blow to the head from the German side. Brazil trying counter-attacking here. Delivering some strikes back to the edge of the German sword.
Big, heavy overhand swing for the German right at the end of that round. I think that strike may have caught the shoulder of the Brazilian. Good first round for both these fighters, but I think the edge does go a little bit towards the German.
Very good first round from both sides here, and very strong movement from both sides. The German fighter especially moving really quickly in his kind of heavy armor, what seems to be, and the Brazilian fighter really good at counter-attacking the German.
These fighters get 30 seconds in between the rounds to take a breather, get some advice from the corners, maybe get some water in them. But a quick turnaround as they get ready to go. You see them resting up against the list, getting the weight off of their arms, trying to relax their arms.
It seems
See
to
the
be
Brazilians are giving their fighter a massage.
the name of the Brazilian fighter must be George, and on the German side must be Henning from Germany.
Discussion from the marshals here. Looks like we're just about ready to go. Fighters are ready. And here we go for round number 2 in this men's long sword battle.
And the second round just started. The fighters both give a salute to each other. Brazil very light on their feet, waiting for the first action, and Germany tries a leg sweep there. Nice shot there from Brazil to the German helmet. Brazil rushes in, but Germany holds back. Trying a pommel strike there on the Brazilian helmet here. Nice shot there from the Brazilian fighter to the German helmet. Germany heavily counter-attacking there on every strike from Brazil.
And George was able to find a shot in the leg, but it was countered by Henning as he hit the helmet. Both fighters trading blows high and low. Oh, there it goes, the
Strong
Brazilian.
headshot. Again, strong pommel strike there from the German fighter.
2 strikes landing from the Brazilian, but they were flat of the blade. Those will not count. Has to be the edge.
Both fighters striking points to the legs. Brazilian trying to catch Germany in the list. Germany retreating, but delivering a huge amount of points here on the Brazilian fighter, and even pommeling him so hard that he trips.
Yeah, the Brazilian was head down trying to push forward. The German fighter gave him a pommel and stepped aside, causing the Brazilian to slip down. That will be a point for the German.
So you can gain points through disarms or through faults of your opponent during any course.
I think, though, that was also the end of the round, so Marshall's going to get together, count up the points. We'll have a final tally between these 2 fighters.
So very aggressive playstyle here from the German side. And from the Brazil side, also very fast playstyle here, catching the German through the arena. But even though in longsword, even though it's a duel, pommel strikes are very, very hard hits. Those swords can weigh up to 1.5 kilos here. And just striking with the pommel can catch you off balance and delivering strong strikes to the helmet.
Yeah, pommels can definitely be solid blows. Don't feel great inside the helmet. The longsword, if the guy's swinging it hard enough, you will feel that impact, but they're not too bad. I'd find pommels a little bit more worse because they are a big flat surface, depending on the pommel itself. I've seen a few of them. They're basically big cones, but we have now a result here between Germany and Brazil.
And the winner of this first round is Germany!
And the German taking the victory over the Brazilian in this round of the group stage.
Cheering here for the German fighter. And here we're witnessing another list. Poland versus Scotland here.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are ready to go for their first round of the match. They just got to quickly check over the fighters, make sure their weapons have been checked, make sure they're legal. They have to have the proper sticker. You can see them now checking the helmet, making sure everything is attached.
And we have both fighters ready to compete. Poland versus Scotland here in the men's longsword. Poland very lightly armored, and on the other side the Scottish very heavily armored.
Yeah, you can see the Polish duelist really optimized for those duels. Looks very light, very fast, using that floating armor, every piece held together by leather strings, rather than the segmented armor that the Scottish fighter is using, where everything is riveted together.
And the round is about to start here. Now quick fast blow here from the Polish, blocking the strikes of the Scottish fighter here, coming in. Scotland here really fast in his armor. Poland really striking out it, counter-attacking very, very fast.
Oh.
Nice shot there from Poland to the helmet of the Scottish.
Yeah, dipped out and then quickly came back in to counter with a strike of his own.
Nice counters there from Poland.
Poland looking great in this duel so far.
Really waiting there for the attacks to be blocked and immediately countered. Scotland there also trying to snipe to get some shots in there. Mrs. Poland hitting the dirt. Poland countering and pommeling. Left-right combination there.
The Scots' swings are very wild, or very strong, but a little wild there. Meanwhile, Poland keeping things very controlled, very snappy. Scotland kind of leaving himself open when he misses on those swings, and he's going to have to tighten that up in the second round if he wants to stand any chance of coming back in this fight, as Poland really dominated the first round.
Yeah, a nice exchange there from both fighters. I think it's kind of difficult when you have such a quick fighter who moves around a lot and won't himself get caught up into a corner, or maybe.
And he backed into the corner a little bit at one point, quickly moved around, and even in that was able to step around the Scottish fighter and get a strike in the back of the head. So some great movement from the Pole. Looking fantastic, and we've seen Poland just be strong this whole tournament.
And we're witnessing here Italy versus Belgium. Italy just getting ready to a check-up here. Checking the shoes for historical accuracy and closing his visor. Now everything seems fine, and we are about to witness here Italy versus Belgium in the men's longsword fights.
In the background, you can see the Scotland versus Poland fight going on. As we swap back over to that while the Italian and Belgian finish getting ready. Scott really pushing the Pole back into the corners, but the Polish fighter still swinging away and sniping the shots.
Strong blow there. And on top you can see the fight between Italy and Belgium just started. Both fighters really smacking each out. Some pommel strikes there from Belgium to Italy. Italy really pommel striking there. Belgium pushing him on the other side of the list.
Meanwhile, the Polish fighter continues to pick the Scot apart, finding gaps everywhere on the body, legs, shoulders, arms, and the side of the head. Rapid strikes from the Pole, looking fantastic.
Scotland trying to counter-attack here, but seems kind of slower now than the round started in his movements. Although that heavy armor is paying its price, especially in the later rounds.
Please prepare.
And we switch back to Italy versus Belgium.
Male for list number 5.
Swing there from the Belgian. I think only caught the tabard, didn't catch any part of the body of the Italian. These guys now locked up high, trying to find an opening.
And we hit the end of the first round here between Italy and Belgium.
Well, we have a decision here now between Poland and Scotland.
And Poland taking home another victory in the longsword division here.
Not too big of a surprise. He was fantastic in that fight.
Yeah, all of the Polish single fighters are really heavily trained here. We even saw this on the first day at the pro fights.
Seen it in the pro fight, seen it in the pole arms, seen it in sword and shield. Now here in longsword, Poland, unreal. They even did well in the group fights too. So Poland has been a force this tournament.
And there we have a look at both fighters taking a rest. Both fighters with raised visors here, enjoying the fresh air. Now the visors come down. We're about to witness the second round here at the men's longsword. Italy versus Belgium. Both fighters give the fighters salute to each other. And the round just started here. Aggressive push from both sides. Strong blow from Belgium there to Italy. Italy dodged that one. Strong and lightning fast strikes there from Italy. Oh, it seems like he got hit in the lower part. Maybe the groin or something.
Yeah, definitely. But he shakes that one off, gets right back into it now, getting a couple strikes in for revenge.
Yeah, he now has that aggression in him. Oh, strong blow there.
Oh, yeah, and one straight to the visor at the end of that combo as well.
Oh, kick there from Belgium to Italy.
Getting ready. At list
Italy now pushing, counter-attacking, working his way around the sword of the Belgium. Great counter-attacks here from Italy. Really revenging for that kick. And a strong pommel strike there. Another pommel strike and followed by some hammer strikes. Italy really making some points here, making it clear he will take this round. Kick there and a spin from Italy. Belgium tries to counter-attack there. And we hit the end of the second round.
I think I heard the announcement we'll be getting soon into the men's fives medal fights. We have Poland 1, Czech 1 for the bronze. And while they get ready, we're going to keep an eye on the men's longsword here as Italy faces off against the USA.
Both fighters approach very carefully.
Please,
Long distance strikes here from USA, from below. Quick shots here fired from Italy. Backfired from USA, getting some shots there landed on their helmet. Nice upper lower strike there from USA to Italy. Both fighters waiting for an opportunity, seeing an opening. Striking each other. Most strikes there being blocked or being missed there.
Remember, shots to the hands do not count. You have to get past the guard entirely.
Now pushing there from both sides, really circling around in the arena. And we have a decision here on Italy versus Belgium. And Italy takes the win of this round home.
Please come to list number 3, Hungary and
As far as I can tell,
Quebec 2.
getting hit in the groin even with a decent protector hurts a lot. And we're back to
to list number 5, male longsword, Czechia 1, Chile. Please prepare. List number 5, Ireland 2, USA 2. USA 1, sorry.
Mais aussi, il vient de péter des couilles 4 fois. Genre, deux coups de couilles dans le deux coups d'épée avec lui. Il y a un coup de pied aussi après.
Please come to list number 5, Czechia 1 and Chile.
I think there's a lot of discussion going on there in the longsword list. Meanwhile, the men's are standing in the first list, and the match started between Czechia and Poland here.
Again, hard to tell the difference between these two countries. Very similar colors as Poland wraps around the head of a Czech there right at the front of your screen. I think that was a Czech fighter hitting the dirt first, so Poland up one fighter, 5-4 for the Poles. That one Pole still trying to drag the Czech down to the ground. Oh, we see a Polish fighter hacking at the leg of a Czech fighter.
Although this will be the fight for this bronze medal.
Oh, big hit there. Takes down a number of fighters. I don't know who stayed standing. I think we got a Pole still on his feet. No, he's being sat. So what do we got over here? Looks like two Polish fighters, one Czech. And they're just going to try to crush him down to the ground, putting all of their weight, and eventually he gives out. One pole going down with him, one staying on his feet.
On 2 armored men on you, you will go down sooner or later.
Denmark 2 for male long.
So first round should go to Poland as they finalize the discussion, making sure everything's legal. Marshall speaking with one of the fighters there on the Czech team. And they're giving the all rise. So yes, first round will go to Poland. Poland takes round 1. If they can win one more round, they bring home the bronze. The Czechs going to have to come back in round 2. They swap out a couple of fighters. Going to check out the equipment, make sure everything's good, and see if they can regroup their strategy and take a round off of the Polish team.
Number 4, Wales 1 versus Denmark 1, male longsword.
Question is, why do they even wield weapons? Weapons do have their place. We quickly take a look at Chile versus, I believe that was Czechia, or, sorry, I do not recognize that tabard, but it was Chile taking the win. Back over here to the melee list, they get ready to go. Yes, the weapons do have their place. There is a thing called pain compliance. If you hit an opponent hard enough, they may not want to stay standing, and it'll drop them to the ground.
Number 5.
The weapons are also used to hook the opponent as well. You cannot hook around the neck, but you can hook their arm, hook the shoulder, hook the top of the head.
Canada 1 and France. And you can see how big those axes are. They are heavy, I believe. I think 2.3 kilos is the max weight. Might be even more.
Yeah, the halberdier are also called the pain trains.
Yes.
Pain bringers.
They definitely are. They're the main reason why I do not volunteer to step into the melee list. Those things bring a lot of pain, deal a lot of bruises, and add some new dents to armor. One of my teammates, I believe his armor actually got cracked yesterday during the 5s. It looks like the armor around his thigh was actually pushed right through by one of those axes. So they could do some damage.
And Denmark 2, please. In preparation.
And the second round is here about to start between Czechia and Poland.
Italy 1.
Oh, one of the Poles trying to flank, trying to find someone not paying attention. Now a Czech getting body check. Two fighters going down, one from each country. Czech now coming in, grappling up against Polish fighter. One of the Czechs trying to get over to his teammate for support. Got to keep your head on a swivel. There's not a lot of visibility out of these helmets. You got to keep your head turning as much as possible. And even still, the heads do not move very well in the helmets. You may have to move your entire upper body in order to see what's around you. Oh, Poland getting over to one of the Czechs. 2 fighters going down, one from each country. And once again, another pair going down. I think it is 2-2. No, 2-1. One of the Czechs able to get a pull down clean. Here they go, rushing in. Big hit to the Polish fighter in the corner. Here we go. Now the Polish fighter showing what the weapons can do. Showing the damage he can bring. Wanting to convince the Pole to just take a knee. And I think he is. No, he's staying up.
The Czechia halberdier, they are getting their weapon caught up. Not able to use it at the moment.
Well, stopping for something. They're stopping for something. There's a discussion being had. One Pole, I think, just moving. I think he was just in an awkward spot. I think they may have sat the remaining Polish fighter for a violation, so that means the round will go to the Czechs, if that is the case. Some sort of discussion being had with the marshals here. I think there was something that the marshal did not like from the Czech halberdier.
We will have to wait until we have a decision here. The fighters are given the sign to stand up. All the fighters are standing up.
I think that will be a victory to the Czechs, which will put us up to 1-1. These melees are chaos. It's hard to keep track of not only what's going on in the list, but what the calls are being made. Marshals have a discussion in the center of the list while other marshals checking the fighters that are coming in to start the next round.
Number 5, Canada 1 and friends. Please prepare for list number 5.
Once again, this is the bronze medal match for the men's 5 versus 5. Taking a quick look over here at where the men's longsword action is going on. A little bit of delay between these rounds here. I think Brazil
and Denmark, we got into the list.
Well, looks like we're ready to go in what could be the final round here, deciding the bronze medal match between Czechia and Poland. The Czechs on the near side, Poles on the far side. Here we go. Round 3 begins as they close in on each other. See a big swing missing. Oh, the Pole trying to get through, and he does get through. Nearly tripped, though, by the Czech. Lots of grappling going on. Feats of strength being shown. Here comes one of the Poles trying to help out his teammate. Oh, but the Czech trying to get him off with that big axe swing. 2 fighters going down, one for each country. Over on the far side. Oh, one of the Poles in trouble now, actually putting the pressure on the Czech back in the far corner. There's a fight going on in each corner. The fight is completely spread out.
Get it all around of the arena. Every corner does now have a duel in between those.
Each fighter wants to try to get away and
a nice takedown there.
Oh no!
By an armor loss from the Czechian. So
loses his gauntlet. Probably got hooked up in the armor of the Polish fighter as he went down.
So it's now 3 versus 3 here. Still
3 different duels going on here. 3-3.
And the winner of this match has to take bronze home, Darren.
2-2 now, as once again 2 pairs going down, or a pair going down together. Very evenly fought match between these 2 teams. Each team wants to get to their own teammate, but doesn't want to release the other one. There we go. The Pole got free. He's going to try to get a new weapon. Oh, he's intercepted. Down goes one of the Poles, but he is immediately waved off by the Czech. Or the Czechs immediately waved off by the Marshals. Marshals discussing whether that takedown was legal. Meanwhile, the other Pole and Czech going on, though. Czech, though, being sat. Oh. And the Polish fighter being put back up for an illegal takedown. Now here he comes to take on the Czech fighter. 2-1 in favor of the Polish team. Oh, down goes the Czech. Poland takes the win. Poland celebrating as they will take home the bronze.
And this is a solid win for Poland. The crowd really cheering up and earning here a medal in the men's 5v5s.
Yeah, disappointment for the Czechs.
Winner of this fight, Brazil.
You can hear the crowd cheering up Polska, Polska.
Poland has been showing up to support their country. Look at the crowd in the general admission area. We are expecting them to get loud very shortly, as Denmark will soon be taking the field for the gold medal match in the men's 5 versus 5 category. Poland is congratulating the opposing team for a well-fought match. But here we go back to the men's longsword while we wait for the men's 5 versus 5 match to get ready.
And we have entering the list here. We have Italy and Germany on both sides. Both fighters getting their equipment checked. And I'm loving about to see this match. I know both fighters, they are really strong guys and really hard hitters there.
The main reason we are focusing on the melee is as those are medal rounds. We want to show the fighters fighting for medals. Meanwhile, over here, these are just the group stage of the duels. We're going to get the duels while we have breaks in the action, but the main focus will soon be on the melee men's finals.
Yeah, we are cutting back to a medal match if it starts. And there we have the fighter salute. Quick sniping strike there from Italy.
Each fighter looking to find an opening to snipe a shot, and I think the German found one in the legs.
Germany really defensive here. Really good at counter-attacking, but Italy starts very aggressive. Blasting these blows on this left and right combination here. Really waiting for his opportunity, but both fighters have a very good defense here. Italy hitting their hands here, rough 0 points. Nice arm snipe there from Italy, blocking by the German. And here we have a slugfest. Both fighters just scoring points there. Germany on the legs, Italy on the helmet. And we have huge overhead swings here from Germany to Italy.
Last few seconds of the round. Marshall getting ready to break up this fight. These fighters going at it, getting as many points as they can before it's broken up, and that is the end.
Was a beautiful, evenly matched by both strong fighters. In the right corner we have for Germany Henning, and in the left corner for Italy we must have Max from Italy.
Please, male longsword for list number
Looks
4.
like we have another list being quickly put together by the the volunteers, who have been doing a fantastic job this weekend, running all over the place, getting a ton of work done, giving up their time to help us have a good time. We cannot sing their praises enough.
And it seems the fight is about to recommence here between Italy and Germany. Both fighters agreeing to the salute. And will they continue, or will they change tactics? Nice snipe there from Germany. Strong shots there from Italy delivered to the German helmet there, but Germany fights heavily back, just delivering some combinations on the Italian helmet there. Don't sure what landed. Both fighters pretty evenly matched, and now just making some points here. Germany again on the legs on Italy, and Italy on the German helmet there. Nice dodge there from Italy. Both fighters really having a similar moveset there, focusing on those overhead swings and those quick defenses. And Germany striking the legs of Italy. Italy answering with a helmet strike there. Both fighters are being tangled up, just pushing with their heels. We see an attempted pommel from Germany, which was too weak to go through. And a push there. Nice counter attack, and Germany gets his blade caught out in Italy, and this was the end of the second round. I have no idea who is ahead. This was just a fast round here.
Fantastic round, really showcasing what longsword is all about. A quick, rapid-fire exchange for a full minute straight. That is the beauty of this, and I think that's what you said, why you enjoy this category so much.
Yes, the beauty of just the fast striking and the quick reactions to get those strikes blocked in. Your weapon is both your shield and your sword at the same time.
Looks
And
like
it seems we have a decision here already between Germany and Italy. Max from Italy and Henning Hotjong from Germany. And the winner is Italy. Max from Italy take this round.
And we are going to take a quick step aside for a few ads, give ourselves a quick break while we wait for the Denmark and USA gold medal match. So stick around. We'll be right back with that.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now. Try to get over to his teammates, a little bit of help, try to get that strength in numbers. Lots of grappling going on between these fighters. The American in the middle there, dealing with a 2-on-1, trying to keep the two of them separated. The Danes need to find some teamwork. Oh, big hick. That sent an axe flying. I don't know if that came off the Danes' belt or what. Oh, man, those kicks to the body. Big punch to the head. Oh, the American trying to see if he can counter here. Trying to get the Dane down. The Dane looking for the Asotogari, and he's going to get it. Down goes the American. 4-2 for the Danes. Now creating 2 2-on-1s. Big flying knee on the close end of your screen. And he is going to feel that. Oh, 2 heavy punches. The American still standing strong as the Dane is unloading on him. Another big heavy knee. The Danes want this bad. And the American goes down. Denmark wins round number 1. You hear the eruption from the crowd.
We can hear the rumbling from the grandstands. One more round to go for Denmark to bring home gold on home soil. They are excited. The Danes in the crowd want to see their team victorious. You see the fighters hyping up the crowd hyping up the fighters.
Yeah, so then you must be really fueled by now by the cheerings of your hometown. And we can really hear Denmark in the background there.
I'm hearing so much stomping on those grandstands.
Stomping.
Grandstands built very well to...
It's like a Viking chant in here.
The grandstands are built well to withstand the stomping of this crowd. Here we go, round 2. Match point for Denmark. The teams close in. Americans throwing some big, heavy punches. One of the Americans circling around, trying to find a flank. Action all over the list. One of the Danes in a bad position, head down. His teammate trying to get him out, but no, he's going to hit the dirt. The Americans get the first takedown, a second takedown. 5-3 for the Americans, looking good this round. Big flying knee from the American in the far corner. You see in the near corner a 1 versus 1, in the other 2 corners 2-on-1s. The Dane trying to get the American down as another American comes in with a heavy punch. We see an American hit the ground. Whoa!
Even clamping up on the Dane there to put him down at all costs here.
Yeah, Dane was able to put the American down and then put him in an awkward spot. Now the American jumping on top of him. Marshall stopping. Wondering where the hands are positioned here. Well, while they discuss that, we still have fights going on the far side. No, that. Yeah, I think the Dane was down. He was kneeling on the American that was already down. Oh, intercepting the flying knee with a kick. Looks like 4-2. USA just needs to get one fighter down to the ground to take the second round and stay alive in this gold medal match. They're trying to just crush that Dane down on the near side of your screen. And one will go down to the far side. That will end the round. Round 2 goes to USA. It is now tied 1-1. One more win for each country to take home the gold.
List number 4, please prepare after list. Germany 1 and Ukraine 1.
So both teams get a little bit time to rest, but the stakes are high. We are fighting here for the gold medal in the men's 5v5s at the IMCF 2026 World Championship.
Yeah, if you are just coming in and have not seen this, this is the melees category. It is an elimination-based fight. You eliminate a fighter by making them make 3 points of contact with the ground. You can do so by tripping and throwing them or by hitting them so hard that you don't want to stay standing. However, you have to strike legal zones. You cannot hit the feet, back of the knees, groin, armpits, inside of the elbow, the neck, and you cannot thrust with your weapon. So during your takedowns, you must make sure you keep your weapon off of the neck as well. Here we go, round 3 could be the deciding round of this match.
Over here in the crowd, shouting out Denmark again.
And you can see the one Dane there trying to cheer on the crowd as well.
Really supporting the local home team here, and
here we go, round 3 begins. You see the runners in the middle looking for an opportunity for a fighter that's maybe not paying attention so they can flank them. This first takedown may be the deciding takedown. If someone can get one clean as an American gets a Dane in an awkward spot, he's bent right over. He goes down, but so does the American. Oh, the Dane goes down. The Americans are up 1. Americans rushing over. 4-3 in favor of the American team. Oh, the Dane trying to get a takedown, nearly goes down himself. Denmark really needing a clean takedown here and needing one soon, or the Americans are just going to grind them out. Some big, heavy swings with those axes. Oh, a stop being called here between those fighters. American being sat. I think he has a one-handed axe. He was swinging with both hands, possibly. All right, here we go. 3-2 as another Dane had gone down. Oh, the American almost going down. Denmark nearly equalizing this match. Still close. The advantage in numbers to the Americans. Denmark not out of this. Winner of this round wins gold. Denmark wanting to do so on home soil. You see the Americans just chopping away with those big heavy falchions. Those are solid swords. Everything here made of real steel. Oh, Denmark stepping away, nearly having a clean takedown there. That would have been huge. Still 3-2 for the Americans. The Americans can also just wait out the 5-minute round timer. They have the numerical advantage. Oh, the American trying to get the Dane down on the ground. Has to give up the takedown. You can see how tired all of these fighters are. Oh, one of the Danes does go down. USA wins the gold. Hard-fought match between both teams. Denmark coming up just short on home soil.
What a cheering up there from the USA team. Bringing home gold in the men's 5v5s here on the World Championship 2026.
Fantastic fight from both sides. Great spirit shown. But the Americans gonna take home gold. Denmark gonna have to settle for silver. I believe it was Poland that we saw win the bronze earlier. You see the fighters hugging it out, congratulating each other on a well-fought match.
Yeah, we even go 3 rounds here. This is a pretty evenly match.
Well, that will do it for the men's melees in the 5v5 category. We will have more categories later, but still lots of longsword action for you. That will do it for myself this morning. I will going to take a step away, take a break. I believe I'm going to be passing it off to my fellow countryman, Justin, here. He's going to take over. He knows a little more about the longsword duels than I am. But we will leave you in the hands of Felix and Justin.
Yeah, as long as Kelly is taking a break, I'm here.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
to stop due to a rule break when there's only about 3 seconds left in the round. So they stop it, and then they resume for 3 seconds and stop again.
3 seconds can up to make 3 points if you're fast.
They definitely can. And we still do have a couple other fights going on in the other lists, I believe. We can get over to one of those while we wait for these guys to resume, unless every fighter seems to be in between rounds right now.
I can read in live chat. The melee instincts start kicked in. This can happen that some fighters are also fighting in the melees and also competing in duels at the same time. So you have a different moveset for each category, which you need to separate during the different duels.
I do see in the top left of the screen an Italian fighter getting ready to start. Oh no, he's walking out of the list. As we wait for round 2 of America versus Wales.
We have here America just resting, focusing and waiting for the round to start here. Both fighters give the fighters salute. Wales really closing in here on America.
Really good trade. Both fighters swinging and blocking with perfect form. And
nice shots there from Wales to the American arms. Oh, America get caught up there in the chainmail of the Wales fighter, but immediately managed to hit back on his helmet there.
they seem to be just trading here. The Welsh going for the American's forearms and the American answering with headshots.
Ooh,
American goes for some pommels. There didn't seem to be a lot of acceleration behind those pommel strikes, though. It seemed that he was almost just pushing his head with the pommel. That'll be up to the points counters to decide if they're going to count those ones.
We see America hitting for those long distance shots, trying to keep their balance, and pommel striking on Wales there.
There's some good pommel strikes, and the whistle's called to end round 2.
Pommel strikes are also worth 1 point, and we hit here Italy, and which seems to be Denmark here.
The Denmark with quite the nice helmet here.
Beautiful close helmet here for Denmark. You don't see it very often. Mostly seen on reenactment. Not that very often here in the full contact duels. Nice exchange here from both sides.
Oh, big hit from the Italian.
You definitely felt that. You can see his neck a little bit snapping on the left there. Strong push here from Denmark to Italy. Italy countering there on the lower side of the Danish fighter. Nice shot there from Denmark to Italy. Italy rotating Denmark there. Getting some decent shots in here on his body.
Good combo there from Italy. He goes from the body to the shoulder to the head.
Denmark now mostly blocking, trying to engage. And getting
Italy.
some shots in here from Italy.
Really good fast hits to the bicep while the Danish fighter raises his arms up. And Italy getting some other good body shots in.
And we hit the end of the round here.
The
fighters give
Danish fighter shaking his head. I think he knows he fell behind in some points there.
Yeah.
Really good fight from both of them. That was an extremely skilled fight. The Italian, though, really capitalizing on some openings from the Danish fighter.
Yeah, really giving a counterattack every second now. And I can see, I think the cornermen of the Danish fighter are fixing some of his armor here. While we have a decision on USA. And USA takes the win here between USA and Wales.
We are still in some of our what we call our pool fights here. So we just have all the fighters just going back to back to back. And once enough countries have been eliminated due to losses, then we will move into our quarter, semi, and finalist rounds.
We're back here at Italy versus Denmark. And I must say, beautiful armor Denmark is there wearing. Really put out their best suit for the World Championship in their home country here. And we witness the fight is about to restart here.
And we have some information from the YouTube live chat. Thank you from In the Shadow. It says the Italian fighter is Max Frey. The Italian fighter Max going up against our fighter from Denmark here. If anyone knows the name of the Danish fighter, please let us know.
Denmark quickly getting stuck in the tabard of the Italian fighter. Of Max tabard. But now counter-attacking here on Max, and Max dodging some strikes here from the Danish fighter. Strongly countering here some strikes. And now delivering some strong blows to Denmark. Denmark is shaking his head. Maybe he felt it through his helmet. Denmark here circling around Italy.
The Italian fighter has some explosive strikes. You can see he's just sit still. Oh, very good reach around to the back of the head.
Also really hurt. I don't know how good the padding in the close helmet is, but you definitely feel those hits from Italy here.
Yeah, the Danish fighter is probably happy he's decided to opt for some heavy armor, because like we saw with some of the pro fights and Sword and Shield the other day, the Brazilian fighters were opting for minimal armor.
Minimal protection and maximum speed there.
I would be interested to see what the Brazilians have brought for their armor in their longsword fighters. If they've gone similar route as the Sword and Shield fighters, I hope they don't have to face this Italian, because they are going to have some arms that are in a lot of pain if he gets some good strikes on them.
You can see the Danish fighter arresting, getting pulled out of his close helmet, and what might seems to be a beautiful recreation of historical armor, like some reenactment kind of armor. Mostly we don't see this usually that often here. We mostly see sports optimized armor like most of the other competitors are wearing. And we have a decision here on Italy versus Denmark, and the winner is Max Frey from Italy. He's taking the win home in this duel section here.
Congratulations to the Italian fighter, Max. He did an amazing job there. Just every opportunity he had, the Danish fighter was raising his arms to get ready for some head strikes, and he just decided, well, if you're going to put your arms up, I'll hit you in the forearm, I'll hit you in the bicep, I'll hit you in the elbow. And before the Danish fighter could even think about throwing his first strike, he had already given up 3 points.
If I could give style points here in this category, which I can't, I would give the Danish fighter at least 5 here.
Well, we do have another Denmark versus Italy. These are two different fighters than the ones we just witnessed, but still Denmark versus Italy nonetheless.
And here we see also the variation. The new Danish fighter has a big chunky armor with heavy big pauldrons here on the side and a wolf rib visor.
Yeah, both of these fighters using wolf ribs as opposed to the last two fighters using more closed-in helms. Better vision and breathing in the wolf ribs, but these guys coming out really fast here.
Really fast exchanges from both fighters here. Oh, the Danish fighter is really at tremendous speed here. Really trying to make up for that loss in the other round here for Denmark here. Danish fighter going very aggressively on Italy, but Italy counters here. Both fighters waiting for an opportunity, but the Danish are lightning fast here. Italy managed to block these hits.
And yes, we do have a no stabbing rule. I saw a comment from YouTube there. There's no stabbing allowed. This IMCF and other
armored combat tournaments are a no stabbing rule, because this would immediately injure or even kill some of the athletes, and we cannot do that.
If you just look at the helmets there, you could easily see the tip of the longsword could just get in there. Here we have Canada versus Canada, or Canada versus Quebec, rather. Our Canadian fighter, Scott, doing a great job here. Giving up a couple points to the leg, but now he's just bullying the Frenchman from Quebec.
The kicking Canadian here.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. The kicking Canadian. Kicking Canuck, rather. The marshals, I think, just telling them to calm it down a bit. The Quebec fighter went for some leg shots, and Scott just said, screw it, I'll hit you in the head and I'll kick you in the chest. Quebec going for those body shots again, and Scott, and now Quebec getting a good number of leg strikes, and Scott going for another kick and a big strike to the head, gets another quick one as he steps back.
Quebec definitely felt it, and now really strong strike here from Canada to Quebec. And we hit the end of this round there. Meanwhile, we are back at Scotland, at Denmark versus Italy here. Both fighters has tremendous speed here. Denmark feints.
Good combo from the Danish fighter, but the Italian able to get good defense in. Both of them trading some strikes now. Italy goes in. They're both just trading defensive blows.
Denmark just pointing out on something, like on some broken armor. And the Italian fighter getting sent back to the corner, maybe for a repair on their gauntlet. Which happen very often here during longsword fights, that your gauntlets maybe get damaged.
Yeah, if you're going to fight in longsword, you definitely want to get some good gauntlets. You do not give points to your opponents when you get struck in the hand, but due to the fact that you have to block with your sword, sometimes while raising your sword to defend, your hands do take a lot of strikes in longsword.
Very strong strikes here from Denmark to Italy. Italy answering with some sniping strikes there from his longsword.
Italy doing a really good job. Triple trade from both of them there. Denmark going for the body, Italy going for the head.
Denmark just resting here. Just enormous props to both fighters, especially to the Danish fighter, being that flexible and that fast in his heavy, big armor there.
Yeah, those are some pretty big shoulder pauldrons. When it comes to longsword, you have to raise both your arms up pretty frequently for guarding your head or even just swinging from above. So putting something that heavy on your shoulders is definitely going to take a lot of stamina to keep moving that way.
And we are back at Quebec versus Canada here.
They're just trading blows. Canada going for the head, Quebec going for the leg. Canada trying to throw another kick. Doesn't connect too strong there. Now they're getting caught up in a clinch. Canadian with a body shot. They're getting tied up in a wrestling match here now. The marshals are going to count to 3 and then separate them.
Clinchers are broken after 3 seconds here in the dual sections. We want the fight to progress and not to be clinched out.
Yeah, these duels are striking matches. They're not like the pro fights where they get points for throwing. And
we have a hook here from Quebec, which is actually illegal. And I think we'll now get a warning from the marshal there.
That might be a yellow card for the Quebec fighter. If you get 2 yellow cards, you will be disqualified from the tournament, I believe.
You are not allowed to hook another weapon or to trap actively another weapon here. And in the fight is proceeding between Canada and Quebec here. And Canada immediately striking, and also Quebec striking and getting some leg shots there in. Canada maybe trying for a kick, pushing Quebec into the corner, giving him a hard pommel strike on the helmet there.
Quebec just getting some really fast strikes in on the Canadian's leg, though. I'm not sure. Some of them seem to be really fast with not a lot of wind-up.
They're now resting, overbending Quebec over the list here, pushing him into the corner.
And the marshals are going to call time on that round.
Quebec is already in his corner, just in the perfect spot for resting.
He just said, here, we're about to finish the round. I'll just put you back in your corner. Yeah. That one's going to be a close call. The Canadian definitely dominating in some of the more aggressive natures of the fight, but it's really about strikes and points, while the Quebec fighter was just going for those really quick strikes low to the leg, while the Canadian trying to bully him around with the high-up strikes to the head.
And we have a decision here between Denmark and
Italy coming out on top. Congratulations to Italy. That one could have gone either way from what I saw. The Danish fighter, really fast strikes, especially for his size and the amount of armor he's wearing there. So big props to both fighters. They both brought their A game to that one.
The Danish fighter is a huge speed monster there. So we have a decision here on Quebec versus Canada in longsword.
We're just waiting for the fighters to get their helmets off. We'll bring them to the center in the list. Marshall patiently waiting to announce the winner. You see the big smile on the Quebec fighter's face. They both had a lot of fun here. And Scott from Canada coming out on top.
Canada takes home another victory here.
For our European viewers who may not be too invested in the Canadian lifestyle, Quebec is just a province of Canada. They are the only French colony within Canada, so they have decided to represent themselves instead of being a part of the rest of Team Canada. That all the power to them. That just means more Canadians with more chances for us to bring home medals for our country.
And we're back here at Australia versus England here. Both fighters pushing strongly on each other, trying to maybe get a pommel strike in here. Strong blow here from the English fighter to the Australian fighter. Australia sniping here on the shoulder of the English. Having a really long stance here. Bringing her weapon forward. Trying to get a snipe attack there on the English, but the English counters here. And we hit the end of the round, which must have been woman's longsword here.
Yeah, we just cut in about halfway through that round. But some good strikes coming out from both fighters. The Australian really putting in some heavy combos. I'm not sure if this was round 1 or round 2. Once again, we do have, I think, 4 lists going on simultaneously, so we can't cover every fight all at once. But every fight is being recorded, so they will be uploaded for your viewing pleasure later on. We just don't have the ability to showcase every fight all at the same time with only one active stream. We had a question here in the YouTube chat. Are there Asian countries participating? Yes, we do have China here. China being the only Asian country participating in this year's IMCF World Finals.
So we're here back at Australia versus England in the longsword females. Strong kick there from the Australian fighter to the English. Both fighters getting tied up in the middle with their hilts.
Both
and
fighters
decided on pushing on each other. Pommel blow there from the English fighter, followed by a counter attack to the Australian.
Australia goes for a shot on the arms, but the English getting their sword in the way. Now they're just stuck in a clinch fighting each other, and Australia goes for a strike as they step back, barely glancing the English fighter's helmet.
Both fighters pushing. Nice strike there from Australia to the English helmet here. Counter attack from the English and now pushing on Australia here. Nice block there from both sides here. And we nearly hit the end of the time mark here on this round. And
Marshall's calling time. While these fighters go back, we'll take a second here to answer some questions from the YouTube comments. We saw one where, are you allowed to wear samurai armor? Absolutely yes, as long as it meets our minimum safety requirements, and it also has a historical reference. You can wear samurai armor. And then there are USA and Mexico teams. Mexico not here this year, but USA is. As we cut over to Ireland versus Ukraine, both of these fighters incredibly fast fighting. Ukrainian going low for a lot of leg strikes, while the Irish fighter doing his best to step back. He's constantly on the back foot with the Ukrainian pushing forward.
Both fighters really chasing another round in the list, delivering some strong strikes, making a huge amount of points here. And now, after this intensive fight, they need... Oh!
Yeah, the...
Nearly a sword loose there by the Irish fighter there, but he catches this now. Trying to block most of the Ukrainian leg strikes there, but didn't manage to catch it all. And now we hit the time break here of the first round.
The Irish fighter he looked like he was struggling to find a way to properly answer the Ukrainians' leg aggression. Ukrainian just charging forward, just repeated strikes to the leg as the Irish fighter was on the back foot, trying to answer with some strikes to the head. And we have Australia winning against England. Big congratulations to Australia in their women's longsword division fight. We do have some more comments here. We have someone asking, where is Sweden? Sweden is here. They just aren't currently fighting. Every country can send 2 competitors per category, so Sweden may or may not have entered any fighters into longsword, but they were definitely representing in some sword and shield and in the group fight categories yesterday.
Yes, today we are fighting longsword, and we have also the next day sword and buckler, and also the triathlon category. And here we're back at Ukraine versus Ireland. Ukraine very aggressively here, putting some decent shots on the Irish fighter here.
The fighter from Ireland needing to just answer with more strikes to the head as the Ukrainian goes low. it's very difficult to block leg strikes with a longsword. I think the best bet is to just exchange strikes to the head. And
Exchange strike to the head, or just going back and pommeling and countering on the head is always a good decision. But it's easier said than done.
You can strike faster if you alternate left-right if you've got the right technique. So while the Ukrainian is swinging like a baseball bat for the Irishman's leg, the Irish fighter can alternate left-right on the head. It is a bit of a chess match, though. There isn't always an exact right answer to answer an opponent's aggression. The Ukrainian seemed to just be sticking to those leg strikes for both of their rounds, though.
And we're hitting here Belgium versus England. England very fast on their feet, circling around Belgium here. Trying to get a leg strike in. Belgium very aggressively here, hitting England in the leg, getting some points. England counter-attacking there on Belgium, right ahead. Nice helmet shots there from England, delivering to the Belgian fighter. And now both fighters keep pushing with their heels. Some points here made from England. Oh, strong blow here from both sides. I don't know if you can hear this, but you can hear this. The clashing sound of swords here. Metal on metal, just pure strength. Nice dodge there from the English. And Belgian managed to get a shot there on the English arm harness. Just countering on the leg armor. England just now in their defense, maybe knowing she's a few points ahead and not trying to get in now. And there we hit the end of the round. A very, very close match and well fought from both fighters here.
Yes, as Felix was saying there, if a fighter is able to keep track of their points versus how many points their opponents have scored against them, if they're aware enough to have that internal counter while they're fighting, they know they're up on points, they can switch to fighting defensively. Congratulations to Ireland for coming out against Ukraine. Goes for a hug, and the Ukrainian stepping away from him there. I'm not sure if you saw, though. It is hard to see in these helmets. You may not have seen his opponent coming to congratulate. As we pan back, just waiting for more fights to start. But like we were saying earlier, if you do know that you're up on points and you've got a good internal counter for yourself, you can just switch to playing defensively and let your opponent tire themselves out while you just maintain your points and maybe just focus on counter strikes.
And here we have Brazil in the list, and on the other side Germany. Right now on screen we have Belgium again in the second round with England in the women's longsword division here. England delivering some decent blows. A kick from Belgium to the English fighter here.
That kick not connecting too much. The English fighter stepping back just in time.
Nice shots there from the Belgium fighter. Mostly blocking most of the English hits there. You can block with the hilt of your sword or with your blade. Hits only count if they're struck with the edge of your blade on the opponent with a decent amount of force. Nice attempted kick there from the Belgian fighter. Nice hits there from England on the Belgium, and both fighters are now trying to get some points in here for the rest of the round. We only have a couple of seconds left in here.
And we hit time.
We hit the time limit. You can see both fighters getting tired as the time progresses in the list here. Even hitting the dirt sometimes when they misses their opponent. And as you can see, we are on a perfectly cloudy day here at Spøttrup Borg in Denmark at the IMCF 2026 World Championship, currently running the longsword discipline here. And here we see Brazil tangled up with that chainmail on Germany. Oh no. Oh no, I think this is Belgium. Yeah, both two knights tangled up with that chainmail. The Brazilian captain, Brazilian even laughing at this. How can this ever happen here? We have two knights connected with that chainmail eventails on each other. And they are giving an excellent tool to just rip them apart and stomping them apart. Ladies and gentlemen, I've never seen this before, but hey, there's a first time for everything. We just witnessed, now we get a quick repair on the Brazilian fighter here, who was tangled up in the chainmail of the Belgium fighter here. Nearly stuck both helmets to them. And now a quick repair sessions later, we're able to continue the fight with two separate fighters here. I'm reading in the comment section here on the live stream on YouTube. Some of the outfits are cool. Yes, these are the national turbans, the national colors of our athletes competing for their land here. We have Belgium here on the side. And now Brazil actually entering the list, walking unfortunately off camera right now. We try to get a better angle in just a couple of seconds here.
We have some comments asking about a tapping sound. We do apologize for that. We have some of our cameras out there. I believe
the technicians are already working on it.
Yeah, they're working on getting it fixed, so please bear with us for now. And just stick around. You can turn the volume down if you're okay to miss out on the commentary, if the tapping is annoying, but we will get it addressed pretty soon. So we do have our apologies for that. But it looks like we have our next fighters getting ready. Slovakia versus Austria. While they're waiting to get ready, we'll cut back over to Belgium versus Germany.
Very strong blow here from both fighters. Germany really at immense speed, but Belgium managed to keeping up with the German speed here. Strong blows there from Belgium to Germany. Germany countering that Belgium strike there. Trying to get a pommel strike in, giving a tapping sound there, giving a bending Belgium over the list now.
If they stay locked up for more than 3 seconds, the marshals will pull them apart. The German getting his sword stuck in the Belgian's arms there. The marshal giving the German a warning. I don't think that was intentional. German giving a quick apology to the Belgian. And they're resuming the fight here. German fighter definitely has a little bit of a height advantage here, and you can see he's really just advancing on the Belgian. Belgian fighter actually deciding to advance a little bit of his own there. Both fighters running out of energy here, and they're slowing down and they're stopping the fight. That is it for round one.
And we cut back to Slovakia versus Austria here in the women's section here. The Slovakian fighter must be named Barbara here, and the Austrian fighter. As already, if you know the name of the competitors, feel free to leave it in the live chat here. Strong blow here from both fighters there. Austria coming very strong here on Slovakia. But no strike to be left unanswered by Slovakia here. A kick from Slovakia to the Austrian fighter there.
Once again, kicks aren't worth points, but you still can kick to throw your opponent off balance, which will give you an opportunity to follow up with some sword strikes. Fighter from Austria has shown some great combos so far. Slovakian keeping their defense up really well. Both fighters trading hits to the head there. Great body movement from Austria. The Slovakian goes for a body shot. The Austrian dodges just in time, and they're going to call it for round one, I believe, of their fight.
And we are back at Germany versus Belgium here in that second round. Hard blow there from Germany to Belgium, followed by some light long distance shots here. Belgium counterattacks on Germany there, trying to engage Germany, but Germany dodges, is too far ahead for the strike from Belgium. Nice kick there from Belgium, being unanswered by the big German guy here, who just tanks it.
German tries to throw a kick of his own. Belgian with some good footwork stepping back.
No kicks into the middle groin section there. Maybe this was a little low here. It's coming off with a warning for the marshal. One warning there.
As we can tell, the German, I don't think, was intending to kick him in the groin.
And he apologizes immediately for that.
I've been there before where you go for a high kick and your opponent steps back and your foot falls short, and on your foot's way down, it grazes the groin.
Oh,
there's a lot of
pommel strike there from Germany.
There's a really good pommel followed up into a strike to the side of the head. And that's time for Germany versus Belgium. In the background, too, you can see we had Brazil versus Belgium, and they are getting their helmets off. We got back to the women's Austria versus Slovakia.
Strong blows there from both sides here. Austria really making some points there. Slovakia disengages. And this is the end of the round here. Very well fought from both female fighters here. Slovakia resting. And is kind of wearing another type of armor. More like an Eastern armor with some bezel bands there. And a ponytail on the helmet though.
And our winner is Germany.
Well fought to the German fighter Chris von Beveren here, who made his club Bellator Noctis very proud here.
And you must know some of these Germans personally, Felix. I know you fought as representing Germany in the IMCF in the past, have you not?
Yeah, I was in the past representing Germany as a duelist in the longsword and in the sword and shield category. And I also do duels in Germany, and I know some of the German clubs and of the German fighters. And so far, the scene in Germany for dueling is strong with, at the moment, 3 dueling schools there. And maybe one day Germany is up to defeat the Polish people who were dominating the last days here at every dueling category.
I am excited to see how the Polish do in longsword. I haven't been able to see them duel yet today, but they really blew my mind in the pro fights and the sword and shields.
And we have a third round here between Slovakia and Austria here. Both fighters still very light on their feet here. Austria getting tangled up in the arm of Slovakia. Slovakia answering some counter attacks here, pushing Austria away. Austria hitting the dirt with the sword. Slovakia is too far ahead, and now both fighters get tangled up here. Austria uses this opportunity to get some points in on Slovakia there.
That was a really great movement from Austria as they were tangled up, breaking her sword free, wrapping around for a head, followed up by the thigh shot. Really
Nice
big
shots
shoulder
there.
chop.
Austria really got some points there. Really used that split second. You can see Slovakia catching its breath. Try to pushing Austria there, getting those points back from Austria.
Austria doing the same combo we just saw earlier, going from the clinch into the left side of the head down to the right thigh.
Very nice match here, but we are in the third round. The third rounds are only worth 30 seconds of time here. And we will have to wait if we have another rematch or if we have a decision here on the women's longsword fight between Austria and Slovakia.
Now, I'm not the one who calls the winner. If I had to guess based on what I saw there, I think Austria might be winning that one. But there could have been things that the points counter saw that I didn't. I wasn't keeping an exact count. We've got the Slovakian fighter taking her helmet off. The Austrian just sitting there staring menacingly with her helmet on.
Just some helmets have unique looks.
Yeah, sometimes she might have a smile on under that helmet. The helmet itself definitely gives a bit of an aggressive look.
We have Slovakia already in the middle of the list without her helmet. So the female fighter's name must be here Barbara. If you know the fighter's name of the Austrian girl, please tell us. So we have both fighters turn around, and the winner is Austria is taking here another win. Well fought match, well fought on both sides here. And we're switching to Poland versus Wales here. Wales in the black tabard with a yellow cross, and Poland in the pure red here.
Now, Poland absolutely dominated pro fight and men's sword and shield. So we'll see how they do with longsword. The Welsh fighter pushing in, not accomplishing too much, just advancing forward while the Poland fighter strikes him in the head. Poland going around for some more head strikes. Wales getting a good guard up, but Poland throwing a great combo in to get around with some strikes. Wales swinging and missing, but quickly to raise his sword for a good defense. Great counter from Poland there. And the marshals are going to call time on that one.
And we have a short break here. And we have an information on the fight between Poland versus Austria. The name of the Austrian fighter is Amelie Oehlinger. And she won the gold medal winner from yesterday in the women's sword and shield category. So we have a great duelist here.
And I did see a comment earlier saying, why not just blunt the tips and then allow thrusting? For your information, the tips are already blunted. There's nothing sharp about these swords. In case you didn't know, a metal sword, blunt or not, would very much hurt if it was thrust into your face. So we still have a strict no thrusting rule. And we've tried 100 different ways to work around it to potentially allow thrusts, and the sport's been around for over 10 years. At this point, we've just decided it's not something we want to do, and I don't think it will ever be added.
And we're back here at the women's longsword between Poland and Brazil, and Brazil getting caught up in the tablet of Poland, and Poland immediately takes some kind of pommel shots there and headshots there with their blade. Poland just have a huge advantage on points now here. Brazil really have to make up for this in this round.
Yeah, the Polish fighter doing an amazing job there. She caught the Brazilian sword up high, locked it up, and was able to just get a series of great strikes. As soon as she lost the ability to strike in the torso, she switched to the pommel strikes. What an incredible job.
So we hit the end of the round here. And we switch back to Poland versus Wales here. Poland ready to counter and getting a back shot there on Wales. It seems to be fine here. Oh, Poland very strong. Very hard.
And down goes Wales. I'm not sure what happened there. Polish fighter trying to help his opponent up.
Very great sportsmanship and nitro here from the Polish fighter, making sure his opponent is fine and even helping him up. I love this sport. This is the kind of sportsmanship you see at the most brutal sports here, where every opponent is hugging each other after the fight, even if in the melees.
Oh yeah, it's just great to see. The effect that these guys do so much to basically injure each other, and then immediately once the whistle is blown, they're like, okay, I don't want to injure you anymore. I just want to give you a nice big hug. And I love to see it. Sportsmanship and camaraderie is what we're all about here in Buhurt, and we've done a good job. I know in Canada, and I know a lot of the other countries as well, have just put in a lot of work to make sure that our fighters have lots of respect for one another. Congratulations to Poland coming out on the top of the duel against Wales there. If we look over to the far side, yes, here we go. We're going back to Poland versus Brazil. Brazil getting some good leg shots in. Poland goes for a pommel strike, but not enough acceleration. I don't think that one would have counted.
Poland
now they're
really
just trading. Poland going for the head. Brazil going for the leg.
Oh, Poland giving some pommel strikes there to the Brazilian fighter. Getting some other points there, and we hit the end of the second round here. I think I might be clear if I say this round maybe goes for Poland, but we have to wait for an official decision from the marshals here.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for more fights, we even have another question from YouTube. Where do you even get the armor? Armor you can buy from a good number of our sponsors, actually. If you're here in Denmark at the tournament, there is Lemberg Armor selling armor here.
We have Fabri Armorum, Soft Warrior Sparta for great Soft Warrior Kit, Age of Craft, Viking Jewelry, Lemberg Armor, Gohurt Medieval, Shieldmaker.eu, and Historicum.
The other one on screen there, we have the Armor Workshop from Pavlo Kozak in Ukraine. Just a personal shout out to him. He's making me a helmet right now. And we have Poland winning against Brazil. Big congrats to Poland. I believe that fighter there, I don't know her name with the red hair. I think she brought home a medal for Poland in the women's sword and shield.
I think it was Katarina. And we have back here, we are at, I can see it, it's
the the French flag is blocking our view, but we have France versus England, an age-old rivalry, and France pushing the English fighter down.
There we see the age-old rivalry taking place.
The marshal giving the French fighter a bit of a warning there.
But I think it was a pommel push there on the English fighter.
Yeah, from my view here, it didn't look like anything illegal. You are
And
allowed to strike with the pommel
We
of your
see the
sword.
French fighter apologizing here to the English fan. The English fighter is very exhausted, so maybe he just went into poor balance and just tripped over him while France was pushing him with his pommel, which is allowed to push someone or to pommel strike.
The marshal's just talking about whether or not they're going to card the fighter. Now we're switching over to longsword.
And we have Canada and Ukraine here.
This is women's longsword. The Canadian fighter Bailey. If anybody knows the name of our Ukrainian fighter, let us know.
Oh, both are fast as lightning here, especially Canada, delivering some strong blows there to Ukraine.
Yes, Bailey from British Columbia. She is probably the fastest female fighter I've ever seen in the longsword category. She's got insane speed, really good footwork. And you can see her getting the Ukrainian there with a counter-strike as they break out of that clinch. Ukrainian doing a great job of putting up some great resistance. Bailey with a couple consecutive strikes to the head as the Ukrainian goes for some leg strikes. Ukrainian getting a good shot on the Canadian's forearm. Bailey with another series of strikes to the head.
Nice rows of shots there from both sides. And now as the round finished, you can see both fighters greeting to each other and are grateful for the pause when they hit the second round.
A little bit of hesitation there. They both gave each other a quick little bow, and they were wondering, do we hug? Do we not? I don't know. They just go back to their corners for now.
Here we can see both fighters taking a break with their visors raised up to get in some fresh air in and maybe some water.
Yeah, most of this armor weighs about 30 to 40 kilograms. For our American viewers, that is about 70 to 90 pounds.
I think in the dual section it might be a bit lighter, up to down 20 kilograms, which is also heavy.
Oh, it's still, yeah, very heavy. As well as the gambeson, the padded layer that they wear underneath.
And we are back here at Quebec versus Scotland. Quebec pommeling on the Scottish helmet here. Scotland resisting and putting Quebec, driving him into the corner, trying to push him back.
The fighter from Quebec looking like he's wearing quite the heavy kit of armor. Nice quick head snipe from the Quebec fighter, and that's time for their first round. We're going to switch back over to Canada versus Ukraine. The women's longsword. Great exchange from both fighters. Canadian going for head strikes while Ukrainian goes for the body shots. They're both just trading blows here. Ukrainian gets an extra one in as the Canadian steps back, and now they're just going back to trades. Both fighters taking a step back, trying to catch their breath, but the Canadian moves in. Canadian goes for a single headshot. Ukrainian answers with 2 to the leg.
Very well fought on both sides. You need to be at least 2 points ahead of your opponent that your victory counts. Otherwise, you will get another third round. Third rounds are shorter than the normal rounds. The normal round with 60 seconds and the third round with 30 seconds. As also as the fourth round. And if we should go to a fifth round, is a sudden death. So the first hits count.
I was very impressed with the display of skill from the Ukrainian fighter there. I have seen Bailey from Canada fight numerous times in Canadian tournaments, and she always comes out on top. I've yet to see one of our Canadian women beat her in anything. So she's definitely our top contender for women's longsword from our country. And we have Scotland versus Quebec. The marshals separating them as they get tied up in their clinch for a little too long.
Nice shots there from Quebec on the Scottish helmet here.
And Scottish fighter getting some good head strikes in as he steps away. Quebec going low, Scotland stepping back, and they're going to tie up in another clinch. They both go for a strike as they step out, but both of them are able to block it. Both fighters trading blows now. Good shot to the body from Quebec as the final seconds run out in that round.
A successful strikes only counts if you hit with the edge of the sword and with both hands on your longsword. Slashes with only one hand on your longsword doesn't count here. So we're doing a quick ad break to hear some words from our sponsors. We'll be right back in a minute. Just stay tuned.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now. Back right at Italy versus Wales here in the men's longsword category. Both fighters waiting for the move. Italy always delivered some strong blows here. Wales trying to get behind Italy's blade, but Italy counters it and blocks most of the strikes. Now counter-attacking on Wales' helmet, and we hit the end of this round here.
Yeah, some really good counter strikes from Italy there. As we saw, the Welsh fighter struggling to get around his guard, and then he immediately sniping those forearms from the Welsh fighter. And we cut back over to Canada versus Germany. This is women's longsword. We have one of my local fighters here, Alexa from Canada.
And on the German side, we have Dani on the longsword.
And I say local, as local to myself back in Canada, but not local to Denmark, is where we are here at Spøttrup Borg, the castle in northwestern Denmark.
And we see both fighters tangle up in a push here. Germany getting some points here on Canada, but Canada answers back and getting a long shot here on the German helmet.
German fighter with some big overhand swings to the head. That was a great fight. We cut in just at the end of it, so we didn't get to see the full round. But it looked like both fighters were able to score some good, significant points on each other.
It looks like Canada had a special sword there. Yeah, it's a sword. Kind of looks like a HEMA sword with a shield on the sides of the blade. And we are switching back to Italy versus Wales. Italy counter-attacking on the Wales attack. Giving some points on the helmet. Some really decent points here.
Really good series of strikes to the helmet from the Italian fighter. The Welsh fighter is going to have to make up for those lost points, but while all of these fighters have been really good here today, there we go. Wales able to answer with a series of strikes to the head, but the Italian not letting those leg strikes phase him whatsoever. He just decides to follow it up with strikes to the shoulder and the head of the Welsh fighter. Another good series of quick strikes to the head.
Just look at this tremendous speed from the Italian he brought on here.
Yeah, the fighter from Italy showing some incredible striking speed. I do think Italy's going to be coming out on top, but that's not up for me to decide. It is up to the marshals. You see all our people around the list there in yellow. They are all of our support staff, our referees, and our points counters.
In the top left of the list, we have the fight continuing between Germany and Canada in the women's longsword division.
Yes, I do see what you're saying there, Felix, with the Canadian fighter's sword. It does look a little bit like a HEMA sword.
Both fighters tangle up, trying to push each other. Strong bros there from Canada to the German helmet here. Both fighters holding the ground, being in a defensive state, and Germany rushes in on Canada, delivering some blows there. Pushes Canada into the corner, overbending her over the list, and we hit the end of the time mark here. And yeah, most of the fighters here I know also have their roots in another combat sports or European sorts like HEMA for historical European martial arts, and then decided they want to armor up and really smack hard and fight, so they decided to do armored combat instead.
Yeah, I do not think Alexa does HEMA. I'm not quite sure where she got her sword. It does still look like a Buhurt capable sword, and we have the end of Wales versus Italy. Marshall's about to announce the winner. And our winner is
Italy!
Congratulations to Italy. Really well fought from both of them, but the Italian fighter just with incredible speed. He's going to be hard to beat. I see him definitely going to the finals.
Yeah, me too.
And just some extra celebration from the Italian fighter, pumping his fist in the air.
Yeah, we'll get a lot of pizza in the evening when the fights are done.
Coming into the list next, we have Belgium versus Ukraine, I believe.
Belgium just knocking his visor by himself down.
And the Ukrainian standing around. He needs to head over to his own side of the list. I'm not sure what they're doing right now. They still are waiting for marshals to get things started, and they're being directed to his own corner. Belgian fighter standing in his own. I still see our Canadian fighter Alexa standing over there in her corner. Looks like they're waiting for the marshals to decide. And we do have a marshal getting them to take helmets off, so we do have a winner between Canada and Germany in the women's longsword. You can see in the top side. I think that was Germany. I couldn't quite...
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, the camera cut over last second.
We have a comment here in the YouTube comments section says that Alexa also started HEMA and prefers the HEMA swords over the Buhurt blades. Although this sword must be Buhurt legal or armored combat legal due to every weapon needs to be weapon checked before the tournament.
Yes, absolutely. Standard HEMA sword would not be allowed here, but I believe she just has one that mimics the look of a HEMA sword. And here we go with Belgium versus Ukraine. Both of them coming in really strong. The Belgian fighter advancing upon the Ukrainian.
Yeah, the Ukrainian really stepping back here. Belgium tries to catch up. Need to get their sword tangled up here. Belgian fighter rushes in on the Ukrainian and trying to push him into the corner of the list. But now Belgium tries to get a counter-attack here, which is answered by the Ukrainian fighter. Nice shot there from the Ukrainian fighter to the arms of the Belgium fighter there. Belgium is putting some counter-attacks in there. As now some nice counter-attacks here from the Ukraine. Getting the sword cut up a short moment into the list and into this opponent. But giving it... Catching his guard now. Nice dodge there from Ukrainian. Dodging the blade of the Belgium fighter.
And the marshals are going to call that for the end of their first round. Both fighters back to their side of the list. Their support staff going to help raise their visors, help them catch their breath. If you've never put a Buhurt helmet on before, it is really hard to maintain your breathing in those. You have to make sure that you are focusing on your breath and doing big, heavy exhales. You got to push all that carbon dioxide out of the helmet. Otherwise, it's like breathing into a paper bag. And if you're breathing in your own CO2, you're not going to get much oxygen to your muscles or your brain, and that's going to cause you to not perform very well in your fight. That's why you see, like our Ukrainian fighter, a lot of fighters opt for the wolf rib style helmet. You do put your face at a little bit of a risk. While we do have a no thrusting rule, you still can catch a sword into the cage of those wolf ribs by accident. But some fighters opt to put themselves at that bigger risk to give themselves better vision and better breathing during their fights here.
We previously saw some damage there on the Belgium tabard, getting torn apart at the back here. And so these are all real swords and real steel. They're all blunted, but this is a full contact sport here. And these are the top athletes here at the 2026 World Championship IMCF in Denmark. And we are about to witness the second round between Ukraine and Belgium here. Both fighters lightning fast. Ukraine really giving it all here. Giving some proper strikes on the Belgium fighter. But the Belgium answers and pushing Ukraine in the corner of the list here. Ukraine pushes back and trying to gain the upper hand here. But both fighters so far are now evenly matched. And Ukraine delivering very fast blows to the leg here. Belgium trying to put Ukraine back into the corner and trying to reach some counter-attacks here, but Ukraine just too fast, just disengaging from this grapple. And followed by another leg strike here. And Belgium just had enough and bent over Ukraine behind the list. But he needs to get some points in back there. He needs to start pushing on Ukraine and getting those points back. Oh, we saw a sword cut up there in the Belgium fighter. And the fight is about to recommence. And we see here in the second list, fight between Ukraine
and
the women's
France,
division.
I believe that looked like. But we're going to cut back over to finish watching the Belgium versus Ukraine fight. You've only got a couple seconds left. Ukrainian favoring the low strikes, and the marshals calling the time right there.
The low strikes are very, very exhausting. Just putting your whole body down and putting it back up in the armor must be very, very tiring.
It is hard to block leg strikes in longsword, but like Felix just said there, you're essentially making yourself do squats while wearing about 20 to 30 kilograms of armor.
Yeah, just two squatted squats.
So just,
armored squats, sorry.
Yeah, armored squats. While swinging the sword, you're using a lot more of your body's muscles, so you're going to tire yourself out pretty fast. But we can see in the top left corner, we'll see if we can get our cameras to pan back over there to Quebec versus Ukraine. And it looks like the first round of Quebec versus Ukraine comes to an end. You can see that in the top side of our screen as we cut back over to see our male Ukrainian fighter trying to catch his breath here. You can see he is really exhausted himself. He's breathing real heavy. This is quite the intense sport. It takes a lot of physical prowess to be good at what these guys do. We're just waiting on the final decision from the marshals to find out who won versus Ukraine and Belgium. We might have it go to a round 3. No, it looks like they do have a decision, so the Belgian fighter is going to take his helmet off. Coming to the center here, ready to announce, and our winner is Ukraine. Big congratulations to Ukraine there.
Very well fought for Ukraine there. Getting those victory in with those low leg snipes. And upcoming we have Ireland 1 and Sweden and Ukraine and Austria at the longsword discipline.
And we have Ireland here winning their round by default. It doesn't look like their opponent came to the fight. So Ireland getting a nice break there, able to take an extra rest without exerting much energy, moving on to future rounds.
I'm reading a comment in the live chat. Can you disarm their opponent? Not directly, but if your opponent loses his weapon during to any course, even to a very hard strike, you will get awarded 1 point for this. And this is counted as a disarm.
Yeah, you're not allowed to grab the sword and violently rip it out of their hands, but if you do, striking the hands doesn't count for points, but sometimes you can strike their hands and maybe cause some vibrations that cause them to lose their grip. That does count as a disarm, and you do get a point for that. But you're not allowed to disarm by force. It's either by your opponent's mistake or by just simply striking the hands.
And we are about to witness Austria versus Ukraine here in the longsword. Austria with a very wide stance and very defensive state here, as also is Ukraine here. Ukraine in blue and Austria in black with a red stripe. Nice disengage there from Austria. Strong blows there from Austria to the Ukrainian fighter. Ukraine answers with quick shots to the side of the Austrian fighter here.
The Austrian fighter, while taking those hits to the side, still answers with strikes to the Ukrainian's head. Both of them looking very evenly matched here. Austria goes for a forearm strike. Ukraine goes low. Good defense from Ukraine. Ukraine gets 2 to the leg. Austria goes to the head. Looks like the Ukrainian might have gotten up in points in that last exchange. The Austrian's going to have to answer with some more of his own. They both trade 3 strikes to the head for Austria, 3 strikes to the leg for Ukraine. Austria pushing in with some combos. Ukraine getting some in the shoulder. Austria swings and misses as they step apart. They're going for more. The Ukrainian fighters seem to really favor leg strikes. We've seen a couple of the Ukrainians fighting in longsword here, and they all seem to just really love striking their opponents in the thigh.
Yeah, they're really going for points this round, not really blocking each other out, just scoring more than their opponent. It's a way to win, but the more beautiful duels are there where you actively block.
We have a question here in the live chat. How often are the World Championships? We do one of these tournaments every year. At least we try to. We did it last year in Texas, the year before in Mexico, and here we are now in the castle Spøttrup Borg in Denmark.
So if you want to start the sport, just search up for your local armored combat group. They are represented in over 30 countries for now. Whole of Europe and also overseas.
Yeah, just search your the name of where you live, followed by the word Buhurt or armored combat, and you should be able to find a local group. There's people who are doing this all around the world. As you can see, we have over 30 countries representing in the IMCF 2026 World Champions here.
Strong shots here from the Austrian fighter to the Ukrainian. Ukrainian again trading those leg shots in for their head strikes. Ukraine trying to disengage and now getting their blade stuck in the tabard of the Austrian fighter. Austria takes advantage of that and immediately strikes Ukraine.
Yeah, I think Austria fell behind in round 1, but he definitely caught back up in points there. Ukrainian going for those leg strikes again, pushing the Austrian back. The Austrian circling around, trying to get strikes of his own. Ukraine going for the legs again. Austria getting a good combo to the Ukrainian's head as the Ukrainian sticking to his favored thigh shots. The Austrian's got to pick up on that. He's only striking the thigh. He's got to move his legs around to try to avoid those because it is tough to get low and block those strikes. I know this comment's a joke, but I'll still address it anyways. Are the comments allowed to deploy tactical bees? No tactical bees are allowed in the sport of Buhurt. I could only imagine how terrifying that would actually be if a bunch of bees got into your helmet.
Absolute nightmare. I once trained in the summer where a huge beetle fly into my visor. It was horrible.
That sounds terrifying. I've never done much outdoor fighting. We try to avoid fighting outdoors in Canada because it is either 40 degrees Celsius or it is either negative 40 degrees Celsius. There's not a lot of in between. It's either summer or winter. So we do most of our outdoor fighting in the spring and fall time. But
and
those
it
are
seems we have a decision here on Austria versus Ukraine. And the winner is Austria!
Congratulations to Austria.
Well fought here on this match by the Austrian fighter and also by the Ukrainian fighter here.
I honestly thought Ukraine might have had that one. The Ukrainian getting a really large amount of strikes to the leg there, but it seems that that low strike to the leg strategy didn't pay off. The Austrian able to rack up more points to the head. Just that being with the Ukrainian, he has to strike, bring his sword back, and strike again. So there's a lot of changing direction of the sword, whereas the Austrian can go left, right, and I think you're able to strike faster to the head when you're alternating from the left side to the right side versus the Ukrainian having to go right. You have more wind-up time to bring back and redivert the direction of your sword.
So we are now going for a quick egg break for our sponsors. So stick around. We are back in just a minute.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now. Australia versus Belgium,
at the IMCF 2026 World Championship, currently in the category longsword. How you doing, Justin?
I'm doing great, Felix. We're having a wonderful day out here in Denmark. We've got some overcast skies, which is actually favorable for the sport of Buhurt. We don't want the sun beating down on our fighters, keeping them as cool as they can be out here. It's very hot wearing all this armor, as well as all the thick padding that they wear underneath. So the cooler it is outside, the more energy we're going to see from our fighters. We're going to get some better fights out of the day.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the finals in longsword here, in men's and women's here.
Yeah, the women's have been really surprising me so far this year. The sport being relatively new in a lot of places, a lot of the fighters are new to the sport and haven't been doing it for very long. Some fighters have been doing it for very long, 10 plus years. Other fighters only been doing it about a year or so. I know specifically in Canada, some of our veteran fighters, I think, are only about 3 or 4 years tops. And the Belgian fighter going for the leg shot and the Australian answering with straight to the head. That was a very short round. I think that might have been a third-round tiebreaker. We did miss the starting bits of the fight between Belgium and Australia here. As you can see, all of the folks you see on screen there in the yellow, those are our points counters and our marshals. If you're new to watching Buhurt, those are like our referees. They're there to make sure that all the fighters are following the rules of the sport, as well as watching out for fighter safety. All the armor you see them wearing, that's tied on to an underlayer known as gambeson or arming jackets, and they're tied on with leather straps. And all of our swords, while they are blunt, if you strike a sword hard enough at a leather strap, you can cut it off. So every once in a while, a piece of armor comes loose, and we rely on our marshals. And sometimes even our fighters are watching out for their opponent's armor, and they will respectfully stop striking their opponent if they see a piece of armor come loose. If armor does come loose, the fighters are given 1 minute to fix it. If they can't get it fixed within that minute, then they forfeit the round.
And we are about to witness another round between Belgium and Australia here.
So that must not have been a third round. We might have just been resuming after a pause to the round as we came back in from our ad break.
Nice blow there from Australia to the Belgian fighter. Australia really light on their feet, just jumping forth and back in heavy armor to create that distance. That down can hit. Nice shot there from Australia to Belgium on the arm harness. Nice shot there again from Australia to the helmet. Belgium tries to counter that on the helmet, but gets his blade stuck underneath the arm harness of the Australian fighter. The Australian might not let the blade get easy out. And now again we have a blade stuck in between the arm harness from the Australian here on the Belgian fighter.
Yeah, you're not allowed to grab onto your opponent's blade with a sword, and you're not allowed to intentionally wrap your arm around it. But if they do swing it into your armpit, you can kind of, pinch your elbow down against your side, and we call that the chicken wing move. And you can kind of hold the opponent's sword up against the side of your body there.
This was a very strong round here from both sides. Both fighters must be very tired right now.
Yeah, that was a great duel between Belgium and Australia. It did seem like a pretty evenly scoring round. The Australian, I've actually never seen any Australians fight in armored combat before. This is my first time seeing them. But definitely impressing me so far.
And we have a smile from the Australian fighter to the camera. What a nice way, coming all the way up here to Denmark from Australia. And it seems we have a decision. The Australian fighter decided to take off her helmet to step in the middle of the arena.
And here we have Australia versus Belgium in women's longsword. We're about to find out who won.
And the winner is Australia, taking home another victory here at women's longsword and the IMCF 2026. Nice cheering there from the court. And what a happy face on our female athlete here. These are the best of the best women fighters here.
You can really see the excitement on her face. She is excited to be moving on. Every victory in these early longsword fights is securing their spot to go towards the quarters, the semis, and the finals. Coming up next year, we have Poland versus Austria. The Austrian blowing a kiss to the camera, and I think his self-awareness kicking in, realizing his flag is blocking the view. Thank you very much to our Austrian cornerman there, keeping his flag out of our view. We have had a little bit of some struggle with flags blocking the cameras today. No fault of the flag bearers. They're not always aware of what of where the camera is pointed, but we see the Austrian fighter waving to us as well.
I think we have again on the Austrian side Amelie again, according to our live chat here.
And we also see, back from the previous fight in the live chat, we see the Aussie, oi, oi, oi. I love the Australians for their patriotism, and I love that chant for some reason. It's so fun. We don't have anything like that in Canada. There, a couple of the countries here have had some good chants coming from their fighters to cheer on their teammates.
And we have also some cheering for the Polish fighter doing Polska, Polska, Polska.
Yeah, the Polish fighters have been very loud here, cheering on their combatants with the chants of the Polska, Polska.
And now the fight is about to start between Austria and Poland here in the women's longsword division. Both fighters very quick on their feet, waiting for their opponent for the first move, for the first exchange, to know how they react. Quick strike here from Austria to Poland. Austria retreats, dodging the strike from Poland here. Nice counter strike there from Austria to the Polish girl. Again, nice counter strike, getting blocked by the Polish fighter here. Polish counter attacks to the Austrian fighter here. Nearly pushing here Austria back again. Trying to hit on the helmet. Getting some lower body shots in there. Austria aggressively fights back. Some long distance shot from Poland here. Followed by an Austrian hook where her blade got stuck up on the tabard of the Polish. And Poland here circling around, blocking most of the fights now. Rotating Austria here. Blocking some shots and delivering some performance to the helmet of the Austrian fighter here. While Austria is still busy giving those shots back here. And we see the Austrian fighter like a little bit upset there.
I'm not quite sure what caused the frustration there. Maybe just aware of how many points were scored against themselves.
Yeah, you're just giving in, you're training your whole moment for this one day in a year where you are able to compete at the World Championships representing your country in your specific duel category. So it is an intense amount of stress you got put in here.
Yeah, emotions can run high, and I do understand coming all the way here to represent your country and not doing as good as you believe you can do. We see the Polish fighter doing a little bit of some taunting there, it looks like.
This fight looks pretty evenly matched there.
Yeah, the Austrian fighter, I think, just giving some apology there. She's saying it's not your fault. I think she's just mad at herself at her own performance.
And we have the fight continue between Austria and Poland here. We must be late into the elimination rounds here in the women's longsword category. So nice shots here from Austria to the Polish fighter. Very good headshots here. Poland tried to make up for this, but Austria dodges some of the Polish strikes here. Nice dodge there from Austria. Giving some leg shots there to Poland.
And the Austrian fighter, I think, definitely coming out ahead so far in this second round. Poland doing some good body shots there, and the Austrian sword getting stuck. Austria goes for some leg shots as Poland trades into the head. Polish fighter pushing the Austrian back. Austria trying to find an opening and able to get her sword around and get some good shoulder strikes in.
Austria is now getting some decent amount of points, but also is Poland just striking out pure strength here.
The chicken wing coming out from Poland, and Austria gets out of it and gets a head strike in as they step back.
Oh, this will be a very, very close match here. Maybe even go for a third round here.
Yeah, the fighter from Austria not showing any frustration at the end of that round. I think she definitely pulled out much more of her skill, and it seems to be a little more pleased with herself.
Reading a comment here from the live chat. Yes, there will be more group fights every day. And also duels every day. And we are now moving on late into the bracket with our women's longsword now here. Currently between Austria and Poland.
Yeah, today we are doing men's and women's longsword as well as the triathlon category. For those who don't know, triathlon is sword and shield, sword and buckler, and longsword fights all back-to-back, all by the same fighters, as well as the men's 10v10s. So if you want to see the group fights, definitely stick around for that.
Oh, I think we go for another third round here between Austria and Poland. So both fighters are too evenly matched. We need to have a decision here. They have to fight it out for another 30-second round here. We are waiting. Now the match has started. Both fighters waiting for an opportunity to strike first here.
They only have 30 seconds in this third round, so they've got to make the most of it.
Now we have the Danish Bull team walking in front of our cameras. But we still get a glimpse here of Austria versus Poland. Poland very aggressively here on Austria, but Austria also fights back heavily, delivering some shots there. Although we have a couple of seconds left in this round here. And we have the end of the third round. We'll have to wait for a decision from our marshal if this is enough to decide a winner here at Austria versus Poland in the women's longsword division.
We had a quick question here in the YouTube chat. It says 10v10 in that arena with some question marks. No, so you see the part of the list that is painted red and white. That will be disassembled before we do the 10v10s. So you're not going to see 20 men in armor in a ring this small. We will be expanding the list for those 10v10 fights.
Poland already have taken off their gauntlets and their helmet. I think the Polish fighter is named Katarina. Austria approaching the Polish girl in the middle. Giving a group hug. And the winner is Poland! Taking home another victory here. In the dual category women's longsword and cheering up for herself.
Poland has been absolutely dominating in the 2026 IMCF Worlds here. Their men brought home gold medals in the pro fights and the sword and shield, I believe.
Yes. And it seems we have a rematch here in the men's 5v5s between Denmark and Finland here. Although in the previous round, if there is an appeal or if a round was counted, it will be a rematch.
Yeah, somebody must have called for an appeal on the results of their last fight. So Denmark versus Finland, men's 5v5, back at the group fight action. We have our runners in the middle here. One of the Denmark fighters breaks free, starts throwing some punches at the Finnish fighter, and he gets his back taken by the other Finnish fighter, going for the head rip, trying to throw the Dane down to the ground. And, oh, he's able to stay standing. Denmark fighter coming to help his teammate out, and one of the Danes still going down. And another Dane going down. It looks like it is 4-3 in favor of Finland currently. We have the Finnish fighter coming around here trying to get a head rip on the Dane. Denmark coming out to help their teammates, but followed close behind by one of the Finland fighters. And another Dane goes down. The Finnish man able to keep standing, doesn't go down with his opponent, and we're down to a 4 versus 2 in favor of Finland. The last two Danes just holding on, taking some big axe swings. He's trying to break free here. He's pushing the one Finn away from himself, and he's able to rotate around to get a good view of his two opponents. He's got one hand on each opponent, and the marshals are stopping. Oh, it's down to a 3 versus 1, so that's a win for Finland in round 1.
So the Finnish women take this victory for them. We are now in the 5v5s in the woman category here. This wasn't a rematch. This is the 5v5s in the woman category.
Oh, yes, that is our mistake. We thought this was a men's 5v5 rematch, but I did not realize we were doing women's 5v5s. We normally don't have enough women combatants to do the 5v5, so it seems like the sport is growing in the female category this year.
So as you can see, the list has opened to maybe exchange some fighters who are fresh and get some fighters out.
Yeah, each team is allowed to have 8 fighters, only 5 in the list at a time, but that means you have to have 2 fighters remain, and you can swap the other 3 out if you want to get some fresh bodies in there that aren't so tired from the exhaustion that they go through while trying to fight. We do have a comment here on the live chat saying they've had female 5v5 for the past couple of years. I apologize to the live chat. This is my first time being at a Worlds tournament. I'm honored to be here in the MC position, so I appreciate you guys in the live chat correcting me when I make mistakes.
And here we have a massive brutal tangled up in the corner.
Every fighter seems to be paired up with an opponent right now. Nobody's gone down yet. I just heard the crowd cheer. There might have been someone who fallen off camera. We do see some legs down in the far corner there as we focus on this Dane versus this Finnish fighter. We have...
Oh, a double takedown there between the Finland and a Danish fighter here.
As we have one other Finnish fighter sitting in the corner. So it looks like Denmark currently with the one woman advantage.
We have the Danish fighter pushing here on Denmark. Trying to bend here over this and attempting a takedown here. But Denmark slips out of the leg sweep. Denmark rushes to help. Getting a new weapon and rushes in to help their teammates.
Yeah, there we go. Fighter from Denmark going to help her teammate in the corner. The one Dane has herself stuck in a complete headlock from the Finnish fighter. She's able to slip out because her teammate comes to her aid. And now they're trying to get onto that Finn in the corner. Both of the runners standing off against each other here in the middle. Big axe swing coming out, hitting her in the hand. That looks like it hurt. She's looking at her hand. She's surrendering, I believe.
Finland has no weapons, so she isn't actively allowed to fight back. She must get a new weapon here.
Yes, if you get disarmed, you can try to break free from a grip, but you can't throw any offensive maneuvers. You can't try to throw your opponent. So here we go. She's running back to her side of the list, looking for a fresh weapon. The Dane's just letting her go and do that.
Grabbing a new axe here and trying to help their teammates, rushing immediately in.
If your opponent has no weapon, you are still allowed to go aggressive on them, and it's usually a good opportunity to sprint up behind and land a good push to the back to make them fall. So the Dane's giving the Finnish fighter a bit of a break there by allowing her to retrieve a weapon so easily.
So we see here an attempted takedown from the Finnish fighter on the Danish fight side. The Danish not really letting it happen here and getting helped by their teammate. Now aggressively attempting to take down those Finnish fighter here. Pushing down her helmet in the corner. As now she has to fight 2 Danish fighters here. Trying to stand up and have to wait for help from her teammates.
It's hard to see exactly what's going on here with the marshal in the way. Here we have 2 Danes hanging on to the Finnish fighter. And one of the Danes going down. We're down to a 2 versus 2 now in Denmark versus Finland. And another Finnish fighter taking the dirt. Is there a third Dane standing somewhere? Oh no, it looks like we are 3-2 now. I didn't see those two off in the corner. If you take a look at some of the moves being used here in these fights, we do have a rule that you're not allowed to put the shaft of your weapon anywhere on your opponent's neck. So when you see them wrapping their axe handles around, you'll see that they put it about halfway up on the helmet. They can't slide it down to that neck area, and that's just for our fighters' safety.
And we're seeing there a headlock by the Finnish and by the Dane again to take down one of those two remaining Finnish fighters here. The Finnish finally releases one of the Danes, setting her free. She decides to go to the other corner to helping her teammates there. Where there's currently a 1v1 situation, now a 2v1 situation there in the corner. Two Danes trying to get down those Finnish fighter.
They're trying to get her elbows off of the list there so she can't support herself. They're going for the rip. The Dane's slipping off, though, unable to get a successful throw. Oh, and it looks like the Finnish fighter was able to throw the Dane to the ground in the other corner, so now we're down to a 2 versus 2. Finland winning round 1. This being round 2. If Finland wins here, it's all over for the Danes. If the Danes can pull this one out, though, we go to a third round to break that tie. If two fighters hit the ground at the same time... Oh, it looks like the marshals are calling that. I think that is 5 minutes. That's the time limit for this round. And since it's a 2 versus 2...
I think that's a tie here. Two fighters remaining on each side.
So that's going to be a tie. We have Finland with 1 point lead. That's going to be a tie. So if Denmark wins the next round, we'll go into a 4th round to try and break that tie.
And just like in the duels, 4th rounds or extra rounds are so draining. You already put in the work and you have to work even harder to get the win.
Yeah, I think they're going to be swapping out some fighters for reserves here. A lot of those fighters who were there, those definitely the two that went to the final seconds of that round.
So for your clarification, this is a group fight. This is not about points. You win if you take down the opposing team.
Yeah, and you get taken down by what we refer to as 3 points of contact. So if you have 2 legs and a hand touch the ground, then you're down. If you have 2 feet and a knee touch the ground, then you're down. If you're holding a pole axe and you get pushed over and you put the bottom of your axe down to support yourself, that's a 3rd point of contact. You're down. There are some rare circumstances where a fighter gets pushed over, and if you lift one leg off the ground and put your hand down and only have 1 leg and 1 hand at the time, you are not down, and you can actually stand back up from that. But yes, they can sweep the legs. Longsword is... I see a comment there saying pick longsword. Longsword is actually a very uncommon weapon in these group fights. Usually they want a punching shield and an axe. Just being you're not allowed to grab the bladed part of a weapon in any way in these group fights. So you can't grab the head of an axe, but you can grab the shaft of an axe or a mace. And you're also just not going to do much damage with a longsword in these group fights.
So we're ready here for the 3rd round between Denmark and Finland here. The Danish fighter want to make a victory here on their home soil here in Denmark at Spøttrup Castle. And we have an interference from the marshals here. Switching to the other side, we have 1 Danish fighter and 1 Finnish fighter having a double takedown here. And 1 Finnish fighter trying to attempt a takedown on the Danish fighter here. But she's still remaining upright. Now 1 Finnish fighter tries in to help their teammates.
And the Dane able to stand back up. Looks like she was about to go down, but she's able to twist it around, push the Finn back into the corner.
And now we see some Finnish.
Big strikes to the back. Yeah, that Dane's definitely going to feel that one.
Yeah. We see a Finnish halberdier arrive, just delivering some pain to force those remaining Danes down.
Looks like we're sitting at a 4 versus 2 right now in favor of Finland. Not looking good for the Danes. But I have seen a turnaround like this in the past. We saw the men's China versus Ukraine yesterday in the exact same position, and China was able to turn it back to a 2 versus 2.
Oh, this Danish fighter really gets smacked from 2 Finnish fighters from behind. Now holding off 3 Finnish fighters at the same time. this female fighter must be really at her speed. And now we have an interference there from the marshals.
I'm not quite sure what the marshals saw there, but they're stopping the fight for some reason.
And we will have to wait if a rule maybe was violated and someone is being sat down. Or if we hit the time limit. I think one of the Danish fighters was now sat down.
If that's the case, then it's down to a 3 versus 1, which means Finland just wins.
So we still see some of the marshals arguing there.
The Finnish fighter here looking like she is exhausted. We are unsure exactly what the call that is being made here is. Yeah, it looks like they need to get her helmet off. She is struggling to breathe in there.
We'll be right back if the fight continues.
Yeah, Finnish fighter getting her helmet off, and she is going to step out of the list. I do believe they did sit one of the Danes due to a technicality, though. So I believe that's going to be a win for Finland, but I'm still not 100% sure. We're not directly communicating with the marshals over here in the commentary booth, so we can only infer based on what we see on the stream here.
Maybe we have a quick back and have a look at the right corner at Canada versus, which means to be Ukraine there in the longsword. Canada versus Ukraine in longsword just started here. And just delivering some heavy blows there. Just trying to get a better camera angle here. So far in the upper right corner you can see Canada and what seems to be Ukraine in the longsword.
Yes, and this is women's longsword. I believe that is Alexa from Calgary, Alberta, representing Team Canada.
And we again see the HEMA sword here in the longsword category. Oh, Canada really smacking out some points there on the...
I believe, is that Ukraine? Yes, that is Ukraine. They do have the same colored tabard as the Irish team.
Yeah. Oh, hard pommel strikes there from Canada to the Ukraine. The Ukrainian fighter managed to get a lot of points on the Canadian leg there. We'll have to wait to see if this was enough to win the round. As you can see, we have in the women's 5v5s here Canada entering the list, and on the other side we have England standing ready in the arena here. We are referring here in Bucher terms as the arena and as the list as the same term. So if we're talking about the list or the arena, this means the same.
We had a question saying, I'm guessing no maces are allowed. We do allow maces, and I think every weapon has a minimum and maximum length. As you can see, our Canadian fighter there actually holding a mace right in front of the camera. So they do have a minimum and maximum length requirement. They also have a minimum maximum weight requirement. And it looks like Ukraine coming out on top of the longsword duel against Canada. Well fought from both fighters. And we can pan back over to England versus Canada in the women's 5v5 group fights.
We see a ball mace on the left side of the Canadian. And we see two Canadians approaching the English together. In the middle field, we have the English runner and the Canadian runner trying to decide to rush in.
That one English fighter going for the kick as the runner came in. The Canadian almost tripping and falling to the ground. She's able to keep her feet under herself.
And those English halberdiers really doing their work. Always keep an eye on the field in the group fights, cause you never know when someone is coming from behind, right to smack you or to tangle you up. And there we see England as reinforcement on the field. Just grabbing a Canadian here.
I did see somebody on the ground for a short bit. I just couldn't tell who it was. There's a lot of red and white going on in the field right now. Canadian rushing across to defend her teammate. We've got 2 against the 1 Canadian there, and they're calling that. Looks like that's an advantage of 5-2 for England, so that's an instant loss for Canada in that round. English fighters really coming out strong at the start of that one.
So in the group fights, you are allowed to use a variety of weapons, all kind of one-handed weapons like axes, maces, swords, and falchions and stuff, and also two-handed weapons. So each team is allowed to use multiple styles of weapon with variation with their shields. If you lose one weapon, you are not allowed to actively fight anymore. You have to go to your home base, to your list, and grab a new weapon.
Yeah, and something else to keep in mind here as we're watching these women's 5v5s, as well as the men's, all of these fighters that you see on screen here today, they are just regular old people. None of them are anything, well, they are special people, of course, but they're not like your World Series football tournament that's going on in America right now. They're not like your NHL if you're a Canadian or your NFL football players in America. They don't get paid a crazy amount of money to do this. They all had to pay out of pocket to fly here today. Everybody buys their armor themselves. Nothing is really supplied for them. And so everybody's got a regular job and they got to go back to work after this tournament's over. So they're just regular old Joes coming out here just doing what they love, which is armored combat. And we get back to the women's 5v5, Canada versus England. Looks like everybody's still standing here, but the English fighters coming at it really strong here. The Canadians struggling to put up a good resistance against them. Looks like we see 1 Canadian sitting on the ground already as 2 bully down a second Canadian, and it looks like Canada's in trouble here. We got the 1 Canadian running around trying to create some distance, running over to go for a quick head rip to help out her teammate, but now the English fighters are surrounding them, and another Canadian down. That's going to be the end of round 2 of Canada versus England and the women's 5v5 Buhurt champions.
So we switch back to a longsword again, to Austria versus Poland here in the women elimination rounds here, and we see Australia really smacking it out on Poland here.
Yeah, this Polish fighter, Katarina, I believe you said her name was, she's been doing really well here, but that Australian coming at her really strong, scoring a couple points back-to-back there. She gets the Polish sword caught under her elbow. She goes for some quick head strikes. Now they're caught up in a clinch. Trying to see what's happening here behind the Australian flag. Poland pushes the Australian away, goes for a quick head strike. Australia swings and counter and misses as the Polish fighter steps back. And the marshal's calling the end of that round. We came in late while we were watching the 5v5s. I'm not sure if that was round 1 or 2.
And in my guess, we definitely will see some of the Polish guys with another medal at the end of this day, or even some Austrian or Australian athletes here. As far as I can tell, they have done their very best today in longsword. We're just waiting for that round to recommence, and we're about to witness round 2 here on Poland versus Australia. Both fighters in a very wide defensive stand here with their longsword, just waiting for the first move of their opponent to unleash their sword strikes on the other.
You can see the way these longsword fighters stand. They're leaning forward quite a bit, but that is because it is hard to block strikes to the legs, so you want to keep your legs back and lean your head forward. It's easier to block your head, so you want to lean forward, keep your feet away. Really good exchange from both fighters, Poland and Australia here.
Yeah,
oh, Australia missing that swing as they step back. Poland going for a high strike. Both of them getting some good blocks in. Now they're just trading strikes back to back. Australia goes for a pommel strike. Poland going for the thigh shots. Poland getting Australia good in the arms. Australia answering with some strikes to the Pole's head.
Now Poland here very light on the feet. Australia a little bit backing up there. Poland still very aggressive push from Australia, and we hit the time mark of the second round.
Very well fought from both fighters, Australia and Poland. That one's going to be tough. We'll cut back over to check the winner while we switch on over to USA versus Ukraine in the women's 5v5s. If you look on the far right side of your screen, you can still see the Australian and the Polish fighter in their longsword, so we can catch the winner from over here. It looks like we still have the list raised up behind the Ukrainians there. We got to get that closed before the fight starts. You see our marshals here on the far side of the Ukrainians. They're checking everybody's armor and shoes for safety. Everybody has to have a chin strap as well as a back strap that connects the back of their helmet to their chest armor, as well as they have to have medieval soles of their shoes, which basically means no modern tread. You can't have rubber tread that's going to give you extra grip on your feet. And our winner is Poland, Katarina from Poland. Big congratulations to her. You can see the Australian fighter just giving her a huge props.
Just great respect here on both fighters. And we are about to start here. Ukraine versus USA in the females 5v5. So far, both runners meeting in the edge, in the upper right side.
We have all the Americans backing themselves up against the list, while the Ukrainians swinging in, just getting some heavy weapon strikes in. Now, the weapon strikes don't count for any points, but the more you hit your opponents and the more you rattle their heads or bruise them up, the easier it's going to be to knock them to the ground later in the fight.
Well, one of the Ukrainian halberdiers get a halberd stuck. And now try to manage to get them free, but gets caught up here by one of the Americans.
Looks like one of the Ukrainians runs off to help her teammate. She comes in here, goes for the swing on the American trapping the weapon there. You are allowed to grab your opponent's weapon as long as it's not the bladed section. So that's when it comes into deciding what weapon you want to bring in. Bringing a sword in makes it a little harder to do damage. The axes definitely hurt more, but if you bring a sword, your opponent can't grab it like the American is doing to the Ukrainian's axe here.
Yeah, she's definitely not letting that axe go. If she's letting that axe out, it will deliver a tremendous amount of pain here.
The Ukrainian bracing her axe on the ground there. If she was going to be doing that for too long, she could get called for 3 points of contact. The American breaking free from the 2 versus 1 disadvantage, and they all come over to the same side of the list. Now the American just taking a quick shot at the Ukrainian as she pairs off with another one. Nobody has gone down yet. The Ukrainian dropping her sword. She's not allowed to actually pick that up off the ground. She must return. Yeah, she's getting sat for that one. She got to know the rules if you're going to come in here and do the group fights. If you drop your weapon, you actually must return to your own side of the list to grab one off the list. You can't pick it back up off the ground.
And we have a double takedown here from Ukraine and USA at the same time. Now 2 Ukrainian fighters trying to take down those USA.
Yeah, we have a 2 versus 1 in favor of U.S. Oh, now it's down to the 2 versus 2. But the Ukrainians still having the 1 woman advantage overall. Or no, sorry, I may be mistaken there. It looks like 2 fighters are down from each team, so we have a 3 versus 3 now. The American with a good grip around the Ukrainian here. Got to watch that the shaft of that mace there to make sure it's not on the neck.
And we have an intermission here.
The marshals are calling something. Looks like they were just pausing to check for safety. Everything seems like it's checked out. No, they are opening the list. Not sure what the marshals are calling right now. Oh, time. Sorry. Yeah, yes, that is time for the round. It's a 5-minute maximum. So that is 3 versus 3 at the end of the time. So that's a tie for both America and Ukraine. If one of the teams did have a one-woman advantage, if it was 3-2 or 4-2 or 5-3, anything like that at the end of the 5 minutes, whichever team has more fighters still standing comes out with the victory. But that one's going to be a tie. As we pan back over to longsword duels, we have America versus Ukraine, and the Ukrainian taking a big shove from the American.
Yeah, that fall would give the American 1 point. So the fight is recommencing here between USA and Ukraine in longsword women's.
Ukrainians in all fronts, both women and men, seem to favor those thigh shots to the leg. Yeah, just going low, while the American just wails on the Ukrainian's head.
Oh, America unleashing a storm of swords there on the Ukrainian, which was their last stamina left for this round. America resting there. Well fought, well earned.
You can see that American fighter definitely catching her breath, leaning over the list there. We are thankful. It's been a nice breezy day here, only about 15 degrees, so it's not too bad, and the sun's been behind clouds most of the days, so giving our fighters a nice break from getting cooked in the sun.
Yeah, it's a perfect condition for fighting in steel armor here with padding underneath.
We do have a little bit of rain coming in, but it's not too bad. But our fighters are definitely going to have to go and make sure they take care of their armor after today, especially even yesterday. They were fighting in the rain quite a bit, and nobody wants rusty armor.
And here we are back at the women's 5v5 division. Here at the IMCF 2026 World Championship in Denmark, Spøttrup Castle.
We had a Ukrainian runner coming across here to double team the American. We have 2 Americans free squaring off against 1 Ukrainian too. Everybody seems to be tied up in the corner on screen here. Looks like 2 Ukrainians just bullying 1 American. The American trying to break free. She's got herself stuck in a full headlock, and she's able to slip out slightly, but doesn't stand up fast enough. The Ukrainian repositioning to start pushing down on her back. The American swiveling around as we pan over to the fighters in the other corner. We got 1 Ukrainian holding an American, throwing some knees, while the other one's swinging her axe away. Looks like off camera we had a double takedown, so we're down to a 4 versus 4. The Americans looking like they have a slight advantage here as they push one of the Ukrainians in the corner. They're trying to get her down. Her knees have not touched the ground yet, so she's standing up, and down goes her behind down onto the ground. So that's 1 more down for the Ukrainians. The Americans are going to have to break free from that and try to reposition here now with their 1 fighter advantage.
Now we have a pause here on this match for a little clarification in the side.
The marshals are calling something here as one of the Ukrainians runs over to help her teammate in the far corner. But there was a stop called to the match, so that Ukrainian breaking the rule, trying to continue fighting while there was a pause called. They're going to sit her down for that one. Tough break for Ukraine. I know it's hard to hear what's going on with these helmets. They have a lot of thick padding inside the helmet, so sometimes you can't always hear what's happening. But if you see the marshals with their flags extended, that means the fight is stopped. You should not be doing anything at that point. It's up to these fighters to know the rules and understand what's happening. We have 2 Americans versus 1 Ukrainian over here. It looks like a total of a 3-2 advantage. That Ukrainian looked like she was about to go down as we cut away.
Now we see 1 Ukrainian fighter holding off 2 American fighters here, trying to stand their ground. And we have now 1 Ukrainian left, and this is it.
Yeah, that's a 4-1 advantage in favor of America. That means they're going to win. If either of these fights go to either a 5 versus 2 or a 3 versus 1, or even a 4 versus 1 like we just saw, it's an instant win for the team with more fighters. We have a question here on the live chat. Can you hook and drag a leg with an axe? I think you can. I'm actually not 100% sure on that rule. I've never seen it, but I've never heard anything explicitly prohibiting it either. There are rules about the size, weight, and shape of the axes, so not a lot of these axes have a shape with a big enough hook to even pull that off, so it might be due to the weapon limitations.
And just a second question. After you've been taken down, you are not allowed to stand up until the round is over. Here in the melees, in the 5v5, the main goal is to ground your opponent, to put them down.
Yeah, we do have another question there saying, I don't understand how the scoring works. In these 5 versus 5, or what you'll see later, the 10 versus 10 group fights, there's no scoring technically. It's all about putting your opponent on the ground. A grounded opponent is what we call 3 points of contact. So if you got 2 feet and a hand go down, you're out. You can't put your hand down to brace yourself. If you have your 2 feet and a knee touch the ground, you're out. If your butt touches the ground, you are out. And you have 5 minutes to knock all of your opponents down to the ground. If not, whoever has the most fighters standing at the end of 5 minutes wins, and it's the best 2 out of 3 rounds or the best 3 out of 5, depending if there's draws. If you have the same number of fighters left at the end of a 5-minute round, it's a draw. Or if it's down to a 1 versus 1 and both fighters fall at the same time, it doesn't matter if one fighter falls on top of the other. They're considered both down together, and that's also a draw.
So we see the Ukrainian team just changing some fighters in here. Getting ready for the next round here at the 5 vs 5 women's melees.
We have our marshals double-checking everybody's equipment before the fights start. If you look at the back of that Ukrainian fighter, you can see what we call our back straps, or otherwise named Simon strap in some areas, named after a fighter named Simon who took an axe to the head after his helmet fell off. Those are a necessary part of the group fights. They also have chin straps under the helmets holding them on, so when they get their head wrapped and head ripped to try and throw down to the ground, the helmets don't come off. Can you drop kick to the chest? We have a comment from YouTube. Absolutely. If you're agile enough to pull it off, trying to do a drop kick, you're most likely going to end up falling and hitting the ground yourself. If you could pull off a successful drop kick and reposition your feet back under yourself before you fall down, absolutely. We have seen some flying knees in the past as well. I think an American from the men's team came sprinting across the list to deliver a flying knee to one of his opponents yesterday, and that ended with that guy going down.
And we see the Ukrainian team just discussing their tactics for the next round against the US team.
Another comment from YouTube saying that shield is gold, and I think they were talking about the Ukrainian shield there. That was quite funny. I think it's a pair of legs with a butt blowing a trumpet.
Yeah. You are allowed to have historical paintings on your shields. They must be always historical, inspired.
That is an hilarious shield. I actually wasn't paying attention to it till that comment pointed it out, so thank you for bringing that to my attention. That is quite the funny shield. I do like it.
Most of the time, most of the members have the historical heraldry or the club's name on the shield.
We got our cameraman zooming in on it to get everybody a nice close look. That thing is hilarious.
But you can also see every fighter must wear a belt number with a number on it, so you can identify those fighters. It is a requirement that each fighter has a belt number. So the women are just waiting for the 5v5s to start in the second round here with USA versus Ukraine.
I'm not quite sure what the marshals are waiting for here. I think they might have just had some discussions so they can iron out exactly what the final result of round 1 was. Or they're just waiting for final checks on the armor. I see some thumbs ups coming from the one marshal there. Looks like we should be ready to go any second now. While we wait for this round to get started, if you're watching on YouTube in the live chat, give us a comment. Let us know where you're watching from so we can get a good idea of where our fans are coming from here. It looks like we have 800, almost 900 viewers in the chat. We were pushing close to 1,000 at one point yesterday. Let's see if we can get that up. Share this stream with your friends. Let's get the view count increased so we can get more people into the sport of armored combat.
Best thing you can do is a watch party at the 10v10s. Best decision ever.
Absolutely. Pick a fighter, pick a fighter number who you want to have win, and maybe even turn it into a bit of a fun game for you and your friends. You can put some money on it, or you can just maybe put a drink on it.
And now we see the second round recommencing between USA and Ukraine here at the women's 5v5s here at Spøttrup, Borg, Denmark. And we see some of the American fighters already engaging here.
Yeah, a lot of chaos breaking out at the start of this. It seems like everybody has found an opponent to square up against. One of the Americans getting pushed back into the corner. Some aggressive punches coming out from the Ukrainian.
Those Ukrainian girls really giving in their punches on the American fighter. They're delivering some heavily buckler punches there to the face, to the helmet of the American fighter here.
As we pan back over it, we see another Ukrainian delivering some shield punches to the American's chest and the American's face. Looks like an American went down already while we were focusing on the other fights. Another American almost going down, was able to keep her feet under herself in the far left corner there.
And just for your information, in this team sport, you have no weight classes. Your team is supposed to be flexible and to act to all kind of situations independently.
Yeah, you can be as little or as big as you want to be if you want to take part in the group fights. And we have a double takedown going on the left side there. If you were watching some of the men's 5v5s yesterday, you would have seen the
another
Quebec
double
fighter.
takedown here. And USA fighter disengages, trying to help their teammate in the corner, grabbing one of the Ukrainian fighters here, trying to push her down, leading herself against the back the list. Followed by a halberdier strike from the USA. But the Ukrainian fighter rushes in, trying to help off her teammate, defend her from that halberdier from the USA there. USA trying to disengage closely. Maybe aiming for a takedown here.
The American looking for a good position to get a throw on the Ukrainian here.
America have a helmet hook here on the Ukrainian fighter.
You can see under the list there that Ukrainian trying to throw some strikes. You can hit your opponent in the back of the leg where there is no armor, just not the back of the knee. No joint hits are allowed.
Oh, takedown here from the American fighter. It's 2v1 now. USA's an advantage here, and we have a interruption here. Maybe due to an armor fail or something.
I think the Ukrainian was hitting her teammate. Oh, no, sorry, that is an American. I just saw the blue on the sleeves. The colors are quite similar, but... something happened there. I think it was a strike to the back of the knee like I had just mentioned earlier.
And
so they're going to sit that American down.
We have a 1v1 USA and one Ukrainian standing. The Ukrainians in a very bad position right now and have to resist the American push to the ground. If the American falls with her, it will be a draw. Ukrainian standing really strong, lifting a whole woman in a suit of armor right now. Refusing to go down. This is incredible.
Yeah, you can see the Ukrainian. She's trying to lift her shield up there because if the rim of her shield gets put on the ground and she uses it to brace herself, that is considered a third point of contact, which means she's out.
This is immense stamina draining here, and we hit their pause from the marshals here.
Is that a time limit, or are they calling it for that shield touching the ground? I did see that one marshal there doing a motion which looked like a fist pointing to the ground for a quick second. Until the marshals make a final decision, all fighters must remain seated if they were downed during the fight. And we got some of the rain picking up here, as you can see on stream. Looks like that is the end of the round. I think there's going to be a tie due to the time limit running out and it still being a 1 versus 1.
So it now started to rain here at the venue at Spøttrup, Borg, Denmark, but we will continue with the fighting.
We are going to go into a third round now, I believe. due to that being a tie, neither team coming out on top.
In the meantime, we may switch back to longsword. There's still some longsword going on there. On the right side of the screen, you can see what seems to be Australia in the list.
Versus what looks like USA. Yes, here we go. Australia versus USA. I believe this is women's longsword.
Division, yeah. And both fighters very cautious now. We must be deeply into the elimination rounds here. Nice block there from USA. Strong fights. Strong blows there from the Australian fighter here to the American fighter. America blocks beautifully. Both fighters waiting for an opportunity to engage. America and Australia with some long distance shots followed by some quick response, and we got a push down so hard it knocks off Australia off their feet, giving America a point for a fall.
That was a really good push from America there. It wasn't too aggressive. It wasn't like charging forward in a bullying kind of way. It was just perfectly timed as the Australian was off balance.
This is really difficult to achieve, and I think it wasn't intentional. It just happened here. And nice kick here from America to Australia. Just giving in some counter attacks from America to the Australian fighter here. Pushing on the helmet, delivering some hard blows, and we hit the end of the round here.
Really well fought from both fighters. The American with quite the elevated aggression there, but that's not bad by any means.
Yeah, we must be deeply at the end to the elimination rounds, so everyone's counts now. You can't lose now. You have to proceed here.
We can see our Polish fighter just kind of doing a little bit of a dance in the back there as she's watching. I think she might be fighting the winner of this fight. She's got her helmet on, ready to go. We did have a question in the comments. Does that push grant points? Yes. If your opponent falls down in a longsword fight, you do get 1 point.
You counts for disarms here.
Yes, you can also kick in a longsword fight, but the kick itself does not count as a point, but the kick can open your opponent up for strikes, or it can knock them over to get you a point.
We have seen the American fighter already have taken off her helmet. Maybe she doesn't expect another round. She must be pretty sure.
Looks like we're still waiting on the results from the marshals. The American taking her helmet off. Yeah, we have the marshal signaling for helmets off. That means they do have a decision. We're going to find out who came out on top of this one. Australia, I have never seen them fight before, and they've been really wowing me, both their men and their women fighters.
And the winner here is America, taking home another victory here at the women's longsword division in the late elimination rounds. What a huge success here, and what a great participation from both fighters here, cheering up for each other.
Great sportsmanship from the Australian fighter there, picking up and cheering on her American opponent. You can see how much respect these fighters have for each other here.
Just look at these two athletes.
And yeah, we have Poland and Ukraine getting in there for the women's longsword.
And
as we pan back over to Denmark versus England in the women's 5 versus 5.
And here we have a close-up of a Danish fighter fighting the English in the corner. We have another English fighter trying to attempt a takedown on the Danish fighter here on the side, but the Danish is holding him up to the rail of the list.
We saw an England fighter go down in the background there. We had the Dane run off to help their teammate in the other corner. Let's see if we can get a different angle to catch more of the action. There we go. We have the Dane crossing over, analyzing the battlefield right now, looking for an opportunity, swinging against the England fighter with that falchion. The England fighter approaching the Dane from the back, but opting to go around to the other side, but she's given away her position. Nice kick from the English fighter. Now, this is the women's 5v5, but I do believe groin shots are still illegal.
Still illegal.
But I think that kick went to the thigh, not the groin.
And we have Dane here helping their teammate out in the corner, followed by another English fighter here.
English fighter coming up behind the Dane, getting a good head rip, and down goes Denmark.
England now ahead of one fighter more on the ground here.
English fighter trying to hit the Dane in the back with the axe. Down goes another Dane, and the marshals are going to stop that. That is a women advantage.
And this round goes clearly to England here.
Congratulations to England for their win of this round. I think that's only round 1, so we're going to wait for them to gather themselves, and we'll go back at it for round 2. Denmark putting up a great fight. They actually had the advantage at the start of that one, but England able to turn it around. If you look on over to the right side of your screen, you can see Poland versus Ukraine in the women's longsword. We'll see if we can get our camera over there while we wait for the group fight to reset. And it looks like that longsword round just finished as well. So we got a bit of a break in the action here. Sit tight, folks. We have more armored combat coming any second now.
And here we have Poland and Ukraine in the women's longsword division. We must be nearly here to the finals. And we are about to see some brutal longsword action here in the women's division. I can't wait to see Poland and Ukraine, both top athletes here at their sport, at duelist on the longsword. Now we see Poland approaching the middle of the list, waiting for her opponent.
We had a question here on YouTube. Is banter allowed in the middle of a fight, or they need to be quiet? No, they can say whatever they want. They can be as loud or as quiet as they choose to be in these fights.
And we have to start a
Good
fight here.
push from Poland. Ukraine able to keep her feet under herself, though.
Swords tangled up here. Ukraine managed to get some leg shots in there. Poland countering on the helmet at the same time here.
Yeah, these Ukrainians have been going for these leg shots, both the men and the women, in these longsword fights throughout the day here.
Poland counterattacking and pommel striking here on the Ukrainian helmet. Ukraine tried to deflect, but can much do about it.
Really good pommel strikes from the Polish fighter. And good double strike to the head from Poland.
Nice leg shot there from the Ukrainian, but the Polish girl won't leave it unanswered here by another pommel strike to her helmet. And both fighters seems pretty drained by now. We are deeply into the longsword matches now. They have fought all day in armor now, and you can see comment it's at a cost. Nice rings there from both sides. Both fighters still up with their will, and we hit the time limit there. Going for another break here. And we switch back to England versus Denmark in a women's 5v5.
Looks like an even fight so far. And no, down goes a Dane. And we look, we already have 2 Danes on the ground. So now it's 5 versus 2. So that's it for that round. England wins pretty quickly. 3 Danes going down really, really fast there. Or it looks like even a 4th one, I think, on the ground. So that was a 5-1 advantage. So that really well done for England.
A really quick round here. Which seems to be points for England. And we try to switch back to the longsword duel on Poland versus Ukraine. So far, both fighters are waiting for a result from the marshals. And we're just given the sign to take off their helmets. We have a decision here on this match.
Another quick note about the group fights. Each country is allowed to send 2 teams to represent in the group fight category, so you can have 2 teams of 5 fighting separately.
And we have a winner here between Poland and Ukraine, and the winner is Poland! Taking home another victory here. Great fight from Katarina. Nice. She was both cheering up.
You can just see the joy on her, just in her body language there, and you can see the big smile on her face now as she pumps her fists in the air. She's very excited.
She's just winning now, and one of the best longsword fighters in the world now here at the IMCF 2026 World Championships.
Yeah, she fought really well in all of her duels today. Poland in general, just absolutely dominating most of the duel categories. They really showed up for the 2026
Very
Worlds.
well-deserved fight here. Now it's time for celebrating for the Polish.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
And we are back here with more longsword duels. We're back to the men's category. We have Canada versus Italy. Great start to the fight so far. Italy getting some good strikes on the Canadians' forearms there. As the Canadian comes over with a big strike to the top of the head. Italy getting some good shots on the thigh. And that's it for the first round. We came in a little late into that round while we were finishing with our advertisements break. Felix, our German commentator, he is going to go take a break. He wants to get some food and just enjoy some of the fare here. So we have Kelly sitting in for him. Kelly, my fellow Canadian here. How's it going, Kelly?
Doing pretty well, trying to stay dry here in the booth as we get back to some women's 5 versus 5 action. Seems to be Canada versus USA going on over here. Big mess of fighters along the rail. Looks to be 3 Americans ganging up on 2 Canadians. Canadian ladies trying to hold strong, but 2 of the Americans just crushing the one down.
Got some good buckler punches coming out from the Canadian there, but they're not doing much damage. 1 Canadian going down already, so now that poor Canadian in the corner has 3 Americans teaming up on her. And it's going to be 2 now as one of the Americans runs off to help her teammates on the other side of the list. We got our camera panning over to check that out. Oh, it looks like we have 2 Canadians and 1 American down on this side.
Yeah, 4 versus 2. This is going to stay going as long as 1 Canadian can stay up. No, the other Canadian going down on the other side, so that is going to be a round to the Americans.
Well fought by the Americans. The Battle of North America going to, America. The Americans.
Fighters getting back to their feet, going to head off to their sides of the list, swap out any fighters they may wish to change out. The teams are allowed to have 3 fighters in reserve as we get back over here to the men's longsword category with Canada and Italy.
Canadian fighter here. His name is Scott, and we saw him throwing some big kicks earlier, sending some of his opponents flying. We're going to see if he's going to bring that out here. But the Italian fighter has been showing some incredible speed in his duels. Yeah, another kick coming out from Scott, but the Italian quick on his feet, able to step back, not let it connect. Scott coming around, getting a good shot off on his opponent's forearms there. And the Marshals calling the end of that fight. We did miss the first half of both rounds of that while we were taking a break for ads and paying attention to the 5 versus 5 women's fights. Wasn't able to get a good look at all the points scored. If you're coming in just now, the points in the duels are scored by strikes with the edge of the weapon anywhere to your opponent's body except for the hands or feet. Also, shots to the groin are illegal. That'll get you a yellow card. 2 yellow cards gets you kicked out of the tournament. If you get a red card, that actually is a strike against your country as a whole, and if your country gets 2 red cards, they are disqualified from the IMCF as a whole for this year.
Italian fighter looking ready to go if they will have another round. I think that was the end of round 2.
I think he's anticipating a round 3. He knows that seemed like they were pretty evenly matched there. He's still got his helmet on. He's not taking it off. He's just got a battle stance ready to go. He's staying on his toes, trying to keep the blood flowing. He doesn't want to let himself relax. He's probably got adrenaline pumping, especially after fighting somebody like Scott. Scott is quite the large man, and he's got some powerful strikes and some powerful kicks. Scott was fighting one of the Scottish fighters earlier, and he landed a perfect kick right to the Scottish fighter's chest and sent him flying about 3 feet backwards onto his back.
Yeah, the kicks can be used to open up a gap that a fighter can exploit. They do not score points on their own. However, if they do manage to knock their opponent down, they do get 1 point. Really, though, it is better to just kind of get a good, solid kick that just opens up a gap that you can then land a 3-hit combo, get 3 points off of that rather than them falling down. But here we go. We do have a decision. The Marshals call for helmets off. So the Italian will not get his wish for a 3rd round.
Respectful fist bump in the middle there right before the final announcement, and Italy's going to take the victory there. Big congrats to Italy. Very well fought from both of them. As we come back over to the women's 5v5s, as a whole big dog pile goes down, and it looks like, we have a Canadian still standing. That's going to be round 2 victory to Canada in the women's 5v5. So we're going to go to round 3 in Canada versus USA. Big congrats. We have our local Albertan fighter there with the green Warhorse shield. That is Kella McKenzie. She has red hair, and she actually has coined this nickname herself, so it's not an insult, even though it may sound like she goes by Ginger Beef. She likes to call herself that, and she told me to give her a shout-out as the big Ginger Beef fighter. Congrats to Kella for being the last woman standing.
Couple of fighters swapping out. I think something may be damaged with the gate on that side. You did see the gate on the American side open up, but I think the gate on the far side of list 1 has been damaged and has been essentially bent shut. And I wouldn't be surprised with the weight of, especially when we had the men's 5s going on, some people were just crashing into this list, and it has held up well, but no list survives a tournament like this with this much force being pressed against it.
Yeah, this has been a really well-built list. It's been taking a lot of damage here today. As you can see on the far side, it looks like the men's longsword may be done for now. I don't think that was all of them. There was a lot of longsword fights in the schedule. I'm not quite sure. The Marshals may have rearranged things, but they're taking apart the dueling list, so we're going to have more of the 5v5s coming in on the far side, I do believe.
I think with the women's category being done, they're just shifting the men over. I think the list 3 still has the other 2 dueling lists put together. But yeah, they are taking apart that second one. We're going to get more melees going on. Maybe get the men's 10s going on here shortly. But here we go for round number 3 between Canada and USA in the women's 5 versus 5s.
Now we've got to remain as impartial as we can here in the booth, but you do have 2 Canadians sitting here commenting on this live stream. We're going to be rooting on our countrywomen here, but we still want the Americans to put up a good fight. We've got the Canadian coming across with a good grab on the head there. Nobody going down just yet.
Yeah, wasn't quite able to fully complete the head rip. She was able to get her hands over the head. Oh, here comes the American rushing across. She can't get a grip that time. Now trying to pull the one Canadian off of her teammate.
We have Marshall's giving a warning about axe on the neck there, I believe. Ooh, big strike to the face from the Canadian. And the Canadian breaking free, rearranging as, oh, it looks like that might be 5-2 in favor of America.
Yeah, it looks like 3 Canadians down on the left side of the list. That is going to give the round and the match to the Americans.
Well fought to the Americans. Those Canadians definitely feeling that loss. They still did a great job, though. They didn't get totally dominated. They were still able to pull out 1 round win. We're going to have them step out, and we're going to get ready for our next set of group fights here. As we see our wonderful volunteer staff still continue to disassemble the duelists in the background, so big shout out to them. They've been doing a lot of hard work behind the scenes here, repairing the list when it gets damaged, and assembling and disassembling the duels lists when we're swapping between the group and duel fights. We pan back over to the men's longsword. Looks like we have Poland here standing in the list, waiting for his opponent to arrive.
I believe this list was, unless I'm incorrect here, I think this list was brand new when they built it, and you can see how much damage there already is, especially along the top of the tabletop from the melees where all the fighters are leaning against it, their armor gouging into it as they try to brace themselves against the railings. So you can see just how much abuse a list is put through, as looks like a Welsh fighter is climbing into the list to take on the Polish fighter.
Yeah, Poland has been absolutely dominating in the dueling categories here. They took home gold in the pro fights and in the sword and shield, I do believe. We're going to see how they do in longsword. I do believe that Katarina from Poland, the lovely lady fighter with the red hair that we saw earlier, she took home gold in the women's longsword category. So I think that's 3 gold medals for Poland already. They've absolutely shown up and brought their A game for the 2026 IMCF Worlds.
Marshall's completing a few last-minute checks here, making sure the fighters are clean and legal. Make sure they're safe as well. All the armor is attached and properly fitted, as the fighters will give an embrace in the middle of the list before they get to trying to beat each other with these swords. We say in this sport that boo hurt is love, and these fighters are showing it. Fights normally will begin with a salute and end with a hug.
We're getting some comments coming in saying that the audio is too low. I'm not sure if they're talking about us with our commentary or if it's the audio of the fights. The cameras are pretty far away from the fights, so you're not going to hear too much of the action, and we have limited availability to fix that. But we're getting into Wales versus Poland here. Really good quick strike from the Polish fighter there. Wales going in. You can really see the speed of the swings from Poland here. The Welsh fighter realizing the skill of his opponent. He's very wary here. He's still trying to do his best to find a way around the Polish guard and to try to swing a strike of his own without giving up too many points. Great defense from Wales.
Rapid from the Polish fighter, though. Look how fast they're moving. Oh, stop here. Oh, it's an armor failure. It's a piece, I think, of the Welsh fighter's armor has come off. So they're going to have 1 minute to repair it. So the corner has to get in there as soon as possible, fix up that fighter, make sure they are safe.
The Welsh fighter just waiting on his team. I'm not sure where his cornermen are. He's supposed to have 2 people there ready to support him. As we can pan back over to the women's 5v5s, we have Ukraine versus Finland. Looks like 1 Ukrainian already down. That's a 1 woman advantage for the Finnish fighters. We can pan over to the corner here. We see a Ukrainian pinned up into the corner, and you can really see how wet it is out there with the sheen on that list. It's been raining for the past hour or so here, maybe even longer.
I'm sure the fighters do at least appreciate it, cooling them off and keeping the dust down, as that is always a problem here. We always fight in dirt lists and dirt floors to not only provide padding but a good level of traction. Thankfully, it's not raining so hard that the list is starting to get muddy, but You see the Ukrainian getting in a bad situation here. Two Finnish fighters trying to just pull her down, using that back strength to keep herself up.
Yeah, she's got her elbows on the list. They're going to have to take control of her arms and get the elbows off if they want to push her down like that. Or you can see the strategy they're doing here, trying to push her face back. If you can get her back arched enough over the list, then she might be able to raise her feet up off the ground.
Oh, this Ukrainian fighter in a terrible spot.
And her
She's
hands
go
go down, so that's 3 points, and she's out. And looks like a, multi-woman advantage for Finland. Finland going to be taking round 1 against Ukraine in their first round.
Finland looking strong in that first round, really just swarmed the Ukrainians, getting a few of them down early and then just using that numbers advantage, just grind the remaining Ukrainians until they ended up just being forced to drop to the ground.
We can cut back over to Wales versus Poland. The Polish fighter doing a little bit of a foot shuffle there, taunting the Welshman. Wales tries to go for a body shot. Poland answers with 2 really quick strikes to the head. Poland going for a 3-hit combo, but Wales with a great defense there. Both fighters sizing each other up. Wales goes for another shot. Great footwork, jump back from Poland, dodging that swing from the Welsh fighter. Wales going for another body shot. I think he connects with the forearm there. Poland trying to get around, trying to snipe the elbow. Great defense from Wales. Oh, and Poland's able to sneak past to get one to the head.
It is insane how fast that Polish fighter is. Just rapid once he gets those combos going.
Yeah, we're really not supposed to be showing any kind of favoritism here in the booth, but I can't help but just admire the skill of the Polish fighters. I'm not showing favoritism. I'm just being real here. They are some of the best. The fighter from Wales, though, doing incredible to be able to defend against these fast strikes, and a nice respectful hug coming out at the end of that round. As we pan back over to Ukraine versus Finland in the women's 5v5s, we see Ukrainian running across, the Finnish fighter able to dodge that charge. They're getting tied up against the list here. We have one Finnish fighter free. She's going to go for a run here. She's approaching, and the Ukrainian coming in from behind, jumping on her back.
See one Ukrainian and one Finn fighter right there in the front, locked up together. Both were hunting for a throw, but now they're both up against the rail. A couple of the Ukrainians free and are able to walk wherever they please and get ready to throw someone down. I think someone did hit the dirt over there, and a Ukrainian and Finn fighter both hit the dirt as well.
That Finnish fighter falling back pretty hard. It looked like she was trying to rip herself up to stay standing, but then overcompensated a bit, throwing herself on her back. 2 Finns pushing one of the Ukrainians down. Ukrainian getting her feet anchored pretty well here. Great footwork. She's moving it around there. It's hard to move your feet when you have all this weight pushing on your back. If you try to take a step and it goes wrong, you can just fall instantly. And another Finnish fighter pushing a Ukrainian down to the ground. Looks like it's down to a 4 versus 2 in favor of Finland.
Finland just needing to get one more Ukrainian down onto the dirt in order to finish this fight, and they have got one in a very dangerous situation. Oh, she's getting back up a little bit. She needs to get her head out from that grip. Ukrainian still holding strong. The Finns just trying to crush out the other 2 fighters. Ukraine needing to find a way to slip out as, oh, there's them hard shots. That's going to try to make her comply through pain.
She's definitely going to have some bruises down there tomorrow. She's incredible tenacity from the Ukrainian, though, taking those strikes and able to just have 2 entire body weights on her back, as well as all the armor.
Oh, one of the Ukrainians pushing forward. Now she is going to head down. She takes a Finn with her, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be a 3-1 advantage for the Finns, and they are going to take the round.
That is the struggle of being in a 4-2 disadvantage. If you suicide and take an opponent down with yourself, then you put your last standing teammate in a 1-3 disadvantage, which by our rule set is a guaranteed win for the 3 fighter team.
So I believe that means the Finns are going to take this match over the Ukrainians. And they are going to exit the list victorious, head off to the waiting area, take a quick break. They are going to be back soon as we cut over back to the men's longsword. We have Poland versus USA.
I think we may have missed round 1 of this fight. We might be coming into round 2. Not totally sure, though. You can see some of the raindrops coming down here on stream, on camera. We've got some pretty heavy breezes as well as some moderately heavy rain. But it still hasn't been quite hard enough to turn the list into mud yet, which we do appreciate. And as well as the fighters probably appreciate the cool breeze as well as the lack of sun roasting them in their armor, they are probably worried about rust.
Well, rust can be dealt with later. They just want to fight now, as it looks like we're ready to go. Just double checking to make sure that sword is legal and has been previously checked. Here we go, ready to go for Poland versus USA men's longsword knockout round.
USA has had some amazing duelists so far as well, but Poland seems to be the country to beat here. Anybody who's going to take the gold away from Poland is going to really prove themselves here today. The Polish fighters have been something incredible. Wow, crazy fast strikes from the American. He's really showing that he showed up to win gold today.
Both fighters very quick. Look at the reactions from both of them.
America goes for a single leg strike, but I think Poland able to get 2 in the head during that same time frame. The American using a size advantage to push the Polish fighter back. He's trying to get some pommel strikes, but the Polish fighter wrapping his arms up, not letting him get any acceleration behind those pommel strikes, and the marshals are going to break that one up. If they're holding on to each other for more than 3 seconds, they're going to reset.
Yeah, you are able to strike with the pommel in order to score points, but it has to be a forceful strike, meaning you have to be able to draw your hands back. You can't just kind of gently push them, even if that push does have some a little bit of force behind it.
Really good combo from Poland there. America seemed to kind of just space out for a second and let just a series of strikes come in from his left side there. I think Poland scored 3 or 4 in a row to the American's head. I don't think the American was expecting him to keep striking from the same side. He was probably anticipating the left-right combo. And every time the Polish fighter came back from the same side, it just probably left the American stunned and unsure of how to respond.
Both fighters, though, extremely quick with their movements. You see a few other fighters kind of hanging around the list, watching these two, maybe wondering what they'll do if they stand up against them later. But we go back over to the women's 5 versus 5. We have got USA versus Team England. As the English immediately pushing forward to meet the Americans. They're on the left side. They are pushing right through. You see the runners in the middle looking for an opportunity. The English runner going off into the other corner.
The American runner trying to go help in response to that English runner, but she gets cut off. Oh, big axe strikes coming out from the American here. Another one to the head, but it glances off, and down goes a double takedown with American and English fighter going down together.
See that one American fighter with the pole axe as we have a bit of a stop in the other corner. Awkward fall, I think, for one of the Americans. Just checking on her, making sure everything is okay. I think maybe they might also be tangled up as we continue to fight on this side of the list. Yeah, they are all cleared to fight on the far side as well, so I believe it is a numbers advantage for England.
Oh, great
she
push
stayed
from
up.
America. I'm not sure if the marshals are going to call that or not. That one marshal looking a little confused. If you fall on top of a grounded opponent, they're considered part of the ground, and her butt touched her teammate there. So, again, I'm not a marshal, but if I was, I think I would have called that out.
Oh, one of the Americans getting a takedown on the English fighter. I think that English fighter may have just been able to hold onto the list in the tabletop and pull herself back up.
And
And
down goes another American.
We have got 3-2. Now I think another one dropped. I think we're now down to 3-1. Yeah, 3-1 for the English. So that is going to be a win for Team England.
The English women have been a force to be reckoned with here in the women's 5v5s. They've been really pulling out all the stops. I think they've come out on top of every single one of their fights so far.
Yeah, the English are always able to field some very strong melee teams, and they have brought a very strong women's 5s teams this year.
The Americans doing a bit of a lineup change. Once again, each team allowed to bring 8 fighters to represent them, but only 5 in the list at a time. That means you've got to have at least 2 fighters on your team with enough endurance to stay in the list for 2 fights back-to-back, but your other 3 can swap out if anybody gets too tired or takes an injury.
Yeah, and these melees can be tiring. It is up to 5 minutes for each round, so they could just be grappling constantly for 5 minutes, just grinding against each other, wearing each other down. It takes a lot of energy just to try to grapple in this. Even if it doesn't look like they're moving very much, they're putting a lot of force onto each other, really working their muscles and just exhausting the fighters. Thankfully, not too hot for them like it has been in previous IMCF World Championship years. We had the Texas heat last year that is going to live on in infamy.
Yeah, I think any of the fighters who fought in Texas last year are going to be thankful for the rain and the weather that we have here today by comparison. English runner running around, going for the charge, but then deciding to not commit to it.
Oh, hard shot to the body from that heavy axe of the American fighter. The English fighter shaking it off, able to get a takedown now. 2 Americans down on the dirt. It is a 5-3 advantage for the English.
Something else to keep in mind is they have very limited visibility in these helmets. So while it may seem from our outside perspective here that there is an easy avenue for them to run and take someone down, they might not have the field of view to spot that from their perspective.
And it is going to be the end of the match here. 5-2 advantage in favor of the English. They are going to take round 2, take the match. Fantastic fight from the English, showing some extreme dominance.
Yeah, England, the England 5v5 women's really came to represent their country here. While we get these women out of the list, we might be able to pan back over to some more men's longsword. Looks like we have, I believe that's Estonia versus America.
Yeah, I believe these are the quarterfinals, if I'm correct, in the men's longsword division. See the Estonian taking a couple shots to the shoulder, another one in on the arm. The American doing well, finding those spots, finding the gaps in the Estonian's defense. Remember, hands do not count for points. You have to get past the guard, land that strike on the opponent's body, arms, legs, or head, and it also has to land with the edge of the blade.
And I might be wrong here, but I do think this is the highest population country versus the lowest population country going on here with America versus Estonia. Ooh, big pommel strikes from the American as he's just bullying the Estonian. The Estonian is able to recover nicely, though. He's trying to push into American to slow those pommel strikes down. America trying to get more pommels, but they don't have enough acceleration while the Estonian goes for leg shots. The American, again, the pommel strike's not connecting strong enough, I don't think, to be counted.
Yeah, a lot of them were just sliding off the back of the helmet, and that is going to be the end of the round. The American throwing a lot of punches, and remember, it has to be a pommel strike. It has to land with the pommel. He can't punch with it, and that seems like what he was doing a lot. It was, a lot of strikes were just basically the in with the hands. The Estonian was able to get his sword free, I saw.
I think with the helmets and swords being wet as well, the pommels are rounded at the bottom, as well as the helmets being rounded. It's just really hard to get solid connection there. They're kind of just glancing off. You can see one of the marshals there doing some pommel motions to kind of explain what the rules are. I think they're talking about the fact that, yeah, those Americans' pommel strikes, most of them, if not all of them, probably didn't count.
America now speaking with the head marshal. So take a look back at the women's fives. Looks like Finland taking the field next. Good to see still a lot of people here at the venue watching, even with the rain coming down. They are just bundling up, getting some umbrellas out. And it looks like it's going to be Canada facing off against Finland.
Yeah, even though it is raining, it's not too cold. It's still probably about 10 degrees out here today, which is a very mild temperature, very, very reasonable. And especially for our fighters, they probably are loving it, being able to cool down a bit. But yes, we have Finland versus Canada in the women's 5v5 coming up next. Canada losing their fight to America earlier, and the Finnish have been a force to be reckoned with in these women's 5v5s as well. Let's see how the Canadians fare against them. Everybody seems to be getting squared up against an opponent now. One of the Finnish fighters running across, but we see Canadian here with a great grip on one of the Finnish fighters' heads.
Yeah, good grip. It has to do something with it. Can she get the Finn wrestled down onto the ground? Finland holding strong. Not a good body position for her, but still standing tall. See a Canadian getting her head pushed back right next to her, trying to go help her teammate. Trying to run off, maybe damaged a weapon. Oh, yeah, she dropped a weapon. I see her mace down on the ground.
The Canadian trying to return to the list. I think she got interrupted on her way back there. She's trying to find herself a weapon. She's not allowed to make any offensive movements or motions. She can't try to throw that Finn to the ground until she gets a weapon back in her hand. So she's at a severe disadvantage right now as she gets teamed up on. And down goes one of the Canadians. Big shield punch from the remaining Canadian there. And we have our other Canadian, Kella McKenzie, in the corner. She's getting teamed up by two of the Finns.
Yeah, I believe it is 5-3 now as the Finns have taken down two Canadians. Those two still tied up on the far rail that we're watching here. They have been paired off for this entire fight. Neither one able to get the advantage over the other. As you see one Canadian dragged down onto the ground, and that is going to put an end to this round.
I think that's down to a 5 versus 2 in favor of Finland. That one Finnish fighter, number 14 there, an absolute giant. She's going to be hard to take down. She's been doing a great job of being just a major force to be reckoned with and support for her teammates throughout most of these 5v5s. The Canadians look like they're doing a quick lineup change here. They're swapping one of their fighters out. They're going to come back at it for round 2. They're going to have to discuss tactics. They pushed the fight decently long there, but they still ended up losing. So the Canadians are going to have to readjust how they approach this if they really want to come out victorious. They can at least try to get a one-round victory just to prove that they came ready to fight.
I think they're making an announcement over the PA that the men's 10s are about to get started. I think a marshal having a little bit of an accident there, had ducked down, was checking something on the Finn, then stood up, bonked his head off of the head of the axe there. Looks like the marshal's okay. I think that's the only time we've seen a marshal get hit by a weapon this weekend, and we're thankful for that.
And gladly it was the marshal hitting the weapon, not the weapon hitting the marshal.
Yes, that too. We can't sing the marshal's praises enough. They are brave for getting in here with these fighters with no armor on whatsoever. Thankfully, they are light on their feet, able to get themselves out of danger as we start round 2 between Finland and Canada. Both teams marching forward to meet each other in the middle of the list.
We got some big axe swings coming out from number 16 from Finland. Our Canadian fighter there putting her mace up to defend her teammate. And we have another Finnish fighter circling around, looking for an opportunity to drag a Canadian down.
Oh, Canadian getting a good grip for a head rip there on the Finn, but the Finn holding strong, just showing their strength.
Yeah,
they have brought a very strong team out.
That number 14 from Finland, she is going to be one of the hardest to take down, I think. She's going to be one of the fighters that needs to be focused on if any of the teams want to beat them. We did see her drag a Canadian off screen there. We're not sure if the Canadian went down or not.
Marshall's taking a look, making sure something may be loose. Never mind. Oh, the Marshal having to scoot away.
Yeah, you see two big fighters in armor coming towards you. You don't want to be anywhere near that. And Canadian breaks free from the Finnish fighter, charging across to help out her teammate. And they're just getting caught up in the corner of the list here.
Big, massive brawl here on both corners. Think we are still even, though. 5 apiece. Looks to be over in this corner, a 3-2 in favor of the Finns. As one of the Finns tries to wrap up the Canadian there in the corner. The Canadian just leaning back against the corner, trying to stay strong. Whoa, one Canadian down over here. Leaving a 1 versus 2 here in favor of the Finns. One Canadian getting crushed down now, dragged to the ground by the Finns, and I believe that is it. 5-2. Finland will take round 2 and take the match.
Yeah, really well fought by the Finnish women here. Canada trying their best. They did a good job. They put up some decent resistance, but just couldn't seem to find a way to get these Finnish ladies on the ground.
People asking about medical staff. Yes, I can tell you from experience this weekend, there are medical staff on grounds.
Yes, our commentator Kelly here in the booth with me, he was fighting in the men's pro fights on day 1, and he took a hit to the head. The hit itself didn't damage him, but he did have some exposed metal on the inside of his helmet that wasn't covered by the padding. That was able to do some damage to his forehead.
I can say, though, the medics are wonderful people. They did their job very well and kept me going, kept me safe, and had great spirits about it the whole time. Also, I'd say the staff at the hospital were fantastic as well. The medics had called ahead. They were very excited to see us, and they even made sure that there was a Canadian doctor student as part of the staff that checked over my forehead.
That's pretty interesting. So we had a Canadian here in Denmark learning medicine.
Yeah.
Now, I just have to say, overall, just the Danes in general have been some of the most hospitable people since I've been here. And we pan back over to Canada versus Italy in the men's longsword. Our Canadian fighter here, Malin Wigglesworth, he is only 18 years old.
Oh, something wrong with the helmet. Oh, that visor came loose. I think he popped the rivet on the right side.
That's not a good
That's not an easy
outcome.
fix.
No, it looks like they're going to allow them to just tape it shut, I believe. But then he's not going to be able to swing his helmet open to catch his breath between fights. We see on the side of the list here, Malin's father, Andrew, taping his helmet up. And we have Denmark coming into the list here, getting ready for their women's 5v5 up against Ukraine. We're going to have them doing their strap checks and footwear checks. So while we wait for this to get going, we can maybe pan back over to catch the Canadian versus Italy longsword fight. Looks like they're ready to resume. Malin got his helmet taped back up.
A little bit of hockey tape around the forehead. That'll fix him right up. Well, hopefully that holds, though, because they only get 1 minute during these fights if there's an armor failure to fix up the armor.
Yeah, we did have a tournament in our hometown of High River back in Alberta, and Malin had that same rivet cut off his helmet just about a month ago. So he must have done some quick repairs, but it seems it got cut off again already. Good defense from Malin. The Italian trying to get around. He gets one into Malin's knee, but Malin with a huge flurry of combo strikes. Great defense from the Italian, though. Not a lot of those getting through.
Yeah, I think the Italian kind of read the pattern that Malin was using. And, a couple of shots there, though, that get around the Italian's guard for the Canadian. The Italian firing back, trying to get past that sword of Malin.
Yeah, Malin standing at, I think, close to 6'4" at only 18 years old. He's an absolute giant, and he's been training in this sport, I think, since he's been about as young as 12, I believe.
Yeah, you see his parents there in his corner. He's been trained by his father that was there taping him up. And someone was saying, I believe that it is Michael for the Italian team. So Michael showing a strong showing for the Italians as well.
Thank you again to the YouTube chat for keeping us informed on the names of the fighters. Once again, we do have over 500 fighters here today, and it's really hard to keep track of all the names. I do know the names of a lot of the Canadians. That's because me and Kelly in the booth here are from Canada. But we're going to turn our attention back over to Denmark versus Ukraine in the women's 5v5. We hear the crowd erupting in support for their local Dane fighters. We have a Denmark fighter losing their weapon, going back over to recollect a new axe. And she comes across a big body check. Well done from Denmark. That Ukrainian didn't see it coming.
That is going to be a little bit of whiplash for the Ukrainian. She is down out of this fight. It is now a 5-3 advantage for the Danes, and they are just hacking away at the Ukrainians that they can reach. They just have to drag one more down to the ground to create a 5 versus 2 and win this round. They are being willed forward by their countrymen in the stands.
Yeah, we can hear the chants from the Danish crowd from over here in the commenters' booth. And double takedown, 2 double takedowns. That looks like it's a 3-1 advantage in favor of Denmark. They're going to win round 1, and the crowd goes wild. We can hear them stomping their feet, whistling, cheering, clapping, all of the above, making tons of noise for their local Denmark fighters here. Really well done. That Ukrainian fighter didn't see that check coming from behind whatsoever.
Italy versus Canada still going on here as they just finished their round. It's going to be round 2. The winner, I believe, will go on to the semifinals. These are the elimination fights for the men's longsword division.
Yeah, we did sadly miss that second round on stream, but we might be able to stick around before the next women's 5v5 starts so we can see who came out on top of this one.
Yeah, usually a lot of checks that have to happen in the melees because they have different fighters swapping in and out. The marshals having to look them over, making sure all the straps are secure. And also make sure they're wearing the proper footwear. Everyone has to be wearing a medieval footwear in these tournaments. They are not allowed to have any sort of modern tread on the bottom of their feet.
We see the cornerman for the Italian there grabbing his helmet and giving him some, I think, just slaps of encouragement. I think he seems very impressed with his partner's performance in this longsword fight. Once again, I think that was Michael in the Italian side there.
Michael Perry, I think someone just said there. Michael.
Yes,
Yep.
Michael Perry versus Malin Wigglesworth from the Canadian side. And looks like the marshals have a decision. They're going to call helmets off.
There has actually been a lot to promote this event. When I was driving back from the hospital, there was coming into the city of Skiv, which is the closest city here. There was a huge advertisement. But here is your winner, Canada, Malin, moving on.
Congratulations. I couldn't be more proud of Malin. He's a friend of mine, and I'm trying to remain impartial here, but I'm super happy for him. And a Ukrainian goes down as we pan back to Denmark versus Ukraine. Oh, Ukrainian coming up from behind the Dane there. Oh, and the Denmark fighter able to get a speedy runaway so she doesn't get pushed over.
Just had to run straight to the list to make sure she could stay up and just carry the momentum all the way through.
Yeah, that's really quick reaction time. You see someone coming up behind you there. You have limited peripheral vision, but if you're going to get pushed from behind, the best case scenario is to just move with that push and not let it topple you over. We have a double takedown. Dane going down with one of the Ukrainians.
We have 3 versus 2 going on here. Denmark trying to push a Ukrainian over the pile of downed fighters over there. The Danes chanting. You can see them clapping in the background.
All 3 Danes struggling to get these last 2 Ukrainians down. Oh, nice big mace strike to the back of the head. Oh, one of the Danes goes down. It's down to a 2 versus 2.
Now, on a Dane being sat, I don't know the reason. May have been an illegal strike from the Dane.
I think to the back of the head. I'm not.
Oh, yes. If you are past 45 degrees, you cannot strike the head with anything other than an upwards knee. You're correct.
Yeah, if you've got a fighter bent over, just, again, all for safety reasons, if they're bent over at more than a 45-degree angle and you strike them to the back of the head, that is an illegal strike, and the marshals will call you on that for sure. That is a sad outcome for Denmark, though, as the last Dane here struggling to hold on in a 1 versus 2, but they might be sitting the Ukrainian there due to
on the neck.
Yeah, that's a weapon shaft on the neck.
Yeah, the weapon had slipped off of the helmet, was on the neck, and you could see it. It was pulling from the base of the helmet underneath the helmet as the one Ukrainian slipping out there. Oh, no, they're sitting that one.
Something happening with the Dane in the corner being asked to take a knee. Marshals can't seem to decide on what the outcome is. We're just waiting to get a final verdict. They're tapping the Dane's head. They might be telling her to stand back up.
Yep, she's back up.
So we are down to a 1 versus 1.
Hopefully they can maybe get them out of the corner first, but at the very least they'll likely move themselves out of the corner.
Yeah,
too many bodies around them to really effectively fight. No, they're going to move them back into the position they were stopped in. which was the Ukrainian kind of bent over behind the Dane. They're trying to remember how these two were set up before they stopped them.
They're just making sure everybody is prepared for the match to start back up here. They're trying to be as fair as possible, get everybody into the exact position that they were in before the round was stopped. And here we go, starting to back up. Ukrainians able to stand up pretty easily, though, pushing the Dane back into the corner. There's a lot of bodies around, though. The one Dane on the ground, going to be, actually 2 Danes on the ground, going to be a major tripping hazard for the Ukrainian if the still standing Denmark fighter in the back is able to push the Ukrainian backwards.
Denmark still holding strong in the corner. The Ukrainian pinning her there, trying to get her weapon around the head. Remember, the head is legal. You have to stay off the neck. And she is on the helmet. She's going to give up that grip, look for a new one.
Fighter from Denmark able to kind of turn the tides a little bit here. Ukrainian still holding on strong. She's trying to push her and trip her over her downed Denmark teammate. They're going to be running out of time pretty soon, though. If this goes to the 5-minute mark, it's going to be a tie, and they'll have to go to a third round.
You see the marshals closing in, waiting for the call, and yeah, that is it. I believe that is time. That means this will be a draw in this round. We can go up to 5 rounds, and it is a 1st to 2 wins. So Denmark won round 1. We're getting I'm assuming a draw here in round 2.
So Ukraine's got to win 2 more rounds, whereas Denmark only has to win 1 more. They still don't have a full decision yet. As we come back over to the men's longsword, we have Ireland versus Germany. Really good strikes coming out from the Irish fighter there. German trying to answer to get some of those points back.
The Irish fighter getting a lot of strikes landing in on the forearms, it looks like. I think he's getting past the gauntlets. Yeah, that one in on the arms. I think slipped past the guard.
Yeah, the German trying to march forward, but he's not getting any good swings off, while the Irish is just pecking away at him as the German steps forward.
That is going to be the end of the round here between Germany and Ireland. Someone asking why are they laying down? It's because they have been previously taken down and eliminated from the fight. We have some duels going on that you're seeing now, which are points-based, and those team fights are elimination-based. If you make 3 points of contact with the ground, you are out.
3 points could be a hand getting put on the ground. It could be a knee going down to the ground, and it can be even your weapon going down, and if you stab your weapon down to the ground and use it to brace yourself, that means that you're out as well.
Rain picking back up once again. Same with the wind. It has been extremely windy today, and that's saying something. It's been windy this entire week so far, but the wind really picking up today, knocking a few things over throughout the festival.
You can see that Ukrainian flag blowing there, just how strong the wind is actually going. And looks like we have a winner, Ireland versus Germany. Both fighters showing a lot of respect for each other, giving each other a nice big hug before the winner is announced. And it is Ireland. That is well fought to the Irish. We definitely saw him just sniping those forearms of the German as the German was going forward, looking for an opportunity to strike, and the Irish just taking advantage of that. We come back over to the women's 5v5s. We're getting ready for Denmark versus Ukraine, round 3.
And it looks like the men's 10s has started up in list 2. You can take a look. Canada versus Ukraine going on over there. We'll try to see if we can keep an eye on both of these fights going on at once. Denmark and Ukraine ready to go.
So we have the Ukrainian men in the 10s and the Ukrainian women in the 5s, all in the list at the same time. Looks like the end of the first round of Canada versus Ukraine in the men's, but we still have Denmark versus Ukraine, and big push from the Dane there, but the Ukrainian fighter able to stay standing, but down she goes, and one of her teammates follows her down.
So both a Dane and Ukrainian going down, another one pair going down on the left side of the screen. 3 versus 3 now.
Oh, another Ukrainian down, I believe.
Oh, and now goes the Dane. So it's 2-2. Oh, the Ukrainian jumping in to help, but actually I think ends up taking her own teammate down. It is now 2-1 in favor of the Danes.
Yeah, that Ukrainian, I think, getting a little too excited to try and help her teammate out there ended up causing more harm than good. You can really hear the crowd from over here in the commentary booth. They are just stomping away on those stands, cheering their Danish fighters on. 2 versus 1 in favor of Denmark. The Ukrainian stuck in the corner here, doing her best to fend for herself. You can see in the far corner the men's Ukrainian team getting ready to square off in round 2 against Canada.
Yeah, still a 2-1 advantage for the Danes here, trying to push that Ukrainian over. The Ukrainian trying to slip out, stepping around the teammate. Oh, getting re-engaged here over top of one of the Danes that's downed.
Yeah, those down fighters are obstacles. They can be used as a tripping obstacle if you can push your opponent over them. Looks like the marshals are doing something here.
Yeah, the Ukrainian has been sat. Do not know the reason why. Could be an armor failure. Could be a rules violation, but Denmark is going to take the win, take the victory in the match.
We have a huge crowd out here today, even with the rainy weather. You can see all the people standing on the side there, as well as behind the camera currently. We have an entire row of stands filled to the brim with local Denmark population, as well as lots of our spectators that came in from other countries. Looks like we have a Canadian already down on the ground at the start of the men's 10v10.
I see Ukrainian running across the field, meeting one of the Canadians as there's a takedown there.
That one Canadian just taking a series of mace strikes to the head. He doesn't seem too happy about that. He's throwing some punches back in return. Oh, we have a Ukrainian down too. Another Canadian taking a Ukrainian down. He's fallen on top of him.
Big mass goes down. I think 3 fighters involved in that one. One of them getting sent flying.
4 Canadians down in that corner, 2 Ukrainians. We had 1 Canadian down behind the camera. That last Canadian trying to hold on for dear life against 2 Ukrainians in the corner. That one poor Ukrainian still has a Canadian sitting on top of them, but once they're down, they're not allowed to move too much.
They can move for safety reasons, but down goes a Canadian and a Ukrainian.
That poor Ukrainian is now stuck in the corner. He's got to try to step over all of the bodies to get back out. We have 3 Canadians holding on for dear life against the list over here.
Yeah, I think it is. Down goes one of the Canadians. Might be 4-2 now. No, it's 5-2. Yeah.
And that's a loss for Canada.
Someone's saying they're glad to see the fighters using the trapdoor instead of crawling under. Some fighters are just impatient. They don't want to wait for the door to come open, or they just don't want to wait in the line for the door. So they just go in and out of the list underneath. It's more annoying than difficult getting in and out of the list. It doesn't really drain you that much. It's just you don't know when you're bent over when you can raise your head up, and then you misjudge it, try to stand up, and you clonk the back of your helmet off the railing.
Yeah, and some of the fighters with bigger shoulder armor, I sometimes see them, they just, don't bend down quite enough, and their shoulders get caught on the underside of the list.
Saw another person asking if the fighters have mouth guards in. Some do, some don't. It is not a requirement. The helmets don't really come back and hit your mouth. Most of the time, you want that mouth guard just really just something to bite down on when you're trying to just grit and bear through one of these big, heavy hits.
Yeah, you definitely, it's not required, but it's highly recommended to have a mouth guard in these fights. It looks like everybody's getting out, so I do believe Canada lost round 1 if they're leaving the list. And we have Austria winning a longsword duel against Ukraine in the meantime. We missed that duel, but once again, all of our fights are being filmed from multiple angles here, so anything that wasn't live on stream was filmed by someone at some point, so they will be uploaded online at a later date. If you have a fighter who is a close family member or friend you wanted to catch their duel, don't worry, you'll be able to catch that at a later time, and we're just sorry that we missed it here on stream. We have a comment here from YouTube from Megato691. First time seeing this, so cool. Well, welcome to the sport of Boohurt. We're glad to have you here. Make sure you tell your friends and family to come watch the stream. We've got all kinds of fights going on today. There's all sorts of different categories here. We're currently going back and forth between men's 10v10s and the men's longsword duels.
I think we still have some women's 5s going on as well.
I do believe you're right there, Kelly. So we'll have 3 sets of fights that we'll be jumping between as we try to get as much coverage as we can here. The duels are scored on a points-based system. It's 2 one-minute rounds. You get points by striking your opponent with the edge of your sword. The flat side and hits to the hands and feet do not count, as well as hits to the groin do not count. The group fights, however, are not scored by striking points. They're scored by knocking your opposing team down to the ground. That's what we call 3 points of contact. If you put a knee down, you put a hand down, or you brace yourself with your weapon, then you're considered out, and you got to take a knee or lie down, and you're now a tripping hazard for the remainder of the fight.
And we were just talking to chat here, but we've actually just lost chat. It's a bit of an issue with the YouTube app itself that we're using. There we go. We have got it back. And yes, we are still going on tomorrow. If you are in the Spøttrup area, come on out. You can quickly buy. Tickets are still available, still on sale. You can come see the fights in person for yourself. Come walk through the festival looking at all the market stalls. It is a huge medieval market. You can buy pretty much anything you could really desire. I think we've both walked out of here with a few bottles of mead for ourselves.
Yeah, I've spent a little more money than I would like to admit since being here, but that's okay. It's stuff that I would have bought at some point eventually, and now I just avoid all the crazy shipping costs of trying to get it to Canada.
Well, you need to be careful about saying that. Your wife, it's now early enough or late enough in the day, your wife may, or fiance, soon-to-be wife, may be awake now hearing that. But we are back underway in the women's 5 versus 5s. It is now England versus Finland. How many fighters per country? It varies, but we have 575 fighters from 30 countries. Here we go. Finland and England's going at it.
Now, the English women here have been a force to be reckoned with, but actually so have the Finnish women. So this is probably 2 of the best groups of women's 5v5s teams that we've seen here today going head-to-head. Nobody has fallen down yet. We have some of the fighters repositioning, and England gets a takedown. It's actually just a good classic red versus blue here. We got the white with the red cross versus the white with the blue cross.
And it is now 5-3 as the English take down another Finn. And you see one of those ladies coming across, getting herself involved in this melee here, right up against the gate on the Finnish side.
Marshals are calling a stop.
I think another Finn went down. I think it's 5 to no, maybe not.
There may have been an illegal strike.
5-3. I think they were just checking. No? 5-2. 5-2. Okay, that was an English fighter there. I thought it was a Finn.
Yeah, she does have the blue aventail there, so just without seeing the red cross on her tabard, it was a tough call to make.
Poland versus Czechia here, getting squared off in the men's 10v10 category.
Poland absolutely dominating in the duels category, both men's and women's. And they did quite well in the men's 5v5 team fights as well. So we're about to see how well they do here in the 10v10s. I've never witnessed a 10v10 myself. I've seen some videos online, but never seen them live here. So I'm really excited to be here to watch these men's 10v10s and having the honor of being in the position to do live commentary on them.
Oh, immediately one of the Polish fighters getting knocked to the ground.
And a Czech fighter goes down too.
Yeah, equalizing immediately for the Poles. Oh, another Polish fighter down on the ground over there. So I think it is now 9-8. Here comes a Czech and a blindside a Polish fighter. Can't get a grip, though. Now going to loop around his head, try to rip him down to the ground.
That Czech fighter's got his axe stuck on the Polish fighter's gauntlet, and he gets his axe ripped out of his hands. Once a weapon has been dropped on the ground, you can't pick it back up. So some of these fighters have an extra one-handed weapon in their belts. If they don't have a weapon on their belt, they're not allowed to make any offensive actions until they return to their starting side and retrieve one. You can see them sitting there on the list side.
Some hard axe shots being delivered by the Czech fighter over there. as I believe it is quite a mess, but I think the Czechs have a numerical advantage right now as another fighter gets sent tumbling. I think it was a Czech. Oh, big heavy hit sends one of the Polish fighters to the dirt.
Yeah, it looks like Poland at a major numbers disadvantage, and we're down to 4 versus 1, I believe.
There may be some more. No, I think there's more happening on the far side. Maybe the marshals are looking over at it. They do have a fighter over there, but yes, it's
6-2.
Yeah, so they are going to call it there. There is too much of a numerical advantage. This is for the fighter's safety. It's at a 6 versus 2. Those two fighters are just going to get beat on, so they call it there. The Czechs will take round 1.
Yeah, if the fights go down to either a 3 versus 1, a 5 versus 2, or any greater advantage than that, then it's an instant stop to the fight, and the team with the more fighters standing obviously is the winner.
Saw someone ask about broken bones. Is it a rare occurrence? Somewhat. I don't know if anything's been broken here. I know when we held the Canadian Nationals, I believe we had one fighter break his collarbone, and surprisingly, that was in longsword, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I think that was not even due to a weapon strike. I think it was a bad footing, fell over, and landed on his shoulder.
Yeah, and falling is one of the most dangerous things in these sets of armor, surprisingly, because there's so much extra weight on you. A good maybe 60 to over 100 pounds. So,
yeah, the duelist armor can be much, much lighter, about like 50 to 70 pounds, or in our European friends' case, about 15 to 30 kilograms. But these group fights armor is much, much heavier. We come back over to Canada, women's 5v5 versus Ukraine. Oh, and a Canadian getting absolutely decked in the face by that shield punch, just stumbling backwards and falling under the list.
And you can see the confidence that Ukrainian fighter walked with as she made her way to the rest of the fight after taking out a fighter with just a punch.
She definitely just crossed the lifts with some swagger after that. Probably felt pretty good to deliver a good punch and watch your opponent go reeling back the way she did.
3 Ukrainians free from the mass, and they are just hacking away at the Canadians. Watching to make sure, you see the marshals gesturing, just watching to make sure those strikes are legal, making sure everyone's got a view. Oh, flag being shown. And I think those strikes weren't legal. Those maybe hit the back of the knee. That is one of the illegal strike zones, so she is being sat.
You can see the Ukrainian fighter with her axe around the Canadian's head there. They have to keep it on the side of the helmet. They can't let that axe slip down to the neck. And that's, again, a rule for fighter safety. We don't want anybody's neck getting choked out here. We're down to 3 versus 4 in favor of Ukraine. Another big axe strike coming out from the Ukrainian, sorry. We have our Canadian women here just getting hit in the head.
Still a huge mass in the corner over there. Fighters throwing punches, throwing strikes, trying to get some trips in there. As you see them still just going right at it.
Canadian breaks free from the pile as she steps back to create distance. She's going to step back off screen.
Sorry if the commentary is a little stilted. We have been dealing with some technical problems here. We're getting them sorted, and we're getting ourselves back underway. Looks to be 4-2 now for the Ukrainians.
Canadians holding on for dear life.
Something's going on with that fight. I think maybe someone in an awkward spot.
Whoa!
Still some heavy.
Oh, sorry. They have a stop for just the one side of the fight. Or
okay, now calling a full stop. Marshals want to discuss something here.
The marshals had called a stop there. I'm not sure if that one Ukrainian saw or not, or if that was only a partial stop.
I think it was only a partial stop, just a local stop, and now they called a full stop. And are they underway again? No, they're getting underway a little early.
Lots of confusion going on here. We're doing our best to bring you the facts, but we really are not sure what's happening. We can see a Polish fighter from the men's 5v5 getting carried out by the medical staff. Looks like something happened to him. We hope he's A-okay. He's going to go get himself checked out.
Something going on here in this fight is a few of the fighters now kind of milling around. Looks like Poland and Czechia are back underway after their injury break. But it looks like the round is complete there for Canada versus Ukraine. Do not know the result of it. I wonder if it was a time limit.
Might have been a time limit. If that was the case, then yeah, Ukrainians had the numbers advantage, and that means Canada's going to lose round 2. We cut back over to Czech versus Poland in the men's 10v10.
Rain and wind picking up once again. And here in the booth, we are. I thought we were very well covered, but this rain is coming in such an awkward angle. We're getting soaked over here. But we are keeping an eye on these fighters. They are still pushing through it, pushing through the rain, pushing through the wind. They will keep fighting no matter the weather, as one of the Poles you see taking down the Czech fighter along the rail, now getting free, getting his axe into the ribs of that Czech fighter.
Yeah, I don't think I would ever do one of these group fights myself.
Oh, no.
Oh, there we go. Big Czech from the Czech, but he goes down too.
Yeah, the Czech able to hit the Polish fighter from behind, but follows through on it a little too much, loses his balance, and gets sent down with him. This here is the men's 10 versus 10 category. This isn't even the largest category we'll have. Tomorrow we will have 16 versus 16.
And we can see the large crowd here in the background of all the local Danes. They're just dealing with the weather. They don't care. They're here to support their countrymen and just to watch some good old-fashioned Buhurt from all countries. The two Poles just teaming up on this one Czech fighter in the corner. He's got a grip around his neck. He's trying to break free while he's just taking axe swings, and the marshals are stopping it.
Marshall's discussing here, wondering what the call is. They are letting them back at it. So maybe they were just counting to make sure they've got the right numbers.
More big axe swings coming out from the Pole here. Pole using the pole axe. Ooh, and the marshals are calling a stop. Is that the time limit?
No, I think the Polish fighters got an advantage. Looks to be 4-1 now. I think it was 4-2, and then they got that one fighter down, making it 4-1. So Poland will win this round.
You can see some good props from one fighter to the other there, from Poland to the Czech fighters. They go straight from swinging an axe as hard as they can at this guy's head to, hey man, good job.
Someone asking, other than back of the knees, what else is legal? You cannot hit the feet, the back of the knees, the groin in these melees. You also cannot hit the armpits, the inside of the elbow. You cannot hit the neck, and you cannot thrust with the weapon in any way.
Yeah, that's a big one. We've gone over it a couple times, but yeah, thrust attacks are an absolute no-go. Just if you see a lot of the fighters there, you see the one Poland fighter standing in the middle wearing a wolf rib bassinet. That's great helmet for being able to breathe and see what's going on around you, but if thrust attacks were legal, that guy's face would not look so great right now, and he probably would be in the hospital.
Rain really been picking up lately and starting to see the ground maybe getting a little bit more slick. Once again, these fighters have no modern tread on their shoes. It is completely bare on the bottom. At most, they get maybe a little bit of speckling on it. So if things start getting muddy, they may start slipping around.
Yeah, the rain's been going on for a while now, and we were thankful to help it cool down the fighters, but the ground is starting to look a little muddy. We can only hope that it doesn't keep up for too long.
Making some adjustments over here in our booth, trying to keep ourselves and our equipment dry. Here is it's really coming down, and I don't know how well it is coming through on the camera. We can kind of see it on our end a little bit. These fighters just dealing with it, though. Most of these fighters, veterans from these last few years where we have been in hot deserts. I don't think any of them are going to be complaining about the cool wind and the cold rain. Help them cool them off. They will be swearing about it later when they have to clean off the rust, though.
Team Poland has also been extremely vocal on the sidelines here, cheering on their countrymen.
Someone asked if we can see the women's while the men's set up. I believe they are finished. And we are also cleaning off a camera because it got a lot of rain off of it. So the camera showing that area is just under some work here. I mean, that is what happens when we're out here in a temporary setup outside of a castle. We are not in some sort of stadium where everything is all pre-placed, preset, and well out of the elements. Here we are dealing with the elements as the men 10v10s get back underway.
Yeah, we had another comment asking if we can get more sound from the field. Just due to the rain, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that. The microphones are just going to be picking up a lot of the rain sound, and you're not going to like that. So you'll just have to deal with Kelly and myself's voice here. I hope we're not too annoying for you guys, but we're just going to keep the commentary coming. If you don't like it, feel free to mute the video, put on some heavy metal, and watch these guys in heavy metal beat each other up. We got a double takedown going on in the far corner.
Oh, no.
And another takedown from the Czech fighter, putting the Poland flat on his back, but he uses his hand to brace himself, so he has to take a knee.
Lost his gauntlet.
Oh, that's, yeah, armor malfunction.
Yeah, it looks like as he was dragging him to the ground, the gauntlet got caught and popped free. Here comes a Czech running from off screen. Oh, having to get a new weapon. So once again, if you drop your weapon or it breaks, you have to get a new one before you can continue. Some fighters carry backup weapons on their belts. The rest of the weapons are placed on the tabletop in front of their side as the Polish fighter drops another Czech fighter onto the dirt there.
Yes, and you must return to your own team's list side to retrieve a new weapon. You can't pick up your dropped weapon from the ground.
They are still going over here as you see the ladies coming off the field. That one is over, unfortunately. We apologize once again not being able to get that for you, but the elements kind of doing a number on our equipment. As you can see, it's splashing and dripping off the tabletop. These fighters are not going to stop, though.
Poland versus the Czech fighters here. All fighters still in the list, showing some incredible tenacity. We got the two on the far side. Looks like they're about to go down, and the Polish fighter coming in to aid the Czech almost. It looked like he stopped him from going down there. Oh, he goes down anyways.
And that is a whistle. That's the end. The Poles win. You see them celebrate.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage, and they're going to come out on top of that one. I do believe Poland won round one, too. Did they not, Kelly?
I think Czechs round one won round one. I'll get those words right. The Poles then won round 2 and round 3. 3 and 4. We may have had a draw in there as well, but Poland will take the victory here. Someone asking how this works. It is a melee fight, meaning these are team battles. They are elimination fights. You eliminate your opponent by making them make 3 points of contact with the ground through trips, throws, or by making them submit by hitting them so hard they do not want to stay standing.
And we are doing men's 10 versus 10s, as well as we have women's 5 versus 5s going on in another one of the lists.
Big cheer just came up from off to our right. I'm going to believe that signals the Danes are entering the field. You see them coming on to face the Americans.
I think that is the Austrians, I believe, against
Was it the
Denmark.
Austrians?
Nope.
No,
that is nope. My mistake. That is America.
They do have similar tabards, both dark with some white and red stripes. So
Yeah, seeing it from the distance there, the dark blue on the Americans I thought was the black on the Austrians because they do have the red, white, and black.
And over on the far side, I believe we have elimination rounds going on for the men's longsword as well.
While we wait for these, let's see if our camera didn't get too wet. We can come over and check on the men's longsword. You can see it on the very far right side of the screen there. Looks like we have Germany versus Italy.
Now, ladies getting set up here. Last few checks. You see them checking the bottom of the feet. Fighters have to have historical footwear, cannot have any sort of modern tread. Normally on the ground like this in the sand, it's not a problem, but as things start to get a little wet, a little sloppy, these fighters might start slipping around. Someone asking, can you strike straight down the helmet, or does it have to be at an angle? No, you can hit straight on the helmet. The only restriction being you cannot hit the head if the fighter is bent over past 45. Actually, no, I think it's 50 degrees on the latest update. So once that fighter is bent down and bent over, you cannot bring the axe down onto their head. You you can only strike them in the head via an upwards knee to the face.
You can strike them on the legs or in the side of the torso or anywhere on the arms when they're bent over. But yeah, if a fighter is being held down and bent over, no strikes to the back of their head. And again, that's just a rule to keep everybody safe here. It's already a violent and dangerous enough sport without people getting some really nasty cheap shots to the back of the head.
We are underway here for Denmark versus USA in the women's 5 versus 5 category. See them all squaring off into a couple of pairs. Oh, one of the Danes going down on the right side. That it means the Americans are up. Oh, another American going down with a Dane. 4-3 in favor of the Americans.
We got a Dane charging across the list to try and help their teammate out, but the American quick on pursuit, getting a good head rep, and down goes another Dane. It's down to a 4 versus 2 in favor of America. If one of the Americans can grab one of the Danish fighters and essentially suicide themselves and just drag them down with them, it goes to a 3 versus 1, which means that's a super certain number advantage, which means America just wins this round. You can see they're
one
going
of the Danes
for
getting a takedown, though.
And yeah, that's a Danish fighter down, and that's 3-1. So that's a win for America in the women's 5v5s. We can see it looks like in the 10v10s we have China getting ready to square up against Germany.
Yeah, someone was asking for the longsword. We may have lost the camera over there. Do not know for sure. We are dealing with some pretty intense elements, but the fights are going to keep going on. I think the only reason we may stop them is if we were to get lightning in the area. Remember 2 years ago in Mexico, we had 2 lightning stoppages, actually.
I do feel you, whoever left that comment about the longsword, though. I would like to see some of that myself here. But yes, we are limited by some of our equipment. We can't let it get too damaged. We got some expensive cameras out here. We don't want them getting soaked.
Well, something going on between Germany and I think that is China
and Germany, I think they're just giving each other some good pre-fight hugs to let everybody know.
One fighter left hanging. I don't know if anyone saw that, but he was left in the middle, arms open, no one there to greet him, and he walks away dejected. The fight's getting ready to go here in our melee categories. We got women's 5s, men's 10s, all going on. Where are the close-ups? We cannot have our handheld cameras out there anymore. It is raining far too much. Again, this is a temporary venue out in the elements. This isn't a stadium. We do not want to damage the equipment. But here we go, underway for the women's 5 versus 5s, Denmark versus USA. USA already holding a 1-0 advantage in the rounds. Oh. Sorry, a little surprised we started having more things falling here in our production booth. The weather is wreaking havoc on all of us as a fighter goes down. I think that was one of the Americans. That is a 5-4 for the Danes. 5-3 now as another American hits the dirt. Trying to move some stuff around here in our booth as the Danes just hacking away at that American at the right side of your screen. Whistle being blown. Fight stopped. Something may have come loose on a Dane. Yeah, I think there was an armor failure. They have sat that Danish fighter. So Marshall's spotting a piece of equipment that had come off. Yeah, you can see it from this angle. The shoulder piece has come off that Dane. You do not want to leave that shoulder exposed. So the Dane gets sat. Believe it is now 4-3 if I'm correct. You see the two Danes wrestling down one of the Americans. Now the other American coming over to help. Oh, a Dane and American goes down. It is 3-2 now. Oh, a Dane coming running over, but they're running into a local stop, so they're being told to wait. Meanwhile, over on this far side, we have got still a 1-versus-1 going on in the corner. The fighters are unleashed once again. China and Germany still going at it as well in the 10s. Someone asked, what does the rain do to the armor? Does it add any weight? No, the padding is usually already soaked in sweat, so the rain doesn't add anything more to that. It just rusts the steel. So if a fighter is made of titanium, they don't care other than their helmet, which will have to be steel. But the rain, all it does is really cause some rust, as we see one of the Americans getting free here. Still a 3-2 for the Danes. That one Dane trying to hold off the free American while the other two take the captured one and try to drag her down together. That American needs to win the 1-1, and she does. Evens up the numbers. Her weapon is stuck underneath the Dane, trying to get that weapon free. She will get free. Those two Danes don't know she's coming. Here she comes, going to try to head rip one, trying to turn the tables. Can't quite get the grip as the Dane puts her head down. Big, heavy axe swing now to the back of the leg. Oh, you can see it buckle the leg of that Dane. Stop being called now. That shot had to hurt. I think that was time. Yeah, that was time. That is going to be a draw. So great job by the American evening up the numbers at the last second to make this a draw. And that one Dane being saved from some extra punishment as the timer does expire.
While we wait for the Denmark and the American women to get sorted for their next round, we were about to pan over to China versus Germany, but it looks like their round just finished too.
Going back to what I was saying, we did have some lightning stoppages back in Mexico, and that was because the lightning was in the area. We had heard it, we had seen it, we'd heard it in the distance. We had been keeping track of it. I remember saying to the marshals that had requested me to keep an eye on it, that don't worry, it's moving further away. And then we literally had a tree struck just down the road from the venue. Everyone had to scatter, get to shelter. It was a great time, though. It ended up being an impromptu metal concert. The sound guy put on first, I think it was Have You Ever Seen the Rain? Then he put on Raining Blood, and that just sent it off, and everyone was just having a bit of a metal party until the lightning moved a little further away. Ladies back underway in the 5-versus-5. USA, Denmark. 1 round victory to the Americans. A tie in the second round. This is round 3. You need 2 rounds victories to win.
And another double takedown. Denmark fighter going down alongside an American. We have a 2-versus-1. two Danes trying to take an American down here. The one Dane doesn't seem to know what she wants to do. She's just striking at the American's thigh, trying to go for that pain compliance. Now she's switching strategy to try and get her weight on top of the American so they can pull her down. The American turning around and just trying to get her arms up on the list to use it to brace herself. Only a temporary strategy, though. The marshals sticking their flags in. I think it's, yeah, the Danish fighter had her axe handle on the American's neck there. And once again, that's not a legal space to put the handle of your weapon. Another rule just for fighter safety. So it looks like we are down to a, is this a 1 versus 1?
I think there was, no, there's another, that's a different pair over there, I think, on
Yeah,
this camera angle. So yeah, there we go. 2 versus 2. 2 separate 1 versus 1s happening on opposite sides of the list.
And you can see China versus Germany men's 10v10 going on in the background.
I believe it's the first time China has fielded a full teams here at the IMCF. Previously, they only were able to send a couple of fighters.
The American and Dane breaking free from one another, charging over to help their teammate, but that Dane not letting the American get in there.
Yeah, the one American trying to get a throw in there, but really bending herself over an awkward spot, not getting herself in a good position. Going to reset the body position. Now the Dane trying to drag her down. Got to be careful of that mace. Keep it off the bottom of the neck.
And we got all 4 women just kind of tangled up here against the list. The one Dane breaks free, looking for an opportunity. The American almost going down, but then the other American coming in for a throw,
and
turning the tides now to a 2 versus 1 in favor of USA.
So you're now getting involved, trying to maybe work a... Oh, good rail of Soto there from the American. She goes down with her, but it will be a victory for the U.S. 1-0, meaning a total round score of 2-0. And the U.S. takes the match.
We also have an end to the second round of Germany versus China here. Looks like we got our other camera in this list cleaned off. I think we had some water covering the lens, blurring the footage, but it looks like it's ready to go, so we can bring you some of the men's 10v10s now.
I think they may be done. We're just trying to see if they're going to be leaving the field, kind of seeing some of the Chinese milling together with the Germans, maybe congratulating each other on a good fight. Once again, great to see China coming out here fielding a full team for the first time. Making a long trek out here.
Yeah, we have many countries coming from very far away to be here in Denmark today. China being one of them. Another one being Australia, Brazil, and Chile, as well as us Canadians here and the U.S. fighters.
Someone asking, is common language requirement in the sport not for the individual fighters? I believe they do have to have a captain that can speak English so that we have a common international language to communicate anything through. But for the individual fighters, no. As long as they can just speak their own language, it does not matter. I mean, they could even speak no language at all. As long as they know what's going on, know the rules, and are able to fight safely.
Yeah, I think we have at least one person from each team who can speak English, so they're able to translate between our marshals and the rest of their team. But other than that, no, you don't need to be multilingual to participate in this.
But yes, the marshals do need to be able to speak English in order to really have that common language to be able to communicate with the fighters. Very similar to a lot of other international sports.
We have another group of women's 5v5s coming in. We have England going up against Ukraine.
Yeah, someone said the marshals communicate with hand signs pretty well. They do, because sometimes fighters you can't hear in those helmets. There's a lot of padding in them. They're solid steel. And also, after you take a few of those axe shots, your ears are ringing and you're not hearing much of anything.
And we can see some of the Chinese fighters walking off at the bottom of the screen there. Another big props to China for also being the only Asian country showing up at this year's event. Looks like our marshals are ready to go with Ukraine versus England in the women's 5v5s.
Yeah, they have begun here. Those two teams marching to meet each other a little bit closer to the Ukrainian side. Ukraine kind of forming a more defensive barrier in the middle of the field. Usually you see people lining up along the rails, but now the English fighter going to guide that Ukrainian to the rail and introduce it to her in a very impactful way.
We got the English and Ukrainian runners standing off here. One of the runners breaking free to go try and pull a Ukrainian down. Her teammate not letting the English fighter get in there and do much damage. She's going to go intercept her.
And we got groups spread all around the list here.
We got the 4 fighters in the far left corner. Some active wrestling going on. Ukrainian about to get her head ripped down, but she's able to stand back up. We see some punches coming out to the ribs here, some thigh strikes with that mace, and an amazing trip from the English fighter, throwing the Ukrainian down as she comes running across the list to help out her teammate.
5-4 in favor of the English. As you see, the Ukrainian in a bad way in the left side of your screen, just bent over in the corner. A number of fighters falling on the right side.
That Ukrainian, while she went down, actually very advantageous for Ukraine because she took 2 English fighters down with her. So now we're down to a 3 versus 3, I believe.
I think maybe 3-2. Yeah.
Oh,
yes. 3-2. Yeah, I have to take a quick count here. We have just the one Ukrainian in the left side there and one over on the right, both of them in terrible positions, bent over. Oh, one popping free. Back vertical now. Now the English trying to bend her down once more.
We get another nice close-up of that hilarious Ukrainian shield. And down goes the Ukrainian. That's down to a 3 versus 1. So that is a victory for England in round 1 of women's 5v5, England versus Ukraine. I was struggling to see the third Ukrainian who had fallen from our other camera angle there.
Yeah,
I must have missed something.
I don't know if maybe she fell under the list. It was definitely hard to see. I didn't see where she went down. We just barely had to see who was left standing, and that's usually actually harder to count because they're just kind of a mess of metal and body parts. Someone does bring up, yes, maces have a weight limit. I think it did just get increased this year. It is now 1.3 kilos. 1 kilo maces already scare me. 1.3 kilo maces terrify me. I'm thankful in my category of pro fights, no one really it's a little bit more rare to see the maces come out, but those things are heavy nowadays. Here we go, USA versus Wales. Yeah. Oh, one of the Welsh fighters going down early.
Oh, another Welsh fighter going down. Oh, 2 more Welsh fighters. A third Welsh fighter dropping down. Huge advantage and a fit for. Wow, America absolutely decimating Wales here. I think the Marshals are going to have to call this. It's 2 Welshmen versus like 100 Americans here.
Yeah, now they realize it just happened so fast that usually, it kind of gets picked off one at a time, and as a marshal, you can keep track going, okay, 1 down, another 1 down, another 1 down. That time it was just bang, 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 and it took them a second to look around and go, hang on a second, how is this over?
Yeah, the Welsh just unable to deal with the American aggression there.
Yeah, unbelievable from the Americans as we get back underway on the far side here in list 1. Between Ukraine and England. Oh, one of the English caught unaware. Gonna be able to turn it around though. She's now got the Ukrainian pinned up against the rail. Another English fighter pinned up against the rail by Ukrainian. Oh, Ukraine blindsiding another English fighter, but she's able to brace herself once more and save herself. Not Ukrainian now trying to get away. That has left another Ukrainian free. Oh, one Ukrainian fighter down, 5-4 for the English.
Oh, big strike to the head from that Ukrainian to the English woman. They're going to split off and find their 1v1 pairs here with 2 English fighters teaming up on the Ukrainian in the corner. And down goes another Ukrainian. Oh, and we had a double takedown on the far side. Looks like we are at a 4-2. Oh, no. No, that is 5-2. Oh, and now 5-1.
And we have got a stop fight called. That is going to be the end of it. We are getting ready to go back underway here with USA versus Wales.
Yeah, the Welsh fighters, they're going to have to pay attention here. They can't let themselves get taken down that easily. The Americans, I think that was one of the fastest rounds I've seen so far. The Americans just absolutely just knocking all the Welshmen down really fast.
Whoa, one fighter coming running in. That has got to be Johnny Porter. Loves his flying kicks and flying knees. I think one fighter down to the ground looks to be from Wales. Another fighter down over there on the far side. And I saw another fighter down on the left. Could not see who it was from. Another big takedown. Drops another Welsh fighter. Oh, that Welsh fighter.
Down, yep. 5 Welsh down and 1 American down. I think 6 Welsh down now.
Yeah, and that is going to be it. It is over for the Welsh. The Americans going to take the victory in this round, take the victory in the match.
The Americans just showing absolute dominance in these 10v10 fights. They had no mercy for the Welsh fighters there. They just charged straight in full speed.
Yeah, if this has caught your eye, if you're wanting to get involved, look up local teams in your area. There is a number of different resources. Worst case scenario, you just search your area or your city and Buhurt or Armored Combat. You'll be able to find something. Make sure you get in contact with your local team. They will point you in the right direction. They will get you sorted out, help you buy equipment. A lot of teams do have loaner gear for you to try out the sport in. We're getting ready to go in another women's 5s match here, Denmark versus Canada.
Now we've got our Canadian women coming in here to face off against Denmark. And before this fight starts, once again, I have been your commentator, Justin. I'm going to sign off for now to go get myself some food and drink. I've been here since early this morning, and I'm going to pass the microphone off to our local Danish commentator, Emil. Emil, here you go.
Thanks very much, Justin. Hello, Kelly.
Hello, Emil. Welcome back to the booth here. Getting ready to watch your countrymen against mine. This kind of works out here.
This could have the potential to get quite ugly. If not in the list, we'll just fight it out over here.
Someone asked, the person that was interested from Alberta, Canada, as Justin starts to run away, there's actually multiple teams around. Justin, what would be the easiest person to look up?
You can go... you can go to actually HACSA, which is Historical Armored Combat Sporting Association, HACSA, and that is the Alberta Fighters. And depends on if you're Edmonton, Calgary, or otherwise. We have a team in Red Deer, team in High River, 2 teams in the Edmonton region. So just go to the HACSA website, look it up there, and if you're in Alberta, you want to get involved, absolutely check us out.
There we go. Good thing you mentioned that you were from Alberta right before our local Albertan left, so... we'll get you sorted out. You can join, and we'll be seeing you soon. But here we go, underway, women's 5s versus 5 in Denmark and Canada.
Seems like the runners are skirmishing a bit, screening each other off. 1 Canadian down.
Bunch of grappling going on as a Canadian gets to the back of one of the Danes. Another Canadian running across the field. Going to try to help out her teammate. Jumps into that. Here comes the Dane trying to grab onto her head. Now another Canadian joining in and another Dane joining in. Huge, massive bodies here along the rail. And you can see just how much the rail has been pushed back throughout the day's events.
The Danish fighter managing to pulling out the Canadian with the number 33. But they're going over and finding another one to jump on.
Yeah, you can see the fighters just trying to pull on the helmets of the other fighters. Trying to see the numbers here. Number of flags in the way. I think we did have one Canadian go down, so that would make it 5-4, but things looking fairly even along the rail. Canadian having to run back, grab a new weapon after either she lost it or broke it. Still just such a massive bodies that it's nearly impossible to tell who is who. And, oh, Dane trying to go for the takedown against Canadian at the top of your screen there. Now she's going to get free, try to go help out her teammates. We have a 1 versus 1 there. The Canadian on the back of the Dane. She's going to readjust her grip, make sure her weapon stays on the helmet, not on the neck.
Trying with a good few punches and kicks there on the Dane 43, but doesn't look like she's going down without a fight. Meanwhile, is it a 2-on-2? Closest to us, I think.
2-on-2, 3-on-2, or 3-on-3. There's such just a mass of bodies there. Can't quite pick it out between all the different steel and body parts. But still, fighters going at it here, trying to pull each other down, pull each other off the rails. Oh, hard axe shot lands in the upper back there. Oh, someone being sat there. I think it's a Dane being sat. Yeah, her weapon, I think, got onto the neck of the Canadian, so she is down. Now, Canadian wrapping her weapon around the helmet of the Dane.
Seems to be down to a 3v2.
3v2, 3v3, hard to say. There's a 3v2 on the rail there. Some more fighters spread throughout the list. We have another pair squaring off there, so maybe it's 4 versus 3 in favor of the Canadians. So it may have been a double takedown that we saw earlier on the far side. It's stopped being called there real quick. Don't know if that was another Dane being sat. I don't think it was another Dane being sat. Maybe it's the Dane, the one that was down, just repositioning. Was that the time limit? I think that may have been the time limit.
Looks to be.
So that may be a round victory. Yes, so there was the other Dane down over there. You'd seen the Canadian go down, and she kind of masked the Dane going with her. So I believe that will be a 4-3 round win for the Canadians in this first round.
Danish team switching out. A single fighter, it seems. Canada keeping their line more or less intact. We're over to Sweden versus Finland in the men's 10v10.
I think it's Sweden and
Norway. Yeah. Nordic Alliance.
So as we get into the bigger group fights, we do see alliances between countries that don't have enough fighters to field their own team. As we see a Finn go down against one of the Norwegians. Oh, big kick sweeps out both feet from that Finnish fighter. Turned him horizontal, and he is down.
We got a Norwegian fighter running for a fresh weapon. Fighting with the list as well.
Some
Good
heavy
hits there. And we have a Marshall's intervention down there. Back at the back list seems to be Finland with 3 fighters, Norway with 2.
Oh, whistle blown here. They're calling a stop. We're going to look back over here to the women's 5 versus 5s.
Seems that they're still full in number.
Yes, countries can make alliances for the 10s and 16s if they do not have enough to field the team. We're trying to get as many teams as possible. Here comes
Danish
the
fighter coming in.
Big push into the corner. A few fighters down on the ground there, hidden by the other fighters. Could not see exactly who went down. So take a look at this grapple here. You can see these two fighters. It doesn't look like they're moving much, but you can see just how much force they're putting on each other. Just trying to wrench each other down to the ground. Oh, the Canadian really pulling on the Dane, but the Dane moves the Canadian around. Hard into the wall,
and loses her feet.
Stop being called here. I think it's 5-2 in, no, maybe 3-3. So I think they just had to recount really quickly just to make sure they had the right numbers here. So it is 3-3. They're going to get back underway. And here comes the Canadian charging in. Going to meet that Dane right there. Heavy impact. Blasts her right into the rail.
Seems like the Dane managed to turn the Canadian around, but they're still working hard at it. Danish and Canadian fighter leaving the list and going down together. Down to a 2v2.
2 versus 2. Once again, Canada has got 1 to win. You need 2 to win 2 rounds to win the match. So Denmark looking to even things up on the scoreboard. Canada looking to seal the victory. These can go up to 5 rounds if we have draws. Each round lasting a maximum of 5 minutes. Oh, the Denmark getting another takedown, and it's 2-1 now.
Trying to put some pressure on the Canadian fighter, getting some legs in for a sweep. This is not an easy coordination feat with that kind of armor on.
Yeah, they're trying for a double bump here as they both get their legs. There you go. The Dane needs to use her. The Dane on the left needs to use her other leg. You see the one Dane on the right gets her leg in the right position. The Dane on the left needing to get her leg back there. They've given up on that double bump. Now trying to just pound away on her. That Canadian holding strong though. The Danes need to coordinate here. And that is the time limit, I believe, and that is going to give the round to the Danes. Great job of the Canadian for staying up, but the Danes doing a wonderful job as well, eliminating the rest of the Canadians, taking that round.
Fighters helping each other out of the list here while the Danes return to their end of the list.
Someone asked, can you snatch a single leg and take them down in, we see that in pro fights occasionally. We saw someone attempt one on day 1. They don't happen very often in the melees here because if you make 3 points of contact with the ground for any reason, even if you are attacking the opponent, say you're going for a single leg takedown, your knee hits the ground, well, then you're just eliminated as well. So a lot of times you don't see fighters do things like single legs. A lot of times it's a lot of judo moves, hip tosses, asotagaris, sasais. So usually you're trying more for trips and throws than wrestling takedowns.
While there is still time, the marshals are making their rounds, just checking up on a few Simon straps, which is the strapping in the back of the helmet, right?
The Simon strap, yeah. This is the strap on the back of the helmet, sometimes known as a Simon strap. You could probably guess there is a story behind the requirement and the name. There was a man named Simon in the U.S. During one of these brawls, his helmet, while he was being wrenched on by an opponent, slipped up his head, and then he took an axe to the back of the head. It is not named in memorial of him. He is still alive, still a part of the community. So we then made the rule change to add another strap to the back of the head, and that helps keep the helmet secure.
And that strap is checked when you enter the list and continuously throughout. We're on again with the Nordic Alliance against Finland, and Canada and Denmark are into their 3rd round.
Ladies going at it here as one of the Danes coming across the field. Not able to find someone with their back turned. No good flank opportunity for her.
Seems like the Canadian fighters at the right is doing some good pulling work.
Oh, that big Finn coming flying into the back of the Swede. Going to try to reef him down, but unfortunately he's going to pull his teammate down with them. I think Finland does have the numbers advantage, so that works for them. You see a Finn and a Norwegian going at it at the top of your screen, really the center of your screen. Trying to drag him down to the ground. Just in the background, you still see Canada and Denmark going at it as well.
Seems like Denmark and Canada has both gotten one fighter down. Fighters are still trying to find a good angle on each other.
see the two Finns reefing on the Norwegian now in the middle of your screen. Meanwhile, a Canadian drops a Dane. I think it is 4-2 now, possibly. I think someone went down. Yeah, they're pointing out to me here, Emil, there's a fighter down behind the other fighters here on the left side. So 4-2 in favor of the Canadians. Meanwhile, the Finns still working that Norwegian over. And Canada appears to take the victory in that round and take the victory in the match in the women's 5 versus 5 category. Back here in the Finland versus the Norway-Sweden alliance. Looks like another stop called. I think Finland has taken that round. So I think Finland will have taken the match over there. Canada takes the match here against Denmark. See the fighters congratulating each other on a fantastic fight. You'll see that all throughout the day, fighters celebrating each other and celebrating these moves. We're going to see a lot of that tomorrow after the tournament. There's always a cultural exchange where everyone celebrates the good fights that they have had throughout these 4 days. Say, all Canadians you know speak French fluently. Well, here's a Canadian that does not. Born on the West Coast, we don't have very much French over there. And my time over on the East with a lot of the Quebecois in the Canadian military, all they ended up teaching me were the swears.
Important to know that. I think there may be another round coming up for the Canadian and the Danish women's fighting.
Thought that had ended. I thought Canada had won. Maybe what he had seen was a draw, but no, they are checking the fighters, so they are going at it again. So Canada did win one round at least. Don't know if Denmark won a round. I know there's been at least one draw. And Finland and the Sweden-Norway alliance still going on as well. Once again, I thought Finland won those, but
well, the only way I noticed it was that I saw the fighter with the blue and orange color enter. That's Diana, former double world champion of women's pro fight. And I have been looking forward to seeing her in the field. So it seems like I get that wish granted as well.
bunch of great fights going on here. It's hard to keep up with all the action. We really want to be able to show you everything. We're going to show you as much as we possibly can. The only better option would be if we could have sent someone up on top of the castle, Spøttrup Borg here behind us, got them up there with a nice zoom lens to show you everything.
Unfortunately, I have been informed by the staff at the castle that I am not allowed to climb the roof of the castle.
Yeah, here in the rain, it may not be have a lot of grip, but I think the rain is holding off now. Oh,
Danish
no.
fighter tripping.
Oh, one of the
Canadian fighter going
down.
I think the rain has done its number on on the ground here. Double takedown.
Yeah, the rain may have stopped, but the ground is still wet. It's still slippery. Once again, no modern tread on these shoes. They're pretty much just flat bottoms. The Canadian dumps one of the Danes over the body. Trying to see the numbers. I think it's 2-1 in favor of the Canadians as that Canadian comes running in and delivers an axe shot to the back of number 47 there for the Danes. That Dane having to hold strong there, leaning against the list, trying to maintain their balance. A couple of hard shots into the body. You can hear we could hear those dull thuds here from the booth. Still wrenching on that Dane, trying to get her down, but she is holding strong against the list. However, it's more she's going to have to do something other than just hold strong against the Canadians. She's got to figure out a way to get one of these Canadians out of the fight, either by disarming one, forcing her to run away for a little bit, or by maybe dumping one of the Canadians over one of the bodies. They force the Dane into the corner. Good, safe place for her, but
not a great place to make any plays out of. Maybe she's got her arm around the Canadian, forcing that Canadian fighter down.
yeah. Oh, they're both going to go down. That is going to give the win to Canada. Dane looked like they were in a good position. They had really got that Canadian turned around, trying to just dump them on the ground. And as they did so, though, the Canadians stayed holding on. I think they may have even been locked up together. That is something that definitely happens with the armor.
Yeah.
So Canada takes the victory. Great showing from both teams.
Oh, I think that last Danish fighter was Frida, one of our newer fighters this year. She has done good work in her pro fights as well, actually. She got silver on that one.
I think someone's saying that Lindsay was out there, and I believe if that is the same Lindsay, that would be the Canada's first gold medal in the. She got that in the pro fights, so that'd be the first gold medal that Canada will have brought home. There was a bit of bragging rights going along the team. Who would be the first one to bring that home? A lot of us guys from my team really wanted it. We did not quite do so well in our pro fights, but thankfully Lindsay was able to step up, claim that bragging right to being the first one to do so. As we're still getting set up here with the Finland versus Sweden-Norway alliance match.
While that is happening, looks like the Finnish female fighters are walking into the list 1.
Yeah, so Finland getting out here. Don't know who their opponent will be, but they're getting themselves set up over on their side of the list. If you are just joining us, what you are watching is the melees. We have both men's 10 versus 10s and women's 5 versus 5s. These are elimination-based fights. You eliminate your opponent by making them make 3 points of contact with the ground, either through throws, trips, or by making them submit. And it looks to be the Americans coming out to join the fight. They kind of came in for the wrong side, so now they're having to walk across the field.
Well, it gives them time to show off their nice armor and their tabards.
What is taking so long to sort out that match? We do not know. Something's going on with the Finland-Norway-Sweden match. Pretty much almost all Scandinavian match here. Someone's saying these don't look the best endurance shape. That is incorrect. It takes a lot to do these fights. It takes a lot out of you just to move around. Doing 5-minute rounds will drain you. I do 2-minute rounds in pro fights, and those are exhausting. We did some, in training, some 5-minute rounds, and they nearly made me throw up. So doing 5-minute rounds here in the melees is brutal. This is a lot of weight here. We're underway, though, with the Finland versus Norway-Sweden alliance as one fighter goes down, I think, from the Swedes. Oh, big hit there from the Finn. Not able to knock that Swede off his feet as he gets another Finn around. Oh, big throw, and down goes the Swede.
Norwegian fighter trying to escape the Finnish fighters, but I don't think he'll get far there. Big pole axe swings that will be felt. As we talked about the other day, pole axes are hurt ones.
Yeah, seeing now that Norwegian fighter having to deal with a lot of hard pole axe swings, but they have a stop being called here.
Seems to be a numbers game favoring the Finnish fighters.
So it looks like Finland will take the win.
And we'll head over to the Finland versus America women's 5v5. Looks like a Finnish fighter is down, but that seems to be it as well.
Oh, now there's an American and another Finn down. As the Finn looked like she may have been able to stay up, but the American came over and just tipped her right over, flipped her onto her back. So now it should be a 4 versus 3 in favor of the Americans. Look at the close view this Marshall is getting. He's moving around trying to see where all those axes are landing. Has to be careful, though. Make sure they don't get clipped by an axe themselves.
American fighter running over with a pole arm. Start working on that Finnish fighter over there.
Couple of hard hits into the hip. That one kind of, oh, they're trying to hook the axe out of the Finns' hands. I thought they were just striking their teammates back, but they were trying to get the axe away.
Has been seen once or twice that a pole axe wielder will get confused about who they're hitting and start just wailing away on whatever's there.
No, they are not waiting for the rain to die down. It was raining harder earlier, though it is starting to come back. The field is slippery, but it is still playable. As we still see the American hacking away at the Finn's back. Oh, the Finn just dragged the American down over the body. So that American is out trying to let go. I think another Finn went down. Oh, what the Finn not paying attention. Gets pushed. She went down. She dropped onto the body, but the body is considered part of the ground. So she is out, and it looks like round one will go to the Americans. Yeah, another thing to keep in mind, this is day 3 of the tournament. A lot of these fighters have been fighting for 3 days straight. They are worn out by this. They also have another day ahead of them. A lot of the fighters that do the melees will be fighting in the other categories. Tomorrow we have men's 16s and women's 10s, I believe.
We have a question here from one of our YouTube viewers. Are wooden clubs and staves allowed? I don't think that they are, but metal-bound clubs are allowed. I have seen some ball maces out there.
Yeah, if you're allowed to have a piece of metal on the end of your stick, why not have a piece of metal on the end of your stick? Adds just a little bit more force to those strikes.
And the men's 10v10 has been concluded. We can see the fighters walking out there at the back of the list. And the Danish 10v10 team walking in. I recognized a couple of helmets walking past us there.
Yeah, we can also hear over here the cheering coming from the crowd here that are braving the elements. As you can see here, lots of wind. You can see the rain coming down as well.
Looks like the Danish men's 10v10 team is meeting up with the Italian men's 10v10.
Yeah, you can see the Danes cheering for their countrymen, people on their feet, stomping and clapping. It has been that case every time the Danes have taken the field, and it is great to see people coming out and supporting their country.
Armors being checked. Meanwhile, looks like the Finns and the Americans are ready for another round.
Yeah, I think the Finns and the Americans in the women's 5s category over there in list 1 is ready to go.
And off they go indeed.
Two teams slowly marching forward, meeting each other in about the center of the field. The American runner moving off to the left. Finnish runner getting in behind the Americans, trying to see if she can get a flank. No, she's going to end up against the rail. Now pinned there by, or at least held there by the American runner. Now they're going to grapple up.
Oh, it seems like there has been a mutual takedown there.
Yeah, one from each side going down on the far side on your right side of the screen. Here comes the American and the Finn having a bit of a long axe battle.
If you can't get enough polearm during the one-on-one combats, you can always get another polearm in with the teams.
Oh, someone dumped to the ground. I think that was one of the Americans. Can't quite make out the tabard, but I saw a Finn getting up there. So, yeah, it is one of the Americans down. Another American getting dragged to the ground. 4-2 now, and the numbers advantage for Finland. They just have to get one more American fighter down as they close in on that far corner. Oh, hard shot to the body. And here comes Denmark versus Italy in the men's 10s here in list 2.
And the fight has started. Oh, good running action from the Danes there and in the Italian back line. Seems like we have an Italian down already. And a runner coming in. Good kick.
Big kick. Here comes one of the Italians flanking. Another big hit from the Danes. You can see in the background there the Finns and Americans still going on as well. They just Finns needing to drag one American down to the ground to finish that fight. Have not been able to manage so far. They see them trying to hook that axe of the American. Danes getting loud for their country.
Seems like the Polacks fighter managed to get that big Italian fighter down.
Oh, another one
2
dropping.
swipes and another Italian comes down.
Think the Finns and Americans just hit the time limits. That means Finland will win that round. Another big running knee from a Dane.
Oh, that's Little Lau. Good work. Tim running over. Tim is not a runner.
Well, you saw him run there as another Italian hits the dirt. Denmark looking around the field, and I think they take the victory in round 1.
Impressive work by the Danish team. I tried to remain impartial, but I think that was good fighting.
No, it's a fantastic job by the Danes. I see someone's here saying 10 versus 10 is crazy. Well, then you should come back tomorrow. We have got 16 versus 16 on the cards. As the Danes cheering along with their audience as they take the first round. Okay, we're keeping an eye over here, but just to let you know, coming up soon is going to be the men's longsword gold and bronze medal matches. So we may cut away from the melees here to go see that. As yeah, we're going to get our camera all positioned. Here we go. Looks like we've got one of the fights going on right now. Canada versus Ireland. Believe this might be for bronze, which would be great for one of these fighters to bring home. It's always good when you can bring home a little bit of hardware. The Canadian looking exhausted, though. He's going to pin the Irish fighter up against the list, just clinch him for a moment, get a bit of a break.
Seems like the marshals called it on time there. Irish fighter looking like he's still got some energy in him, with the Canadian fighter looking like he is knackered from the work.
Yeah, he is exhausted. Well, what is going on here? What is going on? Why is there a fight on the ground? I don't know if there was a fight going on the ground or a fighter panicking and they were just trying to hang on to her. Maybe she was injured and they were just trying to brace her, but something going on there with the Finnish fighter. No, okay, the call is coming out. Yeah, there was an injury. That was not them fighting on the ground. That was the Americans trying to maybe try to brace that Finn that was down. So we're going to try to keep our camera away from that. We'll watch the Italians and Danes go at it while we wait for either the results of the Italian or the Irish and Canadian fight.
We got an Italian down already, far right corner. Wow, what an amount of running action this time. Mutual takedown far right. And some of the Danish fighters just trying to skirmish with the Italian runners, tying them up. It's brutal in this weather.
A lot of Italians down. Another one getting taken down there on the right side of your
Four
screen.
Danish fighter coming in, ready to inflict some serious hurt there on the last Italian fighters. One Italian fighter down.
One drop there, and that is going to be the numbers. Denmark.
Danish fighters taking that one home against the Italians.
Denmark taking the win. You see them celebrating with the crowd. The rain really picking up once again. Going to keep making the field slick as we get a result here for Canada versus Ireland. I believe this is the bronze medal match. Your bronze medalist will be Canada. Malin, the young fighter. You can see his father and his teammates celebrating alongside with his mother. Great family affair there. We have Canada or USA and Finland going on once again. So I guess the injured fighter has been cleared. The rain really is coming down now. You can see it on the cameras, and unfortunately we can feel it here in the booth. We're trying to keep our equipment clean, keeping it dry, and that is a uphill battle.
Yeah, not as much keeping it clean as just dry. It is a little dusty after a couple of days with nice weather, but I would prefer to wash it without the power on.
Yeah, we had a power bar over here that you thankfully wrapped up a meal. I didn't even think about that till I saw you coming over the plastic bag.
Well, trying to keep the things medieval.
Someone is down there in the corner, I believe. Marshall's discussing something in this big mess of fighters in this corner.
I think we have right now 3 Finns standing against 2 Americans.
A lot of discussion still going on with the marshals. Making sure everyone knows what's going on. If there's been any violations, I think they're taking a step back. They're getting ready to go back underway for Finland versus USA. I believe this is a split 1-1, so next win will take the match.
Oh, good finish pull there, and they're 3-on-1, so they'll have it by the numbers.
So Finland will take the win here. So we're seeing Italy marching off the field after being defeated by Denmark.
Fighters getting up, thanking each other for a good fight. I agree with you, Kevin Bacon from the live chat. The rain does make it more cinematic. Also brings another few tiny troubles for us here in the streaming booth, but everyone is scrambling to do as much as they can to ensure that we can keep on bringing these matches for you.
Someone saying, good thing the armor is waterproof. Yeah, it definitely is not. It doesn't make too much of a difference underneath the armor. Usually soaked in sweat anyways, so it just maybe cools you off a little bit more. But it does make things rust a lot more. So the fighters aren't going to mind the rain. Now they're probably thinking in the back of the head of, man, I am going to have to spend so much time cleaning and oiling this later.
Maybe next World Championships, I'll bring out a pallet tank of oil for fighters to just take a dip in.
Yeah, just get a winch and just dip the whole fighters in. So we see Team Ukraine marching in together here, making their way to face off against the Czechs. Czechia right behind them.
I think it may be a Ukrainian-Czech alliance because I think I saw the Polish fighters lining up at the far end of list 2.
You believe you may be right, or no? There's a lot of Ukrainians. Don't know where the Czechs were going because there's the Polish team.
Oh, I think I spotted the Czechs over at list 1.
Yeah, so that we may be done the women's 5s for now. Maybe we're finished with the group stage. They're just getting giving the ladies a break before moving on to the brackets. So the men's 10s will continue on in list 1. as well as list 2.
Marshals working quick in the range, checking up that all weapons have been certified, doing check-in, and of course that all armor meets the standards of the IMCF here.
Well, we saw one of the medal, what I believe was the medal matches. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe that was the semifinal match there for Canada and Ireland for the longsword division. So it seems like they're taking a bit of a break over there.
Looks like the marshals are making ready to start this fight. Personally, I think this fight will be a bash to behold. The Ukrainian team has brought a group of very, very good fighters. We've seen that in the 5v5s already. And the Polish has brought their A game again this year, one might say.
Oh, you see the Ukrainians immediately rushing in, charging the Poles back against their list. Someone has gone down. I think it's Ukrainian. In the middle of the field, we see a double takedown. Another one, double takedown to the right side of your screen. Just a mess of bodies here. No one was waiting around. They immediately jumped into it.
Polish fighter running and getting a good helmet pull there. And the match have been called. I think that was a numbers game for the Polish.
This is currently the men's 10s going on here. And I think Poland may have just won round 1 here between Poland and Ukraine. Poland very strong this year in every single category. Yes, they do take round 1. Here we go. This looks like, oh, still the women's 5s over here. So that was the Czech women's team that was arriving to the field against the Germans now. You see a mess of fires on both rails. Getting a close look here at the action as one of the Germans gets tipped over. Stays up, though. She was hanging off of the Czech fighter. Now she's going to get dropped to a knee. Oh, both a Czech and German going over. Looks like one German fighter pinned in the corner. 2 Czechs going up against him.
Getting some good knee action in from that German fighter there while a Czech fighter runs and
a fight had been stopped, did not see it. Thankfully, just a bit of a body check, and honestly, when you're braced up against the rail like that, those don't hurt too bad. At most, maybe knock the wind a little bit out of you, but we're going to get right back into it. 3-on-2 in favor of the Czechs, and now 3-on-1 as they drop the last German.
Out under the list, I see.
Yeah, and now
seems like Poland and Ukraine are back at it in list 2.
Oh, good Soto.
Wow.
Beautiful Sotogari from the pole. Drops one of the Ukrainians. You can see the ground not looking too bad. It's wet but not muddy. Fighters still going at it.
But if you don't have threads under your shoes, this will be slippery.
Poland dragging down another Ukrainian. Big flying knee. That Ukrainian somehow stayed up. Oh, now lots of fighters drop into the ground. Fight has been stopped.
Some rain covering I tried to jury rig has just come down, but we're keeping on with our work. Seems like the marshals are just getting a hand of the Poland versus Ukraine fight there. We may switch over to list 1 to have a quick look at how the Germans and the Czechs are getting on.
Oh, Oh, this weather has been a day. We had so much wind earlier that it actually blew some of our rain covering off over here at our announcers area. This is, again, as we keep mentioning, it's a temporary venue, not really a permanent structure. It's not like we have a nice, clean, warm, heated commentary booth. We are off at the trailer underneath a bit of an overhang, got some tarps hung up, trying to keep ourselves dry the best we can. But the weather has not been cooperating so well today. Hopefully be a bit better tomorrow. It was wonderful the first 2 days. Yesterday, I think, was just perfect fighting weather. Wasn't too hot, nice overcast.
Just to pick up some comments from our YouTube live stream. Weapons are blonded and stabbing is forbidden. Thank you all watching at home for answering each other's questions. The rain is getting a bit on our live stream screen as well, so we are having a bit of difficulty actually making out what it says. We are back. Germany against the Czech.
See the German running across the field. Not quite able to find a good flank. They're now going to have to go and face off against the Czech runner as well. As you see Ukraine walking past the front of our camera after their men's team finished their fight. Oh, one Czech going down.
Takedown there. Seems like 4 fighters are 2 and 2 clinched up at the left side, while there are 2 German fighters on 1 Czech fighter at the very back of the list. Czech fighters not giving up.
So it looks like a 4-3 advantage. Here comes a German flying across. Big flying grab. And they're going to try to rip down. There. These are real steel weapons. There is no padding in the weapons. They are made of steel, blunted, as one of the Czechs gets dragged down to the ground. There goes another one, and that is going to be a victory for the German team.
So that puts Germany and Chechnya at 1 win each.
Do not remember off the top of my head.
The Czechs won the first round.
Yeah.
Seems like Canada's 10v10 team is walking in for list 2.
And I believe they are facing off against the Czech men's team. I think that is what I heard announced over the PA. Still waiting, I believe, on the men's longsword finals and bronze medal match. Someone saying they have no clue how you win at this. It is an elimination match. So you eliminate your opponent by forcing them to make 3 points of contact with the ground. Last team standing wins, or if you can get a 3-1 numerical advantage. So either 3-1 or 5-2. You see those men's teams marching on for the 10v10s in list number 2. List number 1 here in front of you, the women's 5 versus 5, Germany versus Czechia. It is definitely a mix of different martial arts. A lot of judo terms you'll hear us saying, a lot of judo techniques that really do work out here in the armor. One of the most popular ones I've been saying are sotogaris. Sasais, hip tosses.
And we're on again with Germany versus Chechnya women's 5v5. German runner trying to get a good angle, but the Chechnyan fighter does not allow for that. Seems like there's a disarm. Oh, hard German jump there. Not allowing the Czech fighter to grab for a weapon. Seems like the Czech fighter has got their hands on an axe. German fighter coming in, and good hit. Now in a good clinch, but unfortunately for that fighter, there is 3 Germans around. Another German run coming in. In the back, they're dragging down
Think
that
it is
fighter.
4-2 in favor of the Germans now. They're looking good in this round.
I think that was the German captain giving a few well-meant instruction for the fighter to go down to the other and making sure it is 2v1 in each corner.
That is a great ratio to have here. You don't want to let any of the remaining Czechs to be left in a 1 versus 1. That is a possibility for them to turn it around 2 versus 1. It makes it very difficult for these remaining Czech fighters. The rain picking up once again as that German hammers away with her axe. Now I'm going to try to pin the Czech's arm. I need to figure out a way to get her elbow off the list so that she cannot keep bracing herself and then maybe drag her down. They got to pull her away from that corner.
And it seems like the marshals have intervened.
Yeah, their armor is hooked against the Czech, who I believe is wanting to go down. Or maybe it's stuck on her helmet.
Just making sure that everything is okay. And
I think that may have been the time limit. So, yeah, they had to stop there because I think the gauntlet was stuck in the Czech, or the German gauntlet was stuck in the Czech helmet. So they had to stop that just to make sure that everything was safe. Try to get the German untangled, but I think the time limit has been hit, which means Germany takes the round and will take the victory.
And we are over at the second round for the Chechnya team against the Canadian team, I see there.
Well, we know how big of a problem the Czechs have been against the Canadians on the world stage in hockey. And we saw yesterday as well, they were a problem for them in the men's 5s. But we are ready to go here. Round 2 will be ready in just a moment.
Just the fighters getting changed in, getting their armor checked.
Yes, denting a helmet is quite normal. I think you can see the fighter, especially here on the left side of your screen, the lower left, how much dents he's got there, both from axes and from maces. Those are usually the things that will cause the most amount of dents. If a helmet doesn't have dents, that usually just means it's brand new.
Helmets are, of course, now required to have kind of a crash padding inside them, keeping the fighters safe. They will also be wearing padded hoods, everything to keep their heads safe within the helmet. I actually joked about first day with Justin that the best thing you had to parry with, if nothing else, could be your helmet, because that is the safest part of your armor.
Yeah, usually for the most part, it is the safest thing. Surprisingly, your body one of the least, because most of these guys are wearing what are called brigandines. They're essentially just plates or coats of plates. It allows them to be quite flexible and quite mobile, but it also allows the plates to kind of move and shift. Yeah, so a hard knee to the body you will feel as the Canadians come rushing in against the Czechs.
Czechian runner trying to fight an opening, but the Canadian runners are keeping an eye on them.
One Canadian, I think 2 Canadians down here as one of the Czechs delivering hard, heavy axe swings to the Canadian that he's got pinned in the corner. One of the Canadians trying to hold strong. I believe that is Dimitri trying to fight back against the Czechs, but he's got 2 Czechs on him, and he's going to get brought down to the ground. Looking like a numbers game for the Czechs. They have got the numerical advantage, and yes, it is enough of an advantage for the stop to be called. Czechs will take the round.
As you may have noticed, when rounds end, fighters are told to stay in place. That is for the marshals to count up how many of them are up or down.
Yeah, each fighter that remains standing is a point to that team. Mainly those points are used in the case of tiebreakers in the group stage, or if they do go through all 5 rounds and neither side has won 5 fights, or sorry, won 2 rounds, they will use the points of those rounds to determine who the winner is.
Just a second ago, we talked about wooden clubs and such, and if you were watching the lower screen, you would see a ball mace down there. Now we're back at women's 5v5. What looks to be Brazil against Poland. That is one of the interesting fights, since the Brazilian fighters have been doing a very good job this year, but the Polish fighters are just dominating on many of the 1v1 categories. Seems that there is one Brazilian fighter down. That gives the Polish fighters a bit of an edge. Knee to the fighter there in the corner.
Another Brazilian down. I think it is 5-3 here. Another fighter down. We may have 5-2. Waiting to see. Yes, another fighter going down right as the marshals see that it is 5-2. So now 5-1. That is the end of the round. So Poland taking round 1 over Brazil. Someone saying this is a pricey sport. Yes, it is. Suit of armor. I can only give you really it in Canadian dollars, but a suit of armor is about 3,000 to maybe 5,000 Canadian, depending on the materials and what style. Don't know if you know either in kroner or euro how much it is. It's maybe a bit better for you since you don't have.
Well, I don't have to get mine shipped overseas.
Yeah.
There are still usually shipping involved. I think I'll pull up a calculator so we can do some actual numbers here instead of just the Danish kroner.
There were some people, though, that really saved on shipping. They ordered things through some of the companies that are here at the tournament, and those companies just brought the gear with them, so the fighters could just pick it up in person, didn't have to spend any money, so good opportunity for them to save a little bit. So we are in between a couple of rounds here. Looks like China getting ready to face off against Wales.
Well, I can just read from the live comments. Thank you guys for being out there. We are guessing that you can spend anything from 1.5 to 5,000 euros for a set of armor, which amounts to 35 to 40k Danish kroner.
Someone's saying that approximate amount for a suit of armor is 10,000. Yeah, not the case. Not $10,000. I don't know if that's Canadian or American dollars. That would be a very pricey suit. So I would expect that to be titanium, maybe like a nice gothic set. And that's very pricey.
Just to give an inkling on some of the piece prices, I was just up visiting one of the sponsors, a weaponsmith from Prague, and had a little look at a Großmesser he had up there at about 190 euros, which is 1,400 Danish kroner. I don't think that's an unfair price.
No, that's actually a really good price, I think.
You don't see many Großmessers being used, though, but... And we're on again with Poland versus Brazil.
See him looking back and forth, or the ladies looking back and forth. Oh, one Brazilian dropped on the left side.
Runners engaging each other. Polish runner really just putting the Brazilian runner down.
Think we just lost one of the Brazilian runners. Another Brazilian going down. Another one going down. And I think, yeah, they're going to stop it. That looks to be quickly have devolved into 4-1 there. So Poland going to take the victory here. And we're going to move over here to China versus Wales.
Just from the comments, V-Town, yes, you are allowed to strike as hard as you can. You just have to remember the harder you strike, the more energy you use. And there can be many strikes within a span of, what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, 5-minute rounds, and it takes a lot of energy to swing those weapons and swing your arms when you're wearing that much gear.
Full plate armors are allowed for these melees, but usually the fighters will use armor sets like brigandines because of the flexibility.
And they're much cheaper. But here we go, underway for Wales versus China. Big mass happening there along the rail. One Chinese runner running across the list, jumping as he takes down one of the Welsh fighters. Here comes a Welsh fighter hitting the Chinese hard from behind. That's going to drop him. So I see 2 Welsh on the ground. I think at least 1 Chinese fighter. Maybe he caught himself on the list, actually. He may have stayed up.
3 Welsh fighters in that corner with 6 Chinese fighters going at him.
2 more Welsh on the grounds. That I think this makes it a 10-6. Another one going down. 10-5. Things looking good for the Chinese. They are going to stop this. China is going to take the first round in dominating fashion. And yeah, China takes round 1. Fighters getting back on their feet. They can now make some substitutions if they so desire. And if they have the fighters available. I don't know how many China has. And as I've mentioned before, this is the first time they've brought a full team to the IMCF instead of being part of an alliance. I'd heard about that for the 5s. I'm surprised to see it for the 10s as well. So it's exciting to see the sport growing over there, and I've been seeing a lot of exciting stuff coming out of the Chinese social media posts. They have quite the fun team, quite the facility they've got as well. Wales as well, a lot of fun social media posts. I'm sure everyone has seen them.
Everyone has. Even my girlfriend, who isn't that interested in Buhurt, has shown me some of the reels from the Welsh team.
Yeah, I think one of my coworkers was saying, like, oh, I was seeing all these, like, armored thirst trap posts. And I'm like, wouldn't be surprised if that was the Welsh doing that.
They're an island people. They can't keep themselves from doing like that.
Here we go. Round 2 beginning. One of the Welsh rushing straight in, nearly getting his head taken off right off the bat by that axe. Luckily glanced off of the top of his helmet, but he is going to get thrown down to the dirt immediately. Another Welsh fighter hitting the dirt. Another one on the other side.
Really impressive work from the Chinese team here.
Chinese and Welsh fighter at the top of your screen going down.
Big heavy hits from that Chinese poleaxe there against. Oh, but the Welsh poleaxe fighter makes it out of it. The fight is stopped.
I think that is a numerical advantage for the Chinese. Again, the marshals just counting to be sure. Waiting for the marshals to finish counting. We we are going to take a quick step aside for a little ad break while they get this sorted out. Us in the booth need a quick break, but we will be right back with more Armored Combat action.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
Welcome back here to Spøttrup Castle as we are underway live for the International Medieval Combat Federation World Championships of 2026. See the Americans taking the field here. I think Germany versus Brazil is going to be going on in the women's division over in list 1.
And it looks like USA against Germany in the men's 10v10 in list 2.
We apologize for having to take that break, but no breaks in the action. There needs to be something here to give us in the booth and production trailer a quick moment to step out, maybe a quick run off to the bathroom, but we try to bring you as much action as possible. As yes, we see the Germans now taking the field. I believe the gate on that side may be broken out of that, or they just don't want to bother with it as they crawl into the list. The person saying to go to any of Ireland. Ireland is not out here right now. They are not on the field. So we don't have any Irish fight to show at this moment.
Yeah, looks to be Germany going up against Brazil in the women's 5v5.
We have Germany versus Brazil in the women's 5s. Germany versus USA in the men's 10s right now.
I think that the One of the German fighters have just been down to the American line just to say hello, and maybe I'm sorry in advance.
Well, the good news is these fighters can all share a drink together after the tournament is concluded tomorrow, reminisce about the fights, talk about the injuries they've given each other. But here we go, round one, USA versus Germany. As one of the Germans getting through to the back line of the one of the Americans getting through the back line of the Germans. Oh, big heavy axe swings you're seeing over here on the right side of your screen as a German hits the dirt. Someone else is down back there as well.
Just a quick shout out to Peter Sirup. Thank you for the note and thank you for the text earlier. Good having you with us. I saw a comment as well about the German tabards being yellow like the marshals, but I have heard a rumor that the Germans are getting new drip.
Yeah, I believe they are, but they are going to lose this round here as the Americans drop them down to the dirt. There's a significant numbers advantage for the Americans. Yeah, they have won the round one here. Once again, you have to take 2 wins to take the match. And yes, the Germans are the same color, but they will be changing shortly. You're able to tell the difference between the Germans and the Marshals. The Marshals aren't armored, so they're going to be moving a lot faster, and they look a little smaller. So the Germans going to swap things out here. We're going to look over at the women's category here. Germany versus Brazil. Looks like the Germans up 2-1 as they go tumble. Oh, everyone goes tumbling over. We had a marshal throwing their flag in there. So maybe a fighter might get stood back up and give the victory to one of the other teams. Or it may have been a draw. I do not know for sure. Do not know if the marshals made the call there. Did not see them signal towards any particular side, but they're going to come over and explain the decision to the Brazilian captain.
Back at Germany versus USA. Fighters really not pulling any punches. Good running action. Good caught from that German fighter not going down.
Oh, good catch from the German there in the middle. Catching that incoming strike. Oh, big heavy hack swing to the back of the American's head. Now the
quick to capture that American coming in and a German friend coming in to get him as well.
Fighters running all over the place. You see a big heavy axe swing right in front of your face here. One German hitting the dirt on the left side, though. Oh, a couple Americans down over on the right. Germans looking good in this round. Still kind of even with the Americans, though. As the German and American hit the ground together. I see another German hitting the ground up top. Big, heavy punch there at the bottom of your screen. Big contact as a German is dropped to the ground. I think U.S. is taking the numbers now. Here comes the American with a heavy axe looking for a target. There, it's going to hit the helmet and stick for a second.
Poor German fighter there, caught between 2 pole axes and a sword. That is not a fun place to be.
German losing his weapon, having to get a new one. Oh, good. Head rip train. Going to drag all 3 of them down to the ground, though, and that is going to be a victory for the Americans, I believe.
Back with the the German and the Brazilian teams here.
Oh, good spinning takedown there from a German. Just kind of grabbed and spun the Brazilian down. Essentially a twist down.
German fighter down in the corner closest to us doesn't seem to mind being hit a bit with that falchion right there.
They're going to run across, I think, get a new weapon, swap out for what they had.
Time for some polearm action, I think.
Yeah, we have an advantage to the Germans, a 4-3, as that huge halberd looking for a target, and it's found a home in the back of a Brazilian who goes down. 4-2, one more Brazilian hitting the dirt, and that is going to do it. 3-1 for the Germans. They take round 2 and take the match.
Just a quick shout out to our sponsors, Viking Jewelry, HF Craft, Soft Warrior Sparta, Albert Buhert, Lemberg Armour. Go check those guys out. Go Herd Medieval. Love that name. Armour Workshop, Historicum. Just got shieldmakers.eu. Sorry to forget you guys. You guys are lovely. And Fabri Armorium out of Prague.
Yeah, sorry, having a little bit of technical issues with the sponsor readout. It was not showing up on my phone. It wanted to reload right when we wanted to do these things because, of course, that's when things have to rear their head. Okay, you're wondering why we got a bit of an awkward angle here. Taking a look over at the Spøttrup Castle. There has been apparently an injury in List 1. We're going to keep our eyes off of that for now out of respect for the fighter. And I believe List 2, they are getting ready for a new fight. So we're just going to take a look here at the scenery. We still have some fans sticking it out here through the terrible weather that we have had today. We were blessed with some wonderful weather in days 1 and 2, but today the weather has really reared its head and has just been pouring rain pretty much all afternoon here into the early evening. Fighters still going at it. Spirits are still high. Still see a few people off in the stands bundled up against the weather, but it is coming down here. It has been just pouring rain. Thankfully, whatever the ground is here, I think it is a nice mix of sand, very well packed as well, has been providing a good base for the fighters. You see, even under all the rain, it has not gotten muddy at all. So a little chilly today over here in our commentary booth. Once again, we are kind of half exposed to the elements, but we've been trying to keep ourselves warm. We've had some people bring some coffee over to us, which has been greatly appreciated. But here comes Denmark.
And while the Danish fighters are walking in, I can provide a bit of background on the field we are fighting on right now. It is actually, and in fact, a horse riding arena. So it'll have good stable ground for pressure, but it will get a tad slippery, especially with no modern soles under your fighting shoes.
That's interesting. We fight in horse riding arenas back home in Canada, but they're more indoor style, a lot softer ground, and I think that actually played to our disadvantage at our national championships. We, I think, had a number of knee injuries, I think, because of that soft ground. Feet would be able to dig into it, and then it gave you a lot of give until you didn't. Your feet would kind of get in, push down into the dirt, and then suddenly would lock up. Someone would try to twist you, and we had a few fighters get knee injuries because of that. So this ground, fantastic. I didn't get very much time to experience it as a fighter, but it felt really solid into the feet, and we were able to slide around in it quite nicely.
And just if any of you were wondering out there, I can tell you, yes, we did get most of the horse droppings away before the fight started. We have moved the horses out of the festival at this point, so we can be completely entertained by the Fantastic work of the fighters here. Looks to be Denmark against the Sweden-Norway alliance. Talk about a neighbor mix-up.
I just realized then that pool is Finland, Denmark, and then Norway-Sweden alliance. That is quite the pool.
Nobody's saying grudge match, but
I'm almost a little surprised seeing Norway and Sweden teaming up together.
well, if you look at the history, Denmark has been against Norway and Sweden more than Norway and Sweden has been against the other twos, or each other. Sorry. Yeah, just watching a few of the comments. The list have been built and designed to actually being able to back up against the horse rail in the back there, so that we have a list that is completely still. Also between the small lists we have now, the back legs are also bolted together so they won't go anywhere. I talked to a couple of the guys who built the list, and they said, here in Denmark, the list will hit you back if you hit it.
It definitely seems to be the case. Meanwhile, back home, we have had a list that we have sent fighters sprawling through at events, which adds to the experience, but made us a little nervous. We had to reinforce our list after that, so we didn't end up flattening someone from our crowd back home. But yeah, we keep singing the praises of this list, and it is very well built. It has been absorbing a lot of punishment. And you can see, at least you were able to see earlier, some of the marks that have been made along the top of the tabletop.
I think we're just waiting to get the last marshals ready. They, of course, also need to get just a wee bit inside the marshals tent once in a while, get a well-deserved hot cup of coffee or tea, or I have even heard rumors of cocoa. Marshals seem to be ready. Fighters ready. And the big Nordic showdown is on.
Big Scandinavian brawl. Look at the big Norwegian fighter going along the side there. Meanwhile, on this side, holy, look at in the Dane's hands there. Number 16. That looks like a mean weapon, and he's now putting it to use on the Swedes. Norwegian fighter trying to duck away from the Dane, trying to find a flank, and he's going to find it. He's going to get the hit, but that guy's going to brace himself against the rail. So he'll stay on his feet here. Fighters scrambling all over. One fighter down to the ground. Think that may be a Dane. Another Norwegian there up a little towards the middle of the screen. But I think we are looking like the longsword medal rounds may be just about ready, so may be able to get those shortly. We had to give the marshals that were over there a break. They have been working all day. Fight being broken up.
Looks like a numbers win for the Danish team.
I see the Canadian fighter in the list there. I know he's the longsword fighter getting ready for his match. Do not know how far out that match is. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Make sure we go over there when it is ready, because I believe that will be one of the medal matches. I would offer to run out there to figure out for sure, but it is pouring rain right now.
Quite some dents in the helmet of number 26. Seems like the longsword finals are coming along.
Oh, there is a... Okay, so here's what has been the delay in the longsword. There was a protest filed, I believe. So we are going to redo Canada versus Ireland in the semifinals. So we had seen this match earlier. This explains why we haven't seen Longsword in a while. They were just looking through things, looking through the evidence of the appeal that was filed. And we're going to get back into it here with Canada versus Ireland. Once again, I believe this is the semifinal match. Winner will go on into the finals.
And as usual, the marshals are checking all of the safety gear before the fighters start. The most important thing here is not to win. It is that everybody is safe and gets to go home.
I think from what I've heard, getting the information now from the fellow commentators that are now sheltering from the rain with us, that both semifinal matches were protested. Appeals were filed. So we're getting a rematch of both semifinals. So right now we have got Canada versus Ireland getting ready to go. Again, this is the men's longsword semifinals. Winner goes on to fight for gold. Loser will fight for bronze. So no matter what, both of these fighters do have a chance to take home a medal. We're Canadians are over here in the booth. We're trying to remain impartial, but over there on the left, that is our boy Malin. He's been training for years. He turned 18 recently, now actually legal to fight. Coming out here, young guy with a bright future ahead of him in this sport. He's got his whole family right there with him, his two parents. You can see his mom taking photos, dad cheering him on. Dad has been coaching him since, I think, Justin, correct me, 12? So kid has been swinging a sword for a while, but when we saw this earlier semifinal match, you cannot count out that Irish fighter. He was speedy, he was quick, and there is a reason why he's here. He is also a world-class fighter, and he is determined to be the one to move on to that final.
And while we're waiting for the fight to commence, we'll just take a look at the second round of the Norwegian-Sweden alliance versus Denmark. Seems to be 4-on-2 favoring Denmark.
But here we go for the men's longsword semifinal. They're just about good to go here. They have touched swords, done that final salute. We have got water pouring in over here, so.
And the fighters are off. Ireland fighter getting some quick swings in at first, but the Canadian fighter picks up his pace and starts working on the Irish fighter there, using his size to his advantage, pushing the Irish fighter backwards and getting some good heavy swings in. I think I can hear those, and that is the furthest list from us.
Someone saying here, this is the Irish captain, Brendan. Brendan looking good, getting some good swings in on Malin. Now Brendan moving forward. The marshal trying to stop the fight while trying to not get too involved. That is the end of the round. Very close match, but Brendan, I think, looking just a little bit better, landing some good strikes in on the arms and body of Malin, who is looking tired over there.
I think that Marshall was happy that he had gotten one of the long sticks in that race.
Brendan for Ireland looking calm, cool, and composed over there, not getting any information from his corner. They know that he knows what to do. He's got his game plan. He's going to stick through to it.
And I just spotted on one of the text monitors that Denmark won against the Sweden-Norway alliance. Congratulations to Denmark on that one. I think that was a bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, but we are going to keep our eyes here. These are determining matches. The other melees going on right now are group stages, so we want to keep our eyes on the ones that count for medals here.
But just a quick look over at the other end of the tournament field, where Poland seems to be going up against Chechnya. Seems to be pretty equal with two fighters down on both teams. Lot of heavy work. Oh, a Polish fighter going down, making it 3-on-2. Polish fighter working to make sure that the They won't go down, but it doesn't seem to work. Oh, I think that fighter just mistook
Thought
where
the
we
fight
were
was
in
over.
where we were in that fight. Czech fighter spotting their friend working on a Polish fighter and rushing over there to give him a hand.
Yeah, still a lot of discussion going on in that men's longsword semifinal, so they have not got underway just yet.
You can be easily assured that we will follow that longsword fight. There were a break right now, so we just switched over to watch a few of the 5v5 female 5v5 battles, and they got the last Polish fighter down there. Congratulations.
Czechs taking that win over there. As I think there may be, helmets are off here, so I guess they were just maybe redoing one round between these two fighters. So here is your winner, moving on to the finals, Malin from Canada. So Malin will go to the finals. He'll fight for gold, no matter what, at the very least coming home with silver. Oh, but Malin's got an armor failure he just found. Meanwhile, Brendan's a fantastic fight from him, but he will have to settle for fighting for bronze shortly. But here comes to the list Germany and Poland for the other semifinal. A little bit of a redo as well. This one may be a single round too.
And you are completely right. In the live chat, if you disarm someone in a group fight, they cannot do offensive action. They are allowed to do defensive action, but will have to return to their own back end, to their own back list to grab a new weapon if there are one. The other fighters are, of course, encouraged to wail on them as much as they want to while they are returning there. In the 1v1 categories, you are, however, the fight is, however, stopped when you drop if and when you drop your weapon. In the pro fights, that will give the opponent a point if you are disarmed. But as far as I remember, in the
I think it counts for a point in the duels as well. I think so. We're trying to remember lots of rules off the top of our heads. This is day 3 for us here in the booth as well. Long days for us. Lots of fun, though. I would not trade it for the world. It's been a great opportunity. We really thank all of us. We'll thank the IMCF for having us all out here.
And I, as a representative of Denmark, are not completely mad that you got over here to do this with me. It has been a pleasure up until now, and I'm sure it will keep on going. Right now, we are waiting for the Poland versus Germany.
Can I take a quick moment? Is that the Polish team back there with matching cloaks as well? That is amazing. I think that may be them. Either way, those people with the 4 matching cloaks. Great look.
Gotta call out the good drip.
I mean, there has been a lot of that in this festival. Some people have some fantastic outfits to go along for their tournaments. Marshall's making a few last checks here for the German and Polish fighters, getting ready to go. Little last discussion here with the Marshals. All our marshals are wonderful. We thank them for their time, thank them for their bravery of getting in here without any armor on. If you think the fighting is fantastic and want to be a part of it, but you don't know if you want to actually fight yourself, become a marshal. You get the best seat in the house.
I think you also get the highest pulse, because the only thing that marshal on the field is armed with is a stick with a yellow flag. Of course, the fighters won't hit anything if a yellow flag is put in the front of their helmet, but you have to be a quick jumper, especially with those long swords. They are lightning fast, and I think we'll see that from the Polish fighter. As the fighters are asked if they are ready, marshals are.
Very important match here. I'm seeing at least 2 board members down there right now on the camera, so This fight being watched closely between Germany and Poland. Poland immediately coming out the gate, swinging away. Germany pressing the advantage. That sword getting stuck for Poland. Both fighters swinging fast, swinging hard. Germany advancing. I don't know how many strikes are getting in. He's tying up that Polish weapon. Oh, hard shot in on the arm for Germany. Or in favor of Germany, at least, on the Polish fighter. German getting a strike in on the body. That is going to be the round. I think maybe that was a quick 30-second tiebreaker round after a recount. We're going to cut over here to the men's 10s while they count the points.
That seems to be Italy going at it at Finland. Italy seems to be in the lead with a lot of Finnish fighters on the ground. Really doing some heavy hitting. We're just going to scoop around, see there's a pair down there in a bit of a skirmish. Big Italian fighter walking down there. Seems to be ready to finish that up.
Yeah,
oh, and a Finnish warrior coming in. Getting. Oh! Good throw there.
Beautiful trip from the Finn. Sends the Italian sprawling, but now the Finn going to go down with another Italian, and that will be it. The Italians outnumbering the Finns. They will take the win. We're going to keep a close eye, though, on that other fight, the longsword duel. We're keeping an eye on it and watching it because this is a semifinal. This will determine who goes on to the finals to fight for gold. That's why we have been focusing so much attention on it. They are calling for helmets off here. Let's see now who will be fighting for men's longsword gold, who will be fighting for bronze. Stepping up now, Germany and Poland. Your winner going to the finals, Germany.
Congratulations to that German fighter.
Disappointment on the face of the Polish fighter, but accepting the loss gracefully, shakes the hand of the German, who is pumped up. He's ready to go fight for gold. So it'll be Canada versus Germany in the finals. Bronze medal match will be Ireland versus Poland.
Oh, there is a shout out there from Freya Maluk to the Canada tabard.
Yeah, a lot of people do like the Canadian tabards. We love them as well. It's a fun little tabard that we've got. I also like ones like the Danes and the Finns and the English where it's basically just the flag. The Finns also have that beautiful coat of arms on the center of them. The Italians, a fun one as well. They've got their traditional blue, but along with the tricolor on the shoulders. Really every country bringing in their own flavor. And I think every fighter is very proud to put on that tabard of their country every time.
Sure, you're right. Just a quick shout out to the Finnish tabards also with the hanging cutouts of the yellow cloth in the edge there. I think the marshals are getting ready. Fighters ready, Finland, Italy, and we're on again. For the second round, the first round was won by the Italian fighters, who did what looked like a stellar job. Oh, I heard that pole arm come down on that Finnish fighter there.
Oh, look at that big halberd that the large Italian man is wielding over there. You can see him. Oh, hard shove drops the Finn. He's frustrated losing his own footing, but he is down against the rail. Big, heavy thud. I think he is okay, though. Big, massive fighters there. Finn and an Italian going down. Finn blindside Italian, but he's going to lose his footing as well. The Finn trying to push the Italian down over his teammate. Fights happening all around the list.
Seems very equally matched, maybe with a single fighter's advantage to Italy. Finnish fighter running, getting a grab on that very huge Italian fighter there, but taking a knee as the price. I really do hear that Italian halberd there, long axe there, coming down every time. It sounds horrible to be under that one.
Oh,
Italian
some weapon hit the ground. I think it was the Italian's halberd, and he's going to go down as well.
I think that leaves the Finns with a slight advantage there. No, actually not. It's just, bumping into your own fighter there.
I think it is 4-4. No, now 4-3 as an Italian hits the dirt. One Finn looking out from the midfield here, trying to find a target, and he's going to find it in that large Italian. Looking for an opportunity. He's going to try to jump up, can't reach over the head for the head rip. Now swapping up tactics. He's just going to try to chop him down. Big, heavy swings to the shoulder.
And if you're watching, look at that Italian buckler right there. The pizza buckler.
Showing off his heritage, I suppose. As they wrestle around here again, 4-3 advantage for the Finns.
Shout out here to Felix, Dr. Samu. I'm the lucky owner of a pair of arms made with or for Lucas Blyfus. I bought them and now I'm working on them so that they'll fit me, the mild steel ones. Finnish fighters and Italians still going at each other. I think I saw a Finnish fighter go down there, bringing him to 3v3.
Yeah, that's the marshal signal, 3-3. And yes, Felix is here with us. He's over in the taking a break just off to the side of us, staying under the cover, trying to stay dry. Yes, it is still pouring, as you can see on the camera. Fighters, though, still having some good footwork, still good, solid, firm ground beneath them. As we see in the background, the Polish fighter getting ready to face the Irish fighter for the bronze medal. While they finish getting ready, we'll watch the end of this round here between Italy and Finland.
Seems like one of the Finnish fighters got free from the Italian 2v1 clinch up there, but the Italian Polacks will there really trying to get some hits in. Meanwhile, looks like the Czech women's 5v5 team is entering list 1.
Oh, the Italian getting his weapon knocked out of his hand. The Finn now trying to tie him up so the Italian cannot get back to his side and get a new weapon. The Italian, though, coming to help his teammate out, does get him free, but the other Finn moving over to intercept. Once again, as soon as that fight starts over in the longsword, and looks to be starting very shortly, we were going to have to cut over there because that is the bronze medal match. This melee going on here, just a part of the pool stage. So we are unfortunately going to have to cut away from that because we do want to show this bronze medal match. Here we go, Ireland versus Poland. Waiting for the command from the marshal to start the fight.
Marshals being divvied up to each corner to make sure to count the very lightning fast hits we are expecting for this round.
They are ready to go. Just waiting for that final command. Here we are, bronze medal match in the men's longsword category. Ireland versus Poland. The Irish fighter slowly moving in, trying to find a gap. I think he may have tapped one in on the arm. Here they go now. Quick shots in exchange.
Looks like the Polish fighter is doing some nice defensive work here, catching the blade, breaking off the Irish fighter's hits, and that makes the hit not count if you catch it with your blade.
Good exchange of blows, defended well by both fighters. I think the Polish fighter able to find a couple. Yeah, another tap in on the shoulder. That one finding a home on the helmet of the Irish fighter. Though Ireland pushing forward, applying the pressure, gets one in on the body, but responded by Poland to one to the helmet and then one to the arms. As they separate there, Poland maybe getting another one to the arms, another one to the arms. He's just sniping those arms. Fantastic shots by the Polish fighter. And that is the end of the round. Something came off there right at the end. I think it was a piece of the Irish fighter, maybe the back of his neck protector. I think it is something that's sometimes nicknamed the lobster tail. Or it is something in there. They're trying to fix him up here in between the rounds.
As far as I remember, they'll have a quick minute to fix any armor malfunction when it happens.
Once again, every fight is being recorded individually. They will all be available at a later time. But this right here is the bronze medal fight between Ireland and Poland. We are going to keep our eyes on this. Give this medal fight the attention it deserves. See the Canadian picking up the banner for the Irish team as the Irish team having to step in to repair their fighter. Poland getting a little bit of words of encouragement from his coach. You can see him breathing heavy. This has been a long day of fighting for him. And you've seen how explosive all of his movements are.
Amazing, you can hear anything. I see small nods from the Polish fighter actually getting the message, but it is quite tough to hear anything within that helmet, especially when you're breathing deep like that.
Yeah, you can just try to pick out that one voice, try to focus in on it here as the Irish fighter steps in to control the center of the list. Now closing in on the Polish fighter, gets one shot in on the legs, another on the arms, but Poland answering back, getting a lot of shots in on the Irishman's arms. Good block there from Poland. Good exchange from both fighters. Poland sniping the shots away. I believe fighters saying, our commenters saying this is Brendan for Ireland, Radek for the Polish side. Both fighters fighting well, showing their determination to take home some hardware.
Marshall got the whistle in his mouth. Now is the time to get the final points in. Quick snipe may have gone in from Ireland there.
And that is the end of round two, possibly the end of the fight. The Polish fighter trying to just show some appreciation to Ireland. Oh, maybe that is not the end of the fight. Something possibly called a little early, maybe a little mistake here as we swap to another angle here for the last little bit of this fight. Both fighters exhausted. It has been a long day for them. That is the end of it as the Polish fighter just collapses into his corner. The Irishman going to go back to his corner, wait to see the results. If this is not separated by 2 points, this will go to a third round. See the exhaustion from the Polishman. Will it be Brendan? Will it be Radek?
Now we have this camera angle. We can see the small click counters that marshals use for these points fights, just so they don't have to remember the count in the back of their mind as well while they are working. Hot coffee being brought to us here. Seems like the Polish have been a bit rough with their flag. I think I spotted a hole in it. Well, that's what you get when you wave it that much, I guess. The tallying up of the points for these fights is not helped along by the rain. but it seems that the conclusion is ready.
See them having to try to protect from the rain. It is pouring out here. I'm sure you can see on the camera. Helmets off. We have a winner. Who is taking home the bronze? Will it be Brendan? Will it be Radek? Poland or Ireland? A lot of people wanting another round. I don't think the Polish fighter does. He looks exhausted. Not surprising with how explosive he has been, but here we go, taking home the bronze medal, your winner. Still waiting.
Your winner.
Ireland, Brendan from Ireland takes home the win, takes home bronze. Fantastic fight. The captain of the Irish team will bring home some hardware for him. Well earned, as that was a tough match. Looks like some coffee being delivered over to the marshals as well. We just got our own over here. I'm more thankful just to hold it in my hand. My hands are cold. It is a breezy and wet day here. But we have got now the men's longsword gold medal match here. We have Henning of Germany, Malin of Canada. Both fighters have secured a medal at this point. Now it's just to determine what color is going home with who. Marshall's making a couple of checks here on the armor of both fighters. You see Malin has had a lot of repairs had to be done to his helmet. Henning looking pretty good, so hopefully that will stay the same there for this fight.
Once again, as we always do, shout out to the marshals. I see Justin just popping in back there.
Yeah, we just sent him off to go cheer on his boy, Malin. He's going to be off behind him. Malin in his corner also has his mom and dad, a full family affair for them. Henning with some great support as well. See another person over there clutching their coffee.
And the matching cloaks are back as well. I do like it when you do something with your drip when you're in medieval. I myself have today purchased a new tall orange hat, and I will recommend buy yourself something fancy.
But here we go, Henning of Germany, Malin of Canada, gold medal match for the 2026 Medieval Combat World Championships. We are just about ready to go. Final checks and preparations being made by the marshals. Fighters staring each other down there in the center of the list. Each one ready to go. They are 2 minutes away from glory. Once again, 2 1-minute rounds. Most points at the end of those rounds wins. You score a point with each strike with the edge of the weapon or with the pommel.
And while we wait for the fight to get on, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Wolf. The marshals are doing an amazing job working out there in the rain without protection, just armed with a yellow flag and the wits, keeping the fights going. And we're on.
Malin immediately rushing forward, trying to get those pommels in on Henning. Henning now stepping up to Malin, backing Malin down to the corner. Both fighters exchanging blows, a couple of landing in on for each fighter. Henning swinging but not finding anything here, prodding at Malin's guard. Now he finds one. I think Malin may have countered. I don't know if Henning ducked that one. Henning now getting up into the guard, and Malin trying to wrench over top. I think he may have got one through there, but Malin may have countered. Points are close so far now. Malin tying up. Maybe got one in the back as Henning spun away. Malin coming over the top, getting one in the arms. Henning answering back. Close match. Henning still trying to prod and poke at Malin.
think he managed to swipe on Henning right there before they split up. Now they're back together, getting a few shots in.
Malin looking tired at the end of that first round.
Looks like Malin has a bit of a size advantage on Henning.
Someone's saying that the cloak guys are Club Grenzwacht. I may have completely butchered that. I apologize. I'm going to look over to you two. They may have a better idea on the pronunciation of that. But yes, greetings to you as well. Once again, you guys look fantastic over there. See Malin getting a little bit of advice from his corner. His father and his friend William. See Justin over there as well, ran away from the booth because he wanted to yell, as he said to us, yell at his boy. Henning now getting some advice from his corner. Getting some motivation from him as well. Who beat Poland? That would have been Henning of Germany, beat him in the semis. And then the Irish fighter, Brendan, beat him for bronze. But here we go, round 2 going on between Malin and Henning. 1 minute away from determining our champion.
Good quick swipes from Malin there. Catching Henning in the helmet a couple of times, it seems.
Fighters tied up high here. Henning being pushed back against the rail by Malin. Malin trying to get a pommel strike in. I don't think that was going to be solid enough to count for a point.
Malin uses his size advantage against Henning here.
The clinch being broken up. Oh, no, that is not the idea for Malin, trying to go up over top and opened up his legs. Henning hacking away at the legs. Henning may have just opened up a gap that could be insurmountable. Malin getting a shot in on the arms. A break being called here by the marshal.
Pulling them out into the middle of the list again.
You can see Malin is tired. He has to dig deep. This is a gold medal match. Can't leave anything on the table. Henning pushing forward. Now Malin swinging away. A couple of shots landing in. That may have countered. Oh, he wraps up Henning's arms. Henning pushing the big man back. But the marshal going to break that up again. Does not want these clinches. We need to keep these fighters separated. This is a duel. Both fighters swinging away now. Henning a lot of shots in on the legs. Henning more shots on the legs. Great work from the German fighter. That is the end of the round. We may have a champion. And we are just a few seconds away from figuring out who it is. Will it be Malin of Canada? Will it be Henning of Germany? You see both the fighters exhausted. They put it all on the line out there. Beautiful fight from them both. Excellent fighting spirit shown by them both. But they have to be ready to possibly go for a third round. Malin was looking pretty good in the first round, but the second round, I think, went up high too many times, allowed Henning in on the low side, get down in on Malin's legs, hacked away at him. Malin had a few good combos of his own, but I don't know if it was enough to counter what Henning had done. It's a good, strong fight, good, close fight. Henning getting some water. Marshall setting down a stick. We have a champion.
Helmets off.
Once again, it is Henning from Germany, Malin from Canada. Great hug from both those fighters, shaking hands. But your winner of the 2026 Men's Longsword World Championship, going to be one of these two men. your winner, Henning of Germany takes home the gold. Felix over here celebrating. Us Canadians, myself and Justin, were hoping for Malin, but that is a promising young fighter with a bright future.
No doubt about that.
Henning as well, a young fighter, 24, getting offered a little bit of booze from the Canadian corner, I think. Oh,
Getting jumped by his own corner mates. He has worked for this. Malin has as well. Remember, he is going home with a silver medal from the IMCF World Championships.
yeah, first World Championships in Malin, as we've said, has been training for a good chunk of his life for this moment, and a great showing, but fantastic work from Henning. Another young fighter as well. Felix telling me he's only 24, so he as well having a bright future. I'm sure this is not the last time we're going to see these two square off on the world stage.
Impressive.
The future is in the hands of those two young fighters in the long sword division.
No doubt about that.
But we're
Now we are back on 5v5. Women's, Germany going up against Poland. This is the third round of this match. In the background, I see Ukraine going up against...
Oh, the Polish fighter getting a good step in, trying to wrench down the German. The German countering, though. The German staying on her feet. It is now 2-1, it appears. The German just making sure they're allowed to hit a certain spot on the Polish fighter, as the Polish fighter has the German teammate locked up. Now the German throwing punches. Hard punches from that German, but the Polish fighter just eating them. Uh-oh, the other German getting free, though. Now 2 versus 1. A proper 2 versus 1.
Marshall getting their flute ready. This may be going on time. Germans working as hard as they can, trying to get that Polish fighter down, but seems like they just won't give. Big quick change of tactics there, getting a short handle on that axe, trying to work her down.
And that is time, I believe. 2-1 for Germany. They will take the round.
In the other arena, the Marshal seems to have grabbed one of the Chechen fighters for a quick spin, just to keep the moods light. They seem to be going up against Ukraine in the men's 10v10. This is for sure a battle to watch, since the Ukrainians and the Chechen team has both done good work on the field today.
Someone asking that final. Oh, as we get started quickly, Ukrainian dropping to the ground. So Czechia getting a quick advantage. They drop another Ukrainian.
Oh, good swing from that long axe. I think that connected with the back of the helmet.
I think another Ukrainian on the dirt there. Number of fighters off to the ground there, and the Czech puts dirt on another Ukrainian fighter. Now walking over to where a Ukrainian is pinned by 2 fighters, hacking away now. Down goes the Ukrainian. Down goes another Ukrainian along with a Czech, and I think I see the flags going up. That may be the end of that round. Someone asked if that was the first world championship for both of our finalists in the men's longsword. Yes, it was. Henning representing Germany for the first time, and Malin for Canada the first time, and both of them walking home with gold and silver respectively. Real thankful for those fans that are still sticking it out in the grandstands. It has been an awful day for weather, but People have bundled up, put their raincoats and their ponchos on, and have braved the elements here to keep watching some armored combat. There's still some on the other side in the general admission area as well, as the Czechs walk off the field victorious.
And I think this may be a good time to cut a bit away for commercials. We will have a short break, stretch our legs because we've been sitting in the cold, and we'll be right back.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
Welcome back to the 2026 International Medieval Combat Federation World Championships live from Spøttrup, Borg here in Denmark. Looks like in the men's 10v10 category, we are getting ready to go with Poland versus Canada.
The 10v10 categories are elimination categories where you have to get your opponent to have at least 3 points of contact with the ground, and then they will be out. The team that first get all of the other team down or gets the numerical equivalent of 3-1 will win that round. We are usually seeing 2 rounds being fought, but there can be a third in case of tie. Marshals signaling ready. Dividing their tasks.
Someone saying that they would just like to show up, play, meet people, and drink. Really, that is the purpose of the World Championships. After the medal ceremony tomorrow, bottles will suddenly appear, and the fighters will have a party, exchange gifts. But for now, watch these guys try to beat each other up as one of the Canadians losing his footing, going down early. Oh, hard hit into the rail for one of the Poles.
Good punch shield action from that Polish fighter in the middle here. Again, his Canadian opponent there. punch shields are allowed to be used. Good on that Polish fighter getting his long axe with him out. We're seeing a bit of problems with the focus because of the intense rain that has just started with the fight.
Oh, one of the Canadians getting sent down there by the Polish fighter. Now the Pole stepping over. Oh, stop being called. Maybe an illegal strike. So the Polish fighter being sent down. Missed what that could have been, but I believe it was an illegal strike that got him sat. Still a lot of brawling going on as one of the Canadians is pushed down over his downed teammate. Here comes a Canadian coming in to help his teammate. And another Polish man coming in to help his own teammate with a large axe.
Oh, right on the upper arm there. That will be felt tomorrow. While the Polish fighter are vicing the Canadian fighter's leg and have a friend yoink him in the other direction. Nice little touch there, seeing the Polish polearm fighter that we just followed with the Canadian folding down the Canadian's collar while fighting. Most of these fighters will, if they can, try and keep a good eye on their opponent's equipment as well, just making sure that they don't actually hurt them.
See a lot of brawling going on here in the corner. One big Canadian crashing into the Polish fighter. He's now wrapped up by two Polishmen. As we still see a big fight here in the corner. One Canadian still in trouble on the far side of the list. Another Canadian hitting the dirt. Poland looking around for new targets as a few of their fighters keep swinging away at the Canadians.
Now we really see the use of those pole axes in the... Oh, and the last Canadian went down, tipping the favor over to Poland, and the marshals intervening, declaring the match for 6v2, favoring Poland. So Poland takes this round.
Someone saying that people can win things other than medals here. Yes, I believe a few of the sponsors have put up prizes in a few of the categories. So fighters that win gold medals will be bringing home some hardware as well as some new pieces of equipment to either put up on their wall or use with pride. Look at that one Polish fighter. He's ready to go.
Hopefully for our friends visiting from the other side of the Atlantic, nothing too heavy.
Also, hopefully nothing too big that won't fit in luggage. Don't know how a lot of the other countries travel. I know with the Canadian team, or at least with my team within the Canadian team, we've got rifle cases that we use for the swords and smaller axes, and then our big pole arms go into ski bags.
Mr. Dev's asking best of 3. Yes.
Yeah, first to 2 wins for a total of 5 rounds, as there can be draws. If the 5-minute timer elapses and the numbers are even, it is a draw. Or if the last 2 fighters go down together, it is also a draw. It does not matter if one fighter lands on top of the other. Both are considered part of the ground.
I think I see the French team lined up out back, getting ready maybe for the next fight. They have been doing push-ups in armor. I saw it earlier.
Someone asking for in the elimination rounds. I do not know for sure. I think we may still be in the pools in the group stage.
And we're off again. Great push from the Canadians on the Polish line, but the Polish seem to rally.
Yeah, we see one Canadian down, another one drop into the ground there. As we see them get locked up in the corner. Number of fighters wrestling around with each other. Oh, big kick delivered to the Canadian. Poland swinging hard and then dropping another few Canadians. I see one pole down on the ground.
Not many Canadian tap outs left, and there the marshals call it. I have a slight feeling this one will go for Canada as well.
Yeah, I believe Poland.
Sorry, go for Poland as well.
I believe Poland will take this one as they do a final count. Yeah, all rise given, so they have counted up the fighters. Poland takes home round 2, takes home the victory.
A few hugs are exchanged on the battlefield. Fighters thanking each other for a great match. Really did some good work out there, both teams. Remembering to gather up their weapons when leaving.
Well, good to see the smile still on the faces of the Canadians as they exit the field.
If you have the luck to spot a fighter on the way out of the list, you'll usually just see a big teeth smile and a lot of heavy breathing.
Yeah, I was cornering for my team captain yesterday in one of the elimination rounds in Sword and Shield. He lost the fight, but the whole time walking out of there, he just kept saying, "Man, that was a great fight. Man, that was the best fight I've had." So a lot of these fighters, they just love to fight, love the sport. When you just have a good fight, even if you're on the losing end of it, you just have so much fun. And it's something that you can also just take home and learn from.
Especially since we've gathered so many great fighters over here. The fighters are getting some of their best opponents, getting to try out all of their skill, really getting pushed to the max.
Yeah, another thing that happens during the cultural exchange that will happen after the awards ceremony is a lot of fighters will exchange tabards. So maybe they find a fighter that they enjoyed the fight with and will give them their tabard in exchange for the other fighter's tabard. I myself have the tabard of a Mexican fighter that I took on back in Mexico. One of my favorite fights, such a lot of fun, despite the fact that it was an away game for me. It was the first time I've ever had a crowd cheering against me, but it was just so much fun, a fantastic fight as his countrymen had cheered so loud for him that we agreed to exchange tabards, exchanged bottles of our own home liquor, or liquor from our home countries. And just fantastic time to be had.
Yeah, getting here a quick view of the marshals and our technical crew in the bright yellow there. These guys have been building and maintaining the lists tirelessly since we started. And it seems to be France walking into the field now, getting ready to meet their opponents. We will maybe get a bit farther away so we can see who they are facing up against.
I haven't seen them walking in yet. I'm looking over my shoulder at all the other cameras, and I think they're hiding. We're looking for them. We'll see who their opponents are in a minute. They may be behind the line of French fighters making their way to the list. There it is. Looks to be Ireland making their way now here to the list to face off against France here in the men's 10v10 division.
Storm SSC, yeah, a lot of blue liveries among the teams. Blue are a very popular color due to it being, it being used by a lot of royalty and well-off people back in the medieval ages. Blue mostly being dyed with the use of indigo, which was extremely expensive. But this will be the battle of the blue and yellow. Remember that the French fighters are equipped with the yellow fleur-de-lis almost everywhere on their tabards, while the Irish fighters has of course, the Irish harp and a blue line at the bottom of their tabard. That's at least how I try to keep track of it.
Yeah, we're going to try our best to keep track of this, try to keep this as straightforward as possible for you, but we may lose track of this. The Marshals may lose track of this. This is going to be a confusing matchup. Obviously, you know, teams don't come out here with home and away kits. It is purely just one tabard.
I think I hear the German fighters in the back just trying to yell up some warmth. Oh, and a bow from the French fighters to their Irish opponents walking in. This show of sportsmanship is just some of the finest you will see out there.
Marshall's making the last few checks to the fighters. Taking a look and making sure everyone is good to go.
If we lose track of which fight, which country is which during this fight, I can assure you at home we will just be referring to it as, look at that blue fighter hitting the other blue fighter.
We'll do our best. This is going to be a difficult one, testing our skills, testing the skills of the Marshals, and also testing the skills of the fighters, making sure they have correct target identification and not hitting their teammates. But here we go, round one between France and Ireland. The Irish fighter trying to get through. A Frenchman getting behind one of the Irish fighters. He's going to bounce off the list, come back to the center of the list. You see one of the French bouncing off his teammate there. Or yes, that was a French fighter bouncing off another French fighter. Now he comes rushing in to hit the Irishman on the far side. Oh, one Irishman getting tripped. He's going to go down. French fighter now rushing in, trying to help his teammate.
Oh, good jump from that Irish fighter there. Ooh. Let's see. Oh, some good axe hits from that Irish fighter there. In the back, French runner coming down to intervene.
Yeah, friendly fire definitely going to be something you got to worry about here, but one of the Irish fighters in a tough situation. He's now dragged down the ground. You see that on the right side of your screen. Another one in the left side, kicked from behind. He goes down. We have two Irish fighters in the near corner, another one in the far corner. Whistles are blowing.
And I think that is it for this round, maybe?
That may have been the round. I think the French fighters were able to build up enough of a numerical advantage. That looks to be the case. Someone talking about the lack in green in tabards. You would like the Brazilians. They have a lot of green in their tabards. I believe the Australians as well.
They do. The Australians used to favor, as far as I remember, yellow and green, with green being the dominant color. From the live comments, okay, let's go skins and shirts. Maybe that's not the best idea we've had today, but I appreciate the idea.
Maybe at the very least, bare brigandines and chess pieces, but the fighters were somehow able to tell us apart. Same with the Marshals. They were able to catch the numerical advantage before we did because they've got a nice up-close view.
And they have also practiced a lot before starting off today. Marshals here having to get certified in the within the martial organization before they can come out and judge on a fight. So there has been they're masters of the martial arts, as Justin just pointed out. Good thing you moved a bit away there, Justin. We are gathering up the teams again. There seem to have been some weapons that needed picked up from the field. Bit of a flag flourish from the marshal with the red beard there.
You see the one French fighter getting the blood flowing. It's a little bit cool, as we keep mentioning today. You've seen the rain. Everyone out here is bundled up. Seeing Gavitas over here, who once again has actually put all this together, bundled up next to us in his hoodie.
Just enjoying the show. And I think we are ready. French ready, Irish ready, and we're on again. French going quickly in, and the runners trying to make some holes in the line.
Yeah, one of the French fighters finding a way around, but now Irish fighter going to intercept him. Oh, big swing from that Irish axe there on the left side of your screen. Oh, you see in the far side, though, and French answering back with some swings of their own. Now he's going to rush in to go after one of the Irish fighters, but blocked. Now rushing back over to that big melee over there. Hard hit to the back of the Irish fighter, and that's going to drop him.
From the comments, question for the commentators, has Denmark only had one 10v10 match yet? I think I remember him having 2 down so far, but my memory does not serve me as to how it went. I'm very sorry about that.
Yeah, we have also had to be bouncing around to cover all the different action here throughout the day as we keep an eye here on France versus Ireland.
The Irish blue is
I think we've got a victory here for the French fighters. Whistles are blowing, flags are displayed.
A lot of fertilise on the field.
Yeah, they're taking a quick look around. Hard to count with all the similar looking tabards, but the marshals getting there. Checking in on the fighters that are down, making sure they're okay. Everyone seems to be good. Getting him back on his feet. Oh, maybe he may have sprained something there. He's up and he's okay. Does look to be limping a little bit. Going to use his pole axe to help himself get out. The rest of the fighters rise to their feet as France takes the victory over Ireland.
Thank you for the comments in the live stream once again. You guys keeping us company in this weather. I hope you're at home at least nice and dry. And a quick shout out to Jivas from, sorry, I'm going to totally butcher this, Knyas, UK?
Yes. And he's saying that we need to put him on the mic. No, we're getting a quick shake of the head, so I don't think that is going to happen here. He's been doing all the work in the background, running around like a mad man. I think it's the most I've seen you sit this whole week.
Mostly because of the pouring rain. He has been running all of the commentators here food. He's been getting us coffee. Oh, at our replay screen there, I just saw the French, what's it called?
A somersault?
Yeah, the French
Little
somersault
tumble?
there. French fighters really showing the energy that they have left.
Do we know if the Swedish team has 2 or 3 matches? We have no idea. We don't have access to that information right now. The system that we had intended to use had a serious major malfunction on day 1, which is basically has been what we've been trying to recover from this whole week. So we do not have that information anymore.
After the first system, we tried a second, which also gave up, I think, pushed by the weather we have here today. So the marshals have reverted to good old-fashioned pen and paper and just doing it the old way.
Yeah, we've been saying we are not in a permanent facility. This is a temporary setup out in the middle of the countryside. Like, we are quite a bit of ways away. The Danes here saying that we are out past the sticks. We are basically in the countryside of the countryside here next to a castle that does not have too much modern infrastructure. We've got a temporary setup getting all of our amenities here, as looks like the women's fives are getting another fight ready to go. Looks like England versus Czechia.
And on the men's 10v10, it seems to be Germany going up against Wales. Wales have put on quite a show, but so have the Germans this time.
Germans usually bringing out a very tough team. I have seen some of those fighters over the years taking some heavy swings from their opponents and stay standing. I remember back in Mexico in 2024, there was a German fighter that I think suffered at least like 3 injuries where we saw him and went, well, that's him done for the weekend. And the next day he's walking out again in armor, and we're looking at him going, what are you doing here? So Germans build them tough over there, but then again, to be involved with the melees in any way, shape, or form, you have to be a tough fighter.
We are being asked if we can get some audio from the fights. I think, unfortunately, the light Danish rain we're having today have gotten into our sound system. I know our sound guy has worked his feet off trying to get it running again. Yeah, I've just been...
Yeah, we're being shown a microphone that may have given up the ghost here.
It looked a bit tired.
Yeah, someone asking if IMCF won't do this next year. Is that true? Yes, it is. They are about to go alternating with Buhurt International. So next year will be the BI World Championships. The year after that, BI will take a year off, and the IMCF will host World Championships. And as to where it is, it has not officially been announced yet. There have been rumors as we watch the fight here between England and Czechia in the women's 5 versus 5s. One of the Czechs getting tossed down to the dirt early. The English now up 5-4, looking around for their next target. Big mass here against the rail. One of the Czechs on the far side, outnumbered 2-1. Those English need to drop that Czech there. They do not have time to just be looking around as another Czech goes down. Oh, a double takedown here means it is now 4-2, I believe.
Looks like it, and I think the English on the far side is going for a helmet pull there.
Yeah, they looked like they were going for their head rip. Did not get it. Now just hacking away at the shoulder of that Czech fighter. That woman back there towering over the rest, so it is hard to reach up there and pull on that helmet. So the English just resorting to try to beat her into submission. The other Czech here on the near side showing some great resilience, great fighting spirit.
Really doing a hard job here, getting the Czech fighter down. And that concludes that round. As the 10v10 in the background seem to have gone to the German fighters.
So that is going to be a victory in round 1 to the English, I believe. They are just doing a final count, final confirmation. Yellow flag still down. Yeah, all rise, command given. So round 1 goes to England. They are going to look to take the match here in round 2. Once again, if you are just joining us, these are first 2 wins, best or maximum of 5 rounds. These are elimination fights. You eliminate your opponent by getting them down to the ground to make 3 points of contact. You can do so by either throwing or tripping them or even hitting them into submission. Last team standing wins, or a fight can be stopped if there's too large of a numerical advantage. For example, 3-1 or 5-2.
Just gonna jump in here while the marshals are getting ready and the fighters are getting ready with a quick shout out for the Quebec team. Yeah, the Quebec men's 5v5 team yesterday who went into the list. 3 people. Very big shout out to Big Phil, doing a lot of the work, and went up against the other country's 5er teams. They did a hell of a job.
I believe they are partnered with another country for the 16s tomorrow. I do not remember off the top of my head who they are teamed up with, but they will be taking part in the 16s.
Big swings from Germany in the background here as they are look like they are just steamrolling the Welsh team.
And yeah, that round ended quickly here as we are about to start the next round of Czechia versus England. Looks like one of the Czech fighters going back to the days when... Oh, she's just dumped to the ground as I was referring to her, unfortunately. A bit of a commentator's curse. Another Czech tossed to the ground.
Another Czech down, so it's 2v5. Marshall stopping.
Yeah. That happened so fast, the marshals didn't have a chance to get in there to stop the fight. We saw some of them pointing. Looks like we may have an injury in list 2, so we're gonna have to get our camera away from that.
Look at that fighting ground.
So I believe that is the end of the round with the match in the women's 5 versus 5s.
We try to get as many fights going in a good flow state as we possibly can do. We will try to switch as much as we can between the fights to bring you all of the action going on today.
And I believe the women's melees just started back up. I think they had a long break over there in List 1, maybe between the pools and elimination rounds as well.
Seem to be some discussions with the marshals. And I think I hear the French team in the background of the commentators booth here. They have been doing a great job at keeping up their spirits today with push-ups in the rain. I've seen them go for a slight jog, doing good work to keep up their spirits.
I would like to say to look at the beautiful countryside, but the weather has not given us that here today, as it has been gray and dreary today. Hopefully the weather will turn and be a little bit nicer tomorrow. But the fighters have been keeping their spirits high. Fights have been going fairly smoothly here today. Unfortunately, a few injuries, but that is to be expected in the melees. They are rough and tough on the joints. I do have to keep commending the field here, because we saw, at least in the Canadian Nationals, with the way we had our list set up, the ground that we were fighting on ended up contributing to a number of knee injuries. Here it is a very good ground to fight on as a fighter, very firm. Probably not so great to fall on, but at least it doesn't have too much give in your foot, so you can... It also isn't going to be getting sloppy in this rain. It's been raining all afternoon, but still looking to be in great shape.
This is the most normal Danish summer weather we are having today out here in the sticks. Good wind. You can see that on the German flag in the background, as the German women's 5v5 team getting ready to meet the Finnish team.
We'll maybe try to get some information. I think this may be elimination rounds. We did have a lot of women's 5s going on. I think maybe cleared out the pools. So we may be into the brackets. As we see the marshals giving the check over of the fighters. Once again, you can maybe see the fighters kicking up their feet. That is to show the marshals that they do not have any sort of modern tread on their feet. Basically, the bottom of everyone's boots is smooth, at most maybe a little bit of speckling. So doesn't give a great amount of grip, but with the sand here, you don't need a ton of grip. And it also kind of helps when you're getting twisted down to the ground for your foot to maybe slide a little.
Making sure that you won't be caught. Seems like the fight is on. Personally, this time I will confess I may be rooting for Germany. Germany's women have been doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, the Finns have been doing great as well, so this is going to be a good match. One of the Finns rushing to the other side, getting into the German back line.
German runner doing the same, sparring up with one of the Finns wielding a poleaxe. Behind us, we see the Norwegian-Swedish alliance walking in. And in front of us, the Welsh and the German team leaving list 2, making ready for another 10v10. Right now, it seems to be pretty equally squared off between the Finnish and the German team.
Oh, big punch there from the German, lands square. Another one right to the helmet of the Finn. Trying to get in position for a takedown. Both of them going for it, but the Finn is going to come out on top. Drops the German to the dirt. Now the Finn running off to the other side. Try to help her teammate out off in that far corner. Looks like they do get her to the ground. Now running over there to the other side. Oh, big kick from the German, trying to keep the Finn at bay.
in front here. You see the Finnish and the German fighter almost going down, but a Finnish fighter rushing in to keep their
Composure?
Yeah, to keep the composure on them both, just to make sure that they don't go down. But all three of them seem to have gone down.
No, we'll see. The German is stuck. We'll see if they say if she is okay to continue, because it may be that she was able to keep her footing, but her armor is just stuck. So that may have been a double takedown in favor of the German. Let's see what the marshals say. I think they're gesturing for her to go down, which would make this, 3-2. And that is going to drop another German in the far side. That means a 3-1 advantage. The Finns will take the first round. So round 1 going to Finland. Once again, first to 2 wins takes the match. Quick reset over here. As well in the men's side, they're still getting ready to here. It looks like the Norwegian and Swedish alliance getting ready to take the field.
I think I spotted the Italian team walking in on the other side of our list too, getting ready for the men's 10v10.
So once again, right in front of you, women's 5s, and the next list over men's 10s. This is day 3 of the International Medieval Combat Federation 2026 World Championships. We have one more day of action coming up tomorrow, where we will have triathlon, sword and buckler, men's 16s, and possibly the women's 10s as well. And triathlon is an interesting category. It is basically a mix of 3 dual categories. You have a round of sword and shield, a round of sword and buckler, and a round of longsword. See at the bottom of the screen, a couple of the marshals getting a quick bite to eat. They don't really have much time to take breaks. These guys are out there all day long, nearly 12. They've been pulling pretty much 12-hour days and having to stay sharp to make calls in the blink of an eye.
Getting some call-outs for both the Finnish girls, the German girls, and of course Sweden in the background there.
Here we go, round 2 for Finland and Germany. Finland up 1-0. One of the Germans, immediately the German runner trying to break into the back line. She is matched by the Finn, but here comes the German over to the far flank.
Oh, and a fallout from Germany in the far side. Runner still trying to find some gaps, while the pair over there seems to be holding off.
Oh, the German looking for a trip, looking for a takedown there on the Finnish fighter.
Quick answer here. This is the women's 5v5. A mutual takedown between Germany and Finland, while a German fighter in the far end of the list goes down.
Another one on the right side as well. That makes 4-2 for Finland.
If Finland gets one German fighter down from here, they will not only take the round, I think that will be match point for them.
Yeah, now look, the German on the far side in trouble, bent over, 2 Finns trying to push her down, trying to sweep her legs.
That is a dangerous situation to be in there. I think I see the Danish team lined up in the back line for fighting after the Nordic Alliance against the Italian in the men's 10v10. Nordic Alliance consisting of Sweden and Norway.
Still 2 Germans tied up by 4 Finnish fighters. Each corner of the list getting a 2v1 going on, and they are just pulling hard on that one German fighter. She is showing some great strength, able to hang on even with her head locked up like that. That has got to be hard on the neck, hard on the upper back as well.
That has got to be hard on the whole body.
Oh, down goes that German with a hard axe shot from the Finns. That's going to be a victory for Team Finland.
And as Team Finland celebrates their victory, I think we're going to switch over for some 10v10 action that has started. Big axe blows from the German runner there, trying to catch an Italian, while a German fighter with a punch shield is trying to take down a greater Italian foe. Italian fighter losing the weapon, and a big hit from the Swedish poleaxe wielder. Let's see what's happening here. Great head pull from the Italian fighter there with the whatchamacallit around his helmet.
The torse, I think it's called.
Thank you.
I think it's torse.
Smaller Norwegian fighter going up against a larger Italian opponent there.
Couple hard shots to that Norwegian there on the left side of your screen is taking. Meanwhile, you see right there in the center of your screen
an Italian with an armor outside brigandine.
I don't.
I'll see if I can spot him again there.
Oh, yeah. He's got.
There you have a chance to see the. We'll just.
I think it's more of a. I think it's Kievan Roos kit. So maybe not a brigandine, but something similar.
Oh, yeah, right. By the helmet.
Big hit by the Swede, but that's going to bounce back on him. He gets hit by the recoil.
While an Italian fighter goes on the back of a Norwegian fighter who managed to slip out, catch his poleaxe, and seems to be looking for a...
Hard hit. I think took out the weapon from the Italian's hand, so he cannot fight unless that is... Yeah. You see them just hold on to each other. Oh, the Norwegian gets free. Here he comes to help out his teammate. Big flying kick. And then he drags the Italian fighter down to the ground.
Norwegian poleaxe wielder managing to just evade the running attack there and going back, working on the Italian fighter with belt number 5. While in front of us we see an Italian and what looks to be a Norwegian fighter skirmishing
the
off.
Italian is in trouble. He's getting dragged back down to the ground.
And I think we're... and a mutual takedown from the fighters close to us. And that seems to be end of this round. Going to the Nordic Alliance containing Sweden and Norway. Big congratulations. What a fight.
Beautiful fight. Some great moves. High impact action all around.
I am winded from watching it. Wow. That is really good fighting on both teams' part. Watch that poleaxe coming into the list at the bottom left there in the hands of a Swede.
But look at the one right in the center of the screen now being wielded by the Italian. That thing looks mean.
Belt number 15 wielding something that looks like it is just hurt on a stick.
A lot of these fighters showing off the reason why I stay very, very far away from melees. The most I do is help the melee fighters on my team practice. That's because at our weekly practices, whenever we do melees, we aren't swinging the weapons that much. We're basically working on technique, working on trying the trips and the grapples, which helps me as a pro fight fighter as well, working on my own grappling and takedowns. And really, I'm more just focused on helping those guys work on bringing down other fighters, because those pole arms scare me. They genuinely terrify me.
Look at that poleaxe in the middle of the screen right now, the half moon shaped. I also think that will hurt.
That's a nasty looking bardiche. I think the only time I've genuinely felt fear in this sport was my first tournament. One of my friends, I was fighting him in a pro fight. He took the first round, decided to use a poleaxe. My strategy against him didn't work out. He threw me to the ground, and then looking up at him with that poleaxe scared me.
We are on again. Norwegian runner.
Good head rip.
Good head rip. Takes down a large Italian fighter.
Dumps another Italian over the body. A third Italian joining the dog pile. Three Italians down quickly.
Norwegian side seems to be pushing while the Swedes hold their line and now devolves into complete and utter violence. Look at those poleaxes go.
I heard that impact, and we are a good distance away from these fighters.
I felt that impact in my very soul.
Stop being called here. May be a win for the Alliance. No, I believe it is an injury. We see marshals rushing in here. That is unfortunate to see. We're going to keep the camera over here on this corner, away from where the injury happened. Hopefully the fighter that is downed is okay.
I actually still see people, if not many, but there are still people on the bleachers and in the ticket tent for the seats, watching the fights go on. This has been a tough day for both fighters and audience.
Yeah, see a bit of a gathering going on there. Drinks in hand. So, wow. I think I see a couple of board members in there with some well-earned drinks. Actually, no, I don't. No, I'm maybe mistaking them. They're not the board members, actually.
No, they are just fighters having a good time with each other.
Honestly, I was hoping they were the board members because they have had such a weekend.
That would be well earned.
Yeah, very well earned. I don't think they've had a chance to slow down in the slightest. One of the board members, or a couple of the board members, are from my team. I think tomorrow after the awards are given out, I'm going to make sure I try to find them with my bottle of whiskey because they definitely deserve it.
They do.
And taking a look at the grandstands that have been set up for this event. Had my wife sitting in them on day one. She said they were fairly comfortable. They gave a good view. She was expecting a lot worse from the grandstands. I think she was expecting like the benches instead of these actual proper seats. So great that they could get this temporary setup here. Though the seats are looking a little wet, a little damp to be wanting to be sitting in.
I tested them out last night, and I can confirm they are quite comfortable. You are able to enjoy a glass of wine or beer and comfortably watch most of the fights.
Another spot I've seen people hanging out as you take a look at where we've been hiding over here. We are behind that tent. Emil will get up and give you a wave. He's going to poke his head out. There he is. So there is where we have been hiding throughout the day, throughout the entire weekend. Oh, Emil wants to show off his brand new hat here, so he's going to pop that on. So that is our little temporary setup. As you can probably guess, not heated. So us and the production team have been bundled up trying to stay warm. Got to commend our production guys behind us as well. Thank you guys for coming out and doing this. I believe you guys have said you are mainly esports guys coming out doing Boo Hurt for the first time. I think from you guys have been saying you've been enjoying at least watching this.
Go production! Woo!
Yeah, go production. So they've been doing their best trying to get as many camera angles on these guys as possible, learning on the go. All of us learning on the go, as well as we have had, like I said, the commentators coming from all over the world. We did say Justin and I are both from Canada, but we were from two different provinces, and that is not a short distance between us. I think it's about, if I remember correctly, last time I drove up, when we drove up for Nationals, it was about 14 hours of a drive.
Oh.
Well, 12 hours of driving, 2 hours of a ferry ride, because I live on an island.
Yes, of course, just to add insult to injury. I think I'm 3 hours away from my bed right now on my second week of reenactment.
Yeah, so none of us on the production crew have ever worked together here. We're just suddenly throwing together a ragtag group, trying to get this broadcast to you, hoping to do the best job that we possibly can. But I think all of us have been having fun. Well, Emil is going to take a quick step aside, and I think Jesper is going to get in here. Jesper, another esports guy, he's going to come call Boo Hurt for the first time. As we still try to deal with an injured fighter here in the list in the fight between the Sweden-Norway Alliance and Italy. But welcome to the booth, Jesper.
Thank you very much, though. So how's it been going, Kelly? It's been a long journey right ahead.
It's been a long journey, just getting here, a long week so far. Day 3.
just getting a notice of what is going on in this one.
I think the injured fighter has gone. Yeah. Injured fighter has gone.
So we're getting word that the injured fighter has been brought off the field. Hopefully they are all right. We have a great medical staff here that have been hopefully not too busy. We've unfortunately sent a few fighters there throughout these 3 days, but looks like we're just about ready to resume this action here.
Taking into account how big those weapons are, it's incredible that it hasn't been more injuries than what we've seen today.
We have to quickly look up the rules. I think it's something like 3.2 kilos or I'm either mixing up the numbers. It's either 2.3 kilos or 3.2 kilos that are allowed on those pole arms. That is a lot of weight and a lot of leverage with how long they are.
Yeah, we've seen some massive chops with those one.
I would love to hook something up and test the force of how much one of those hits with. It is insane. It's crazy that the fighters can take a shot from one of those and stay standing, but the armor does its job. The fighters wear a lot of padding underneath. If you compare us to reenactors, you can just see how chunky all the armor is, and that's just so they can take these heavy axe swings.
Yeah, we've been told that the injured person was walking by himself or leaving the list by himself. So the thing about soon to be going again.
Someone saying it has to suck if you have an itch under the armor and you know your nose is going to start itching the second you close your visor. Yes, that is what happens to me almost every time. I get my helmet on, I get my helmet strapped, and then I realize, oh, my nose is itchy. It's not so bad now that I've got what's known as an English cross. It's chainmail over the top. Usually it's got a hole in it because I'm not, on top of repairing chainmail. It's very finicky to repair. So I can just get a finger in there and scratch my nose. But it happens with almost every fighter. They close the visor, get it secured, and then the itch happens. Here we go, back underway. Fighters getting a breather, coming in with some renewed energy.
Yeah, and everything happening in one corner at the moment. It's all bunch. It's a dog pile. Just if one topples over, it's just about the entire bunch topples.
I think one fight now, 2 Italians down on the ground. One of them got thrown. The other just submitted to those heavy swings by that Swede you see right in front of you, number 4, with that mean-looking axe. With a half that looks like he pulled straight out of the forest, which would not be uncommon. I've heard of a few teams to save on travel costs, only bring the heads of the weapons and then just go off in the woods and find a big stick that will work. Someone asked, how do you go to the bathroom with all of that on? Very difficult.
So how long does it take to actually be ready to go to the bathroom?
Well, it depends. If you have to pretty much take off a good amount of it, and if you actually are needing to really go to the bathroom, and so the fighters try to plan their days around that. Once you get going, though, once you're in this gear, you're usually getting so dehydrated that it just doesn't matter. You don't have to go to the bathroom, even with all the water you're drinking. Your body is just absorbing it. But yeah, when you have that moment of, oh no, you have to get so much gear off. It takes maybe about 10, 15 minutes unless you have a little bunch of people quickly pulling all of it off. As here comes Team Denmark, usually accompanied by a loud cheer, but a lot of the fans have unfortunately succumbed to the weather and had to head home for the day.
Yeah, the weather and the timing as well. It's just past 8 now.
Yeah, I think
evening.
It is getting a little bit late in the day here, but we're still trying to finish up these fights. As it appears that it's going to be Denmark versus Team Finland, as we pretty much had a complete Scandinavian pool. But yeah, once you get in the armor, you usually just will yourself to not have to go to the bathroom. It's such a pain, but it's one of the sacrifices you make because all of us enjoy this sport so much, and it's just such a cool sport to be involved in. Here we go. Finland taking the field against Denmark.
It's Scandinavian rivalry coming in. Last time I saw this, it was when Christian Eriksen had a heart attack. Yeah, 5 years ago. Soccer man. But this must be, what, the final stages of the group matches? Or are we in the...
I think we're getting close to the end of the group stage, hopefully. Because I believe once we're finished that, I think the brackets will be saved for tomorrow. But it looks like women's fives are happening at the same time as well. It appears to be Team Czechia heading to the field against Team Germany.
Yeah, and those are in the brackets right now. Must be the quarterfinal, maybe semifinals. Depends on how many is going through.
Yeah, unfortunately, we do not know for sure. As we keep mentioning, we had some major technical malfunctions on day one, knocked out the system that we used to keep track of that. So we're having some people act as runners, bringing the information over here whenever they can. And we're trying to stay as much on top of the information as possible to try to bring all that information to you as well. Someone asking, is there any small advantages, small buckler shields compared to the larger ones? Yes, each have their own advantages and disadvantages. The smaller bucklers are easier to grapple with because you can slip your hand underneath the arm of the opponent. However, those larger punch shields, as they're known, they protect you a lot better. With the melees not being points-based, you usually want to grapple a little bit easier. You give up the ability to defend yourself in order to take your opponent down. But here comes Denmark versus Finland.
And the range is picking up right now as we head into the initial start of the fight.
But both bucklers and punch shields are allowed to be punched with.
Both standing, having a good stance at the moment, and the Danish just trying to get it all around, getting in the corner now, 2 versus 2, and the Finnish people just, or Finnish fighters just having a massive tug of war right now.
That Dane there in a bad situation, getting to hard shots to the back. Going to be feeling a lot of those as a Finn gets dragged to the ground by a Dane, but the Dane going with him.
And 2 Danes actually going down.
Yeah, that one other Dane fighter losing his gauntlet, meaning he has to sit.
One more takedown in the corner, and then we have in the far side corner a dog pile right now, a one-on-one next to it. And the near side we have 2 Danish, 3 Finns, I believe.
We are hearing these impacts from where we're hiding in the trailer as a Dane gets hauled down to the ground. Finland looking to have the advantage.
Looking good for the Finnish fighters at the moment.
Yeah, I think a Finn having to go get a new weapon. Again, if you lose your weapon, you have to get a new one before you can rejoin the fight, as one Finn gets dumped over a body on the ground. I think Finland still has the numbers advantage. But Denmark fighting back. You can see that one Dane in the far corner fighting against 3 Finns. Whistles being blown, flags being lowered.
And it could be the 5v5 fight. No, what?
No, that is this fight. A little bit of confusion going on there. There's a lot of fights going on. Got to count the numbers, make sure there isn't too much of an advantage. Once the whistle starts blowing, you have to stop, so they're sending the Dane back over to where he was.
So we got a 3 versus 1 in the far side corner, and then on the left side corner we know. Honestly, don't know how many.
Yeah, and there we go. We're back underway, I believe. That one Dane still in trouble on the far side. Another Dane getting free. Is it 3 versus 2 now?
Seems to be, yeah. The guy in the corner just being hacked on his legs right now, and the shield, as we saw it.
You see the punch shield strap breaking, so now he's only able to hold that by its handle. It's no longer strapped to his arm. So that is not going to be very useful at this point. Does not want to drop it because he likely does not have a gauntlet underneath. It's usually a thing called a shield mitt. It is padded on one side, only it has armor on the other side. The side that would be facing outwards. The side that faces the gauntlet is usually only padding. Some discussion. They're discussing the shield if that break constitutes a failure. But no, that is okay. They're kicking out the legs of the Dane.
Yeah, it's one more thing going down. It's a Finnish victory. The numerical size on the Finn side.
That Dane still holding strong against 2 Finns. Oh, that hard shot, I think, hitting the hand, and stop. Fight is called. All rise being called, so I believe we may have hit the time limit. So that means the first round goes to Finland. But the Danes showing a lot of strength there. Very close match.
It seems to be the initial fight was just a good defensive stance from both teams, and then all of a sudden Denmark was just rushing in, and yeah, the Finns took it quite all right.
You see fighters ducking in and out of the list. They have a number of fighters in reserve, so you can swap them out between rounds for fighters that need a break, and you can get some fresh legs out there. There are gates in the list. They are able to use the gate. Fighters usually just too impatient. They don't care. They're stubborn. They'll just crawl. So they're ducking underneath instead. But rest assured, there are gates. You see that white thing, that white panel there? That is a gate. They could lift that if they cared, but the fighters are just stubborn, bullheaded, and that makes a good melee fighter. As you see now, the marshals checking over the equipment of the Finns, making sure helmets are strapped properly, everything is attached. You also see them checking their feet, as they must have historical footwear.
Seems to be all right on the Finn sides. And the Danes have been checked and all ready to go. So I'm just waiting for the go from the marshal.
Yeah, once again, this is day 3 of 4. So we will be back again tomorrow with the final matches of the tournament. But here we go, round 2, Denmark and Finland.
Got a slow start to the initial fight from the Danish side. Finnish side just waiting it out a bit, and everyone's just keeping on that side of the list at the moment.
You can hear we can hear over here some heavy impacts. We apologize for not allowing you to hear that, but it was raining so hard it took out our microphones, so we had to rescue the microphones from the rain before any damage was done to them. As a Finn goes down, I think the Dane stays up. A Dane does go down though. As we scroll over here, oh, hard impact wrenches back that Finnish fighter.
And the Finnish just going in, trying to take down on the far side.
Dane trying to take the back of the Finn. Another double takedown over there brings down both a Dane and a Finn. Another Finn hitting the dirt. Think the Danes have an advantage here as another Dane and Finn trading attempted Sotogaris over there.
And the Finn just been taken down by a dance from the Dane in the middle of the list. Now he's going to help his friend on the other side.
Has a big falchion in his hand, rather just punches him in the face instead. As you see a couple of 2-on-1s developing here. Oh, hard shots from that falchion.
That's looking terrible.
Oh no, it broke.
Oh, it broke. Has to get a new one. The Finnish people had a chance, but no. A takedown instead.
And I believe round 2 is going to go to the Danes, so they stay alive in this match. First, the 2 round wins takes the match. Yeah, the Dane hacking away at that Finn so hard that he broke the falchion straight off the handle. And once you break your weapon, if you do not have a backup weapon on your belt, you have to go back to your home base, back to the list, pick up a weapon there before you are allowed to re-enter the fight. Someone saying small brain, big bonk, and I think a lot, at least I know from the Canadians, they would not argue with that. They wouldn't take it as an insult. They would wear that very proudly. As we keep saying, melee fighters are a different breed. They are some of the toughest people out there, both on the men's and women's side.
Yeah, seeing the substitution, getting ready for round 3 right now. First round to Finland, the second round to Denmark. And as we said before, this is one of the last matches of the group stage at the moment.
And we can see in the background, Czechia versus, I think that may have been Germany going on.
It's Germany, yeah.
I think that may be a rematch from earlier, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe there was a protest filed. As we see the Danes getting the last checks here, getting ready to go.
Team captain just making the war cry for both of the nations, and then they're ready to fight. Just waiting for the go signal from the marshal in the middle.
Danes losing their fuel, the crowd taking cover from the rain and heading home. They have had the home crowd behind them this whole week. But here they go on their own to face the Finns in the third round of the men's 10s. You see a couple of them saluting in the middle before going after each other. Big axe swing there. Something went flying. I think it was the head of an axe. Yeah, and he has to come back and get a new pole axe.
Guy didn't lose his footing, so he's going again on the near side, and then we'll have two Danes in the middle just waiting it out, just seeing what
yeah, where do we go?
Where do we go? What should we do? And then the camera's just flicking all over. Near sides, a lot of one-on-ones. 3 going on, and then a dog pile on the far side.
See a Dane running across the other side trying to help out a teammate that was facing a 2-on-1. Trying to drag one of those Finns down to the ground. The Finn slipping out, being grabbed again. Another Finn on the right side, though, getting taken down.
Lost his grip of the Dane, and just getting out. Another Finn going down. The Danes are up right now in the number division.
See another Finn on the dirt here. Danes looking good, but there on this side is where you see a lot of Danes on the ground. I think the numbers may be even, maybe one into and the advantage to Denmark.
I think it's even. I think we got 4 one-on-ones all over the list right now. 2 on the near side, 1 on the far side, and 1 over on the left-hand side of the list.
Oh, Finland.
Oh, that's a good takedown.
Yeah, Finland scoring a good takedown. And here comes the Dane rushing out of nowhere, delivering a heavy running kick. As looks like we may be down to a 3 versus 2 here in favor of the Finns. Oh, big chops to the back of that Dane.
Yeah, that's the thing about this rather than the duels. You can actually grab and hug each other. That's what seeing the two fighters doing. A group hug from everyone.
Dane
getting ready for the last fight.
Yeah, Dane trying to push that Finn off of him. Does not want to be grabbed by 2. Trying to help his teammate out as well. Trying to help his teammate from getting out of the grip of that Finnish fighter. Meanwhile, that Finnish fighter looking, the other Finnish fighter looking for a way to help his teammate out and taking that Dane down. They're going to let him go.
And basically disarming the Dane by having his hand on the list. Not being able to activate his weapon.
Yeah, basically swapping positions now. The other Finn getting free, looking for an opportunity to help his teammates out.
A standstill right now between the two nations. Ooh, Danish.
Oh,
the Dane going down. That must be a number advantage, yeah.
Yeah, that is it. 3-1. Finland will take the round and take the match. Congratulations to Finland. Hard-fought match, though, between these two countries.
Very much so. Must be close to the time limit as well. About 5 minutes. Seeing the exhausted Finns just...
Yeah. Extremely tired. There was a couple of questions asked if there was a best weapon, if they need to have a variety of weapons on the team, or if they can just choose the best weapon. There is no best weapon. Each weapon has its own perks and drawbacks. Fighters just find their own preference. Some fighters find it easier to grapple with a falchion. Some find it easier to grapple with a one-handed axe. And some find it easier with a two-handed axe. So there are different advantages. And there's no weight limit on the axe heads themselves, but it is a total weight of the weapon instead. But here we go back to the women's side here with the Czechs versus the Germans.
Got a fight going on in the far right-hand side corner, and then another, probably a duel, one-on-one duel in the left side. I see a German just running about, a Czech following along.
That looks like a 2-on-1. Oh, 2-on-1 over here now, or 2-on-2. Now a 3-on-2.
3-on-2, and then probably a 2-on-2. That was one drop to the floor, or the third.
And we have 2 Germans down, I see, so I think it is an advantage. Oh, here comes the German. Going to drop the check.
Oh,
no,
no,
she's
no.
going to stay up. Wow, the leg strength to stay up there from the Czech fighter. I thought she was going down. The Czechs seem to have the advantage 5-3. But the Germans not going down without a fight, trying to bring the Czechs down as the stop is called. And that is the time limit, 5-3 for the Czechs. They will take the round.
5-2 number advantage on the left side.
Oh, yeah, 5-2. That is why they're stopping. You're correct. Another fighter did get taken down on the far side, so that was the one of the reasons we can stop a fight is if the numbers get too swayed to one side. We do not want to just have a group of fighters just hacking away at a single fighter. So that is going to be a win for the Czechs.
I think Germany won the first one, so this might be going to round 3. We didn't have the result of the first round between the 2 nations.
You see the Danes and the Finns walking out. I think the Czechs won the
could
match.
be,
They
yeah,
seem
could
like
be.
they're celebrating that they have won the match.
Seems happy. Maybe not.
Oh.
Team captain calling them in again.
Marshall wanted to speak with one fighter.
And the Germans are still in the list.
As the Marshal speaks, as Czech, I think, may have just won a medal. As the
Could easily be.
yeah, we apologize. We have not been given this information. The information system went down on the first day with a major malfunction. So we have been doing our best here to get everything to you. The Czechs, though, taking home the victory. Very excited from the Czech team.
It's difficult to keep track of the brackets and the elimination games and who's in the final, who's not in the final, when we don't know the group results as well.
Yes. We did have this nice system ready to go. It was working for a little bit on day 1, and then very early on, everything started to crash. It set us back in the tournament, and we lost a lot, but we are getting back underway. Looks like this is women's 5 still. England versus Finland. So I would assume that last one then would have been the bronze medal match, if I'm correct, which would make this the gold medal match. And I'm not too surprised. These two teams in the women's side have been very strong all day long.
Yeah, and both these sides must be tired at the moment. It's been going on for the last 4 hours now. Even though they had a 30-minute break, it's definitely not the same as going full fresh when you start the first match of the day.
And it's also being day 3. Some of these fighters have been going all week long, fighting all day on day 1 and day 2. Some of them maybe have done pole arms. Some of them doing pro fights. Some of them even doing the women's 3s. So I actually would say a good chunk of them have also done the women's 3s. So they are definitely drained.
Also knowing what they've been doing, like one of them probably put on 2 duels at the moment, and possibly once a day, might be once yesterday, and then a 5v5 right now, just running out as well.
Yeah, we are guessing that this is the women's 5 versus 5 finals. We are just kind of having to use some deduction and some reasoning here. The last fight. We have had the women's finals or women's 5s going on for a while, so we should be near the final stage. That last fight did have a declaration there. I didn't quite hear what the Marshal, I believe that is Scott, had to say. But with that declaration, that doesn't usually happen, and the celebration that the Czechs had, I believe that would have been the bronze medal match. So congratulations to Czechia for bringing that home. And if that is the case, that would make this the gold medal match between Finland and England.
Or it could be a semi-final win, going to the final and securing a second place at least.
No, we are getting information now. It is gold. So this is the gold medal match. We're going to keep
Very
our eyes
good.
on this one. Sorry if you're wanting to watch the men's 10s that I think they are still working on.
On a break right now, I believe.
Possibly on break, so maybe they are in between their brackets and the group stage. But we are going to keep our eyes locked on this one here. Not going to take a step away as we have England versus Finland for the gold. And this is kind of what we thought this was building up to. Both these teams looking fantastic all throughout the day. Looking strong, have been just running through the rest of the teams.
And Finland coming from the Scandinavian group. Going through. No, that's not 10 by 10. Oh, let's see what's going on. Two Finns on the far side, and then a duel in the middle, not going anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, the two runners facing off against each other. Down goes the Finn. England taking a early advantage by one fighter. 5-4 now in favor of England.
And the Finn is on the near side is just trying to take down the English woman. No success on this one, so still an advantage for the English.
Seeing all the fighters locked up here is, one of the Finns in trouble. Getting bent over and hacked away. English fighter also trying to throw the Finn there right in front of your screen, but that Finn that's bent down is going to get worn down. She's down on the ground. 5-3 now in favor of England. As one of the English fighters rushes off to go help the other side.
What's this going on? It's going to be the near side or the far side at the moment. 2 versus 1 and the 2 versus 1.
Looks like it is 4-2 now.
So one more going down. Should it be a takedown or a double takedown? That's the question. Are you going to make a suicide call and just say, no, I can do it?
Yeah, sometimes it's easy to suicide, but if you are not having a good grip there, you could slip off of the fighter and basically just take yourself out as things move over to that other rail. We have got a Finn in a very tricky spot. Ooh, hard axe swing from the English fighter. She is just hacking away at the Finn's shoulder.
Getting a disarm on the weapon. Hoping to be a good up. And there she goes. There she goes. Yeah. 5 versus 2.
5-2 is the call. We are waiting for official declaration from the marshals if that was clean. Looks like fighters are getting back up, so that is going to be the first round to England. They are now 1 win away from claiming the 2026 IMCF Women's 5 versus 5 World title. Yes, you may chicken wing a opponent's weapon as long as you're only holding the haft of it, not the blade, but you cannot do so to the rail. You have the tabletop there to help prevent it, but you cannot reach over the tabletop and grab the far side. You do that, you will be instantly sat down. Couple checks being made here for the fighters swapping out and swapping in. Round 1 going to England. It is first to 2 wins with a maximum of 5 rounds. So England 1 win away from claiming the title.
Finland has a massive hill to climb to be able to get back into this one. As you said, Kelly, England has been a force to be reckoned with in this 5v5.
Yeah, that last round showed why I've been saying that. That was a fantastic round from England.
Yeah, and a clean one as well. 5 versus 2.
Yeah, a lot of good takedowns without falling as well. Here we go. Round 2 begins. Finland hanging on by a thread. They need this win if they want to stay alive in this title match.
Let's see if they can get it. 2 duels on the far side and then 2 runners in the middle. A duel on the near side. After the rail, a single running in. One more. Tumbling in and the finish just going in on the last one. The pole just, oh my God, hacking away.
Hard hits coming from the Finn, trying to get that English fighter off of her teammates. Now one English fighter moving away from that mass, trying to get the halberdier off of their own teammate, protecting them. Massive battles here as they try to crush the Finns out. I think one hitting the dirt. An English fighter now grabbed from behind.
Yeah, with an English fighter trying to grab the Finn by behind, and then we'll have a duel on the near sides. Not going anywhere at the moment. Good grab.
Head rip going on. and dragged down to the dirt. England in control. They can smell blood. They're looking for the gold.
Two fighters just hanging
And
about.
that's it.
That's it. That's it.
We're waiting for official call from the marshals. English fighters not celebrating yet.
What must be a 4-2.
4-on-2, I think
4-on-2
is the
is
case.
the
They are
call,
going to
yeah.
continue to fight. It has to be 3-on-1 or 5-on-2. So Finland stays in this. We need one more takedown from the English.
Detrimental right now from the Finns just to stay upright.
There it is.
Honest to be good at it, but no.
Waiting for it. Is it official? All rise has been called. English not celebrating.
Need to be certain what's going on. Oh no, we see possibly injury.
That helmet looked like it was at an awkward angle there. So still marshals discussing here. Not going to say just yet. But there's some talk going on.
Yeah, the gold medals are not certain as of yet, but the English do look in control of it at the moment. Had
I
a
think
good first round, and the second round right now is probably gonna be English as well.
I think they're discussing maybe where a couple of axe strikes landed, whether they were on the neck. You are not allowed to strike the neck. Finnish captains speaking with the marshal.
Doesn't know what's going on. Debating a call right now. It's been said in the YouTube chat. And the master's just talking it over with both the Finnish and the English captain.
So we believe it should be 2-0 England. That's what it appeared to be when the stop was called. It has not been declared official yet. The English were not celebrating. This is once again the women's 5 versus 5 finals. And we're just waiting on official word as the marshals and the captains discuss a few of the strikes. Once again, you strike anywhere on the body other than the feet, back of the knees, groin, armpit, inside of the elbow, or the neck. And I think that's what the talk is about, whether it was on the helmet or the neck.
Yeah, and if they were in the 45-degree angle, it could be immediate sit down. So it's all about what the marshal is going to conclude at the end right now.
These marshals have been working all day out there in the elements. You can see how soaked some of them are. Someone was saying that one of the marshals was showing a lot of energy, a lot of stamina, and they are doing that purely out of passion for this sport. They are not paid in any way. They are basically given a few special things like meals and a place that they wish to stay. But there is a hug between the competitors.
Seems to be reached a conclusion right now.
We'll keep an eye on the marshals.
We won't.
As they walk off there. Finland walking off. So I think that means that England is going to be your 2026 International Medieval Combat Federation Women's 5 versus 5 champions. There they are celebrating now. They are taking home the gold. They are bringing it home.
A 2-0 win for the English ladies. That's a good one. A good way to win on this Saturday night.
See them huddled together, celebrating their win, speaking some affirmations to each other. How much they're hearing, we don't know.
Or seeing with the visors down.
Yeah.
Helmet still up.
But there we go. England, your women's 5 versus 5 champions. They were strong all day long. Here we go. One last celebration from them. Congratulations. Fantastic fighting all day from them. And those ladies deserve a break, and they are going to get congratulated by the Finns. Some great sportsmanship. Finns maybe not getting the call they want from the marshals, but again, good sportsmanship. They didn't argue. When the marshals made their call, they accepted it, and they will accept the gold or the silver medal with grace. And congratulations to the English.
You have to take into that they did win the silver medal, so that's a good way for the Finns.
And I am now going to take a step aside, give myself a break, get myself some food, and we're going to pass things off to Felix here to take over.
Felix joining forces. There's a Dane and a German in the booth right now, or as you see, a temporary booth next to a wagon. But as you can see, there's not a lot of fighting going on right now, Felix.
Yes, hello everybody. Great time to introduce myself and great time for applause here for Emil. So now, hey everyone folks, I'm Felix. I'm a former duelist here from Germany, but now we are hyped for the 10v10s for the men and to see some epic melees here. We have seen a lot of fighting today here at Spøttrup, Denmark at the IMCF 2026 World Championship.
Yeah, that's a good hype up. It's very good. I do enjoy it. I do like it, Felix, but should we go to some commercials instead?
Yes, let's do this.
Let's do it.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
Buhurt is team versus team battles. The goal is to stay standing, take opponents down, and keep more fighters active than the other team. Matches are best 2 out of 3 rounds. If there are draws, it can go up to 5 rounds. Each round can last up to 5 minutes. A fighter is out of the round when they have 3 points of contact with the ground, or when they submit. Rounds are scored by the amount of legally standing fighters remaining for each team at the end of the round. 1 fighter equals 1 point. Kicks, punches, weapon strikes, shield strikes, grappling, throws, trips, and body pressure are all allowed to legal target areas. There are no strikes to downed or kneeling fighters, no attacks to the knee, feet, ankles, groin, back of the knee, armpits, throat, or neck, and no thrusting allowed. Watch the numbers. Every takedown changes the dynamic of the fight.
To thank our sponsors here from Alberbuhut, Fabri Amorum, Soft Warrior Sprotter, Age of Craft, Viking Jewelry, Lamberg Armor, Gohurt Medieval, Sheetmaker.eu, and Historicum, and also Armor Workshop Pavlo Kozak here. So we are back here at the list at the 2026 IMCF World Championship, and we are about to see some massive melees here. I think we're about the men's 10v10s here.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be 10v10. Will be the French team going in now. Getting ready.
Yeah, the French are getting ready here.
And the big question is, who's they going to face off? Because we don't have an opposing team at the moment. But
I see in the background, I can see some yellow guys, and I don't mean the marshals here. I mean the German team. They're lining up right behind in the back there. And here we get a closer shot at our French fellows here, or our French knights, getting ready just for their next round in their 10v10s mans here. One of them really jumping over the list here.
Showing some
not that easy in
no,
armor.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
Showing some good agility and good flexibility going over the top.
Looks like these colleagues decided to go underneath it. After a quick check here.
It's taking quite a while to get underneath rather than on top. And as you said, Felix, the Germans are going in.
Yeah, the Germans are coming. Die Deutschen kommen. How I like to say in German here. And just look at this massive team Germany brought on stage here. Very beautiful. We got some big German guys here, and also some big German, some big French guys on the opposing side here. This will be a massive match. I can't wait to see it here.
It's going to be, as you said, a massive match between the two nations coming in. Even though they are a neighboring country, it's also going to be a historical country or historical fights as well between the two.
Reading here in the live chat. Some of the Americans are absolute beasts. Yes, I agree. Every team has brought their best fighter here to the World Championships so far. As a nation, you want to be represented from the best of your country. That's why many countries here have elimination rounds, national elimination, before they send the best fighters to the World Championship, like this year to Denmark.
Try out to actually go for the nationals eliminations and then going to the elimination games to honestly know who's gonna go and who's not gonna go in the end. This is gonna be a good fight. See the French just strolling about, just having a quick glance and leaning up against the rail at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are waiting, so we have some time ahead. So the French fighters haven't got their helmets on right now. Meanwhile, the Germans on the left side are appearing really fighting ready here, already taking some positions here. And as you can see, these are some decent heavy guys here in very heavy armor. But this most of the time. Most of the time, Germans try to over-armor themselves, trying to tank everything. Where some roles, especially in the USA team, I think I saw some very light armored runners there in the Buhur team. And we will see how the French will handle their fight in the 10v10s.
Yeah, what's going on about this? We honestly have no clue if this is an elimination game, but we think it might be. They've had a bit of a break, the men's 10 vs 10, so this might be an elimination game going to the quarterfinals, maybe semifinals between the two nations. So there's going to be a lot of 10v10 actions right now and a lot of very important games.
Yeah, we'll see so far. So far, most of the fighters are waiting in the rain here. We have a very rainy day here in Denmark with very chill temperatures below 10 to 20 degrees now, although it is summer.
But this is typical Danish weather, Felix.
Yeah, it's typical Viking weather. I don't know if everyone is made for Viking weather here. We also next to Spøttrup Borg, near a fjord here. It's really Viking terrain here, Viking weather here in Denmark at Spøttrup Castle. Yes. Looks like the French may have surrendered and just given the Germans a walk over here, but we're not sure about that yet. We'll see if the Germans stay in the list or will exiting it. The French, though, not seem to get ready to fight. Most of the fighters don't have the helmet on yet, but we will have to wait here till we get a clarification.
I just heard from technical crew that there's a lot of fights actually being going down on because of the weather. The rainy weather, the rainy conditions have made it very difficult for a lot of fighters to continue these fights. So some of them has actually gone down now.
Yeah,
and are not fighting anymore today at least.
No wonder if you have to wait in the rain a couple of hours here. The temperatures are draining you down, although it's very warm in the armor, but you get, that's another point, your armor will get rusty. You have to take good care of it after the event. But when you have to fight tomorrow, you can also just punch off and shake off the rust you get today.
And still, if you take off the armor, if it's sweaty underneath, you get it's warm. When you're done with this fights, it's cold. It's getting colder, and the rain is just pummeling down on you, and it's not fun to be in that one.
It's just not that chilly here. But in every movie we can see knights fighting in the rain. What an epic battle! But actually doing it is a lot more harder, and these guys are doing it here.
They are doing it, yeah.
They're really all champions and the best of their country here.
And winning in, as I said in the chat, in drained armor, or rainy armor, or wet armor, is definitely not good. It's gonna be. It is heavy with the 25 to 30 kilo armor, and if it's raining. And you're getting wet as well.
Yeah, even if your Under Armour, your gambeson or your padding gets soaked up in the water, it gets extra heavy. In the background, we can see America has joined here the fighters waiting area and waiting for their next move. Meanwhile, some of the French guys are getting on their helmet. I think they're ready to getting a fight the Germans here on the left side.
I think they had some minutes rest still to go on, and if they had the last fight of the group match or the elimination gap game, they probably want to take all the rest that they can get before going into the match.
So now you can see a cameraman getting some close-up shots from the French guy. After all, if you miss a fight in a live stream, every fight will be recorded and uploaded afterwards on the IMCF YouTube channel, I guess. So don't be sad if you miss a fight, you can rewatch it afterwards.
Yeah, we're not able to cover every match available to us. Yeah, we are right now because there's only one match going on. But it's still just a big one coming in, and as Felix said, every match is being recorded and uploaded to, hopefully uploaded to the IMCF YouTube channel, so you'll be able to watch it at a later stage.
I can see here a question in the live commentary. What is the normal price for a full armor? It depends, but it mostly is around if you get it very cheap, around 1,000 euros, also 1,000 euros, but up there's no limit here. And we have about 5 minutes to start the 10 vs 10. In list 1 it's Denmark and Czechia, and in list 2 it will be France versus Germany in the 10v10s male category.
So what one do you want to watch, Felix? Should it be the Danish one or should it be the German one? You decide on this one.
I will decide. Okay, I think the German ones are ready to proceed now, so I think we stick for the first time here with the German. We can switch back later to the Danish team, Darren.
Let's do it. The German one. It's a as we said, it's a historical match between the two. It's a neighboring country, so let's do it with this one.
Germany and French always has a history.
They do, they do.
We can see here the French hyping themselves up.
They're coming in a war cry just before the match starts or the elimination game starts. We don't know whether this is a quarterfinal or a semi-final. Could be a semi-final. I'm just getting told it's a semi-final. So the winner of this match is going to the final. The loser is gonna be sorry with the third place finisher.
But maybe could fight for bronze here, have a last chance there, and we will stick here with Germany versus France. While in the second list, Denmark versus Czechia will be ready.
Yeah, both nations are not ready as of yet. You see in the background.
Yeah, I see the empty
the American fighters just getting ready to go into the list. So
you might not hear it, but I hear very loud chanting outside of the list for the upcoming teams here. And we have there what seems to be a French fan curve there on the on the side. You can see it. Some guys in French shirts are shouting for the French, supporting their
Yeah, the crowd is
fighters.
the crowd is thinned out in the last few hours time. The rainy conditions made it worse, and also the time as of right now is almost close to 9. Just getting ready for the last
Yeah.
4 matches of the day.
Only the last supporters, the hardcore supporters are here. These are the real fans still standing.
Yeah, we need those. We need them for every event coming in, and especially this World Championship from Spøttrup. Borg. I read something about Spøttrup. It's actually the oldest or the eldest medieval castle in Denmark.
Yes, it's also a very beautiful castle.
It's very beautiful, very
Yeah.
well preserved.
Yeah, I have a look at the castle every day here, and I'm stunned by it.
It's a beautiful one. Let's see if this fight can be another beautiful, chaotic violence.
So in the background we can see Denmark entering list number 1, I guess, for the semi-finals here. Meanwhile, we have a look at the German tanks here at the side.
The German tanks and the Spøttrup castle in the background. I just feel like the background of this image shows us the Danes entering the list, getting ready to face off against the American. And before this match is going on, I'm gonna swap out. So Felix should be joined by Kelly again, the Canadian Wonder Man.
All right. Thank you very much. And hey, Kelly, thank you for coming back after your very quick lunch break. Man, I must say, you're really carrying this commentary the whole day here, especially the group fights.
Thank you. Well, a big thank you to Jesper there making his debut here in Buhurt commentary. Maybe we can exchange, and maybe one day he can show me the ropes of casting Counter-Strike. But we are getting ready to go here in the bracket rounds of the men's 10s category. We're going to have 2 fights going on at once. Fortunately, we're not going to be able to show you all the action at once, but we have got in list 2 here, Germany and France, as you've been saying.
And in list number 1, we have Denmark versus Czechia fighting for the semi-finals here. The risks are set and the stakes are high on this ground. And it seems about France versus Germany is about to begin in a short time here. And I can see in the live chat, yes, Panzer is the German word for a tank. And just because the Germans are such heavily armored, I refer to them as tanks, also known in German as Panzer. But also are the French here.
Yeah, you can't count out the French in the melee category. They usually bring some very strong teams. They have been looking very strong today. But they are going to have quite the test with the Germans standing there across from them.
So I think we will see a lot of running here in the match, especially the guys in the middle, sometimes preferred as runners. So scanning the field, looking where they will be needed, and just rushing into the enemies and changing the spots very quickly.
Still see a few fans hanging around. We got to commend them. The weather has been not great for standing around and watching fights in, but the excitement of these fights has kept them in it. Been able to let them brave the rain, brave the cold. Thankfully, the wind has died down. The rain has stopped for now. Probably shouldn't have said that, but we'll take it while we've got it. So we get ready to go, still standing around. Last little bit of this break going on. So it appears this is the quarterfinals. We have France versus Germany in list 2, Czechia versus Denmark in list 1, and then it'll be followed by Ireland versus USA in list 2, then Poland versus Finland in list 1. Afterwards, we'll follow that up with the semis, then the bronze and gold matches, and then hopefully everyone can go home for a well-deserved rest. Well, not so much home, but home base for this tournament.
Home base for some of the German fighters is this a medieval camping area with medieval tents.
Hopefully at least maybe not so medieval sleeping arrangements. Probably want a nice something nice and comfortable to lay down in after some hard fights, as we get a good look at one of the Germans focusing, getting himself ready, you've got to have the right mindset coming into this because you are about to step into a battle. And I think he's ready to go to war.
And we can hear the remaining crowd cheering up for the upcoming fight. We can hear some stomping here. And we are about to set off here this first fight.
You see, I think it is the French team. I see at least one French tabard jumping there. A couple of French jumping on their side of the list. I believe all the marshals are back from their quick meal break. Again, got to commend them. They've had only a few minutes to run off, scarf down some food, and get right back into this.
They're really fueling the French team here. The French are hyping up. They're filled with rage now. They're ready to unleash on the Germans, and the match just begun here.
The two teams squaring off. Couple of strikes landing for each side. Once again, these are elimination fights. You eliminate your opponent by dragging them down to the ground or by hitting them so hard that they submit. French fighter there with just a one-handed axe throwing some kicks. Now he's going to rush in, try to grapple. I think all fighters still standing.
Oh!
No, there is a German down on the ground there and about to be another German down right in front of your screen. 3 French fighting against 1 German here. As the French dealing with another German. He's going to tag the ground. He has to let go. France in control. I see another German on the ground. Oh, hard kick. Oh, that one missed and I think hit his teammate.
Heavy casualties on the German side here. And we have a stop to this round.
I think the French take it. Marshall's making a final count before it is official.
Yeah. And on list number 1, we have Denmark versus Czechia coming up here, still standing there.
There it is. The all-rise command is given, and that it means the French take round 1. One more win will send them off to the semifinals. Another loss for the Germans sends them back to camp, and maybe some of them will at least take solace in the fact that they can get their armor off and go lay down. It has been a long day, but look at that. The sun has peeked through the clouds, I think, for the first time in like 9 hours.
Is this a sign of hope here for all the fighters? Will they get the warm kiss of the sun after this rainy day here in full armor? We will see.
I don't think they will actually feel the sun themselves while they're in the list because the sun has dipped a little lower in the sky. There's a big bank of trees that the fighters enjoyed on day 1, getting them out of the sun after a long sunny day, but now it is going to keep them from the warmth. I believe list 1 has not started yet. I think they're still waiting on a couple of the marshals coming back from their meal break.
We have some new German fighters here joining the field on the German side. The marshals just checking their equipment, checking for the boots if they are historical, because you are not allowed to have modern shoes here on the field.
I think Denmark just started off their round there against the Czechs.
We will have a look at list number 1 with Denmark versus Czechia.
Yeah, but I think the Germans getting the last couple of look over here. They're almost ready to go for round 2.
And just we see the French crowd again stomping, hyping the French soldiers up for their second round, and maybe they'll win here. If the French score another round for them, they will win this round here against Germany.
The French are raring to go. You see them already advancing up the field before the start command is given. A couple of hard hits on the left side of your screen as we now see a German getting ready to swing that halberd. French with that shield defending himself and his teammate. One French fighter looking for an opportunity to get a takedown in as they've got a German wrapped up. Oh, big hit. Oh, hard fall for the German there on the right side of your screen. Body checked right into the railing.
What a chaos at this stage. It's just pure chaos at the 10v10s in the earlies.
And another German going down, but bringing a French fighter along with him. Again, another double takedown there, so I think the French continue to have a 1-soldier advantage. Oh, I saw some legs flying through the air, and I think it was another double takedown. hard punch from the French fighter. Someone asking how you win it is an elimination match. You eliminate an opponent by making them make 3 points of contact with the ground. Last team standing wins, or when you get too large of a numerical advantage. Again, double takedowns.
That German saves himself just in time, and we see the French.
I think the marshal was trying to stop him for something. Yeah, there was a marshal's flag coming in, stopping that fighter. The marshal that caught an infraction. Gesturing to the other marshal. Okay, yeah, it was an infraction that would cause that fighter to sit, so he is out of the fight. I can see one-on-one on there, and I think in the bottom corner we have another couple of fighters squaring off. Oh, it looks to be a 3-on-2 in favor of the Germans, so that makes us, I think, 4-on-3. German coming running across to go help out his teammate in the far corner. It's a long ways to run in all this weight.
Yeah. Even if you got 35 kilos of armor on your body, it will be exhausting. And now we see this German trying to help his teammate, putting that French giant down there, but he's giving a hard time.
See him hanging on. See the German support crew trying to will their fighters on, trying to take this round, stay alive in this elimination match.
Oh!
Down goes another Frenchman. We are going to keep our eyes on list 2. The camera angles may start to get a little awkward. We have a fighter down in list 1. So we're going to watch list 2. Oh, a grab on the neck by the German, possibly. I think that I don't know if he's got the base of the helmet or if he's got the neck there. He's got to be careful. I mean, he did let him go the other way, so that wasn't a takedown with the neck. And I think that may be a win for the Germans. And if that is the case, they stay alive. Someone asking if they actually get injured in the armor. Yes, they do. The armor protects you but does not make you invincible. Germany wins round 2. They even up the score.
And now the next round is about to decide who will win this semifinals here. The 10 versus 10. Quarterfinals, sorry. The quarterfinals at the 10 versus 10 men's here.
Winner moves on. Loser heads back to camp. For those looking for the other match, as mentioned, there is a fighter down over there. We are going to keep an eye on this match here. So we get ready to go. A couple fighters swapping out. We appreciate all the kind words you had for the commentary team. We've been having a lot of fun doing this, and it has been our pleasure to bring all of this to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The number 1 rule about armored combat is tell all your friends about armored combat and this amazing sport.
Yeah, it's just great to be able to share our passion that we have for the sport. That is why we are out here, why we have pulled these long days in the booth. But I will not complain to some of my teammates about the long days. A few of them are marshals, and I think if I were to say that I've had a long day here, they would beat me with one of those flags because the long days they have had out in the rain arguing with fighters.
We stick here with round 3, France versus Germany. We're not cutting to list number 1. Ardenia got injured maybe. So we will stay here with Germany and France. Oh! Big takedown there from the French guy on a German soldier there.
Good blind side hit, friend. Here comes another French. Oh, intercepted, though, by the German. Able to fend him off. Oh, hard shot on the right side of your screen to the gut. Fighters running. Big trip.
Takedown here from the French guy on the German. Now the German are really under pressure here. Under pressure from the French.
Germany needs a few clean takedowns to stay alive. One French fighter you see in the background went running across the list, delivered a flying knee. Oh, some big, heavy chops I'm seeing past these two fighters that we're seeing fighting. Oh, stop being called here for some reason. Don't know if they are checking the numbers.
There is actually a time limit to rounds. The rounds are set up to a maximum of 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5-minute round in a melee has got to drain you. Just waiting for the call from the marshals. I don't know if this was a numerical advantage. This was a chaotic fight. Could not see who really had the advantage. I believe it was the French with an advantage.
Yeah, 10 versus 10 is really chaotic. And imagine tomorrow we will have 16 versus 16, even bigger fights though. These are pure mass battles and pure chaos is unleashed there on the field.
Yeah, they're still looking, still counting. I'm looking forward to watching the 16s. I don't know if I'm entirely looking forward to calling them. And I think that is it. I think the French have taken the victory, so they will move on to the semifinals. The Germans going to go head off to take off their armor, get some rest, and get ready for one more day of action tomorrow. But a great match from both of them. Think we may be back underway in List 1. Yes, we are. We have cleared out the injured fighter. Hopefully they are okay. We are back underway for Czechia versus Denmark. Oh, big hit as the Dane gets sent tumbling into a Czech. That had to hurt both fighters. Good to see the Denmark fighter is okay. He's just sitting down, and he went headfirst into the gut of a Czech.
And the Czechs really giving a hard fight here on Denmark. Denmark really want to win this round here on their ground, so on their home. And we see another Dane get down by the Czech.
Whistles are blowing. I believe the Czechs take the round. I don't know. See, it's the fighters going over there to stop a couple of fighters that stayed going. If Marshall wasn't able to get through there because of the fighters going through. I do not know who won the first round. I believe this was the second round, so we'll wait and see. But the Czechs taking this round here.
And in the background, we can see that USA is approaching list number 2. USA is approaching list number 2 in the men's 10 versus 10s here. So in list number 1, every fighter stands up, giving themselves a fist bump, and their competitors showing the great sportsman respect here.
So judging by the amount of fighters leaving the list and the congratulations being shared, I believe Czechia has won the match. Don't want to say for sure. I see them gathering up weapons possibly, so I think they're done. Yeah, I see it. A lot of Czech grabbing a lot of weapons. He can't bring all those in there. So
just see those guys with just 10 axes on his shoulders, like.
And we're still waiting because we got fighters coming into the list, fighters heading out of the list. But it looks to be the Czechs have taken the victory.
Yeah.
They will move on to the semis.
And on list number 2, we can see Ireland approaching list number 2 here.
So it'll look to be USA versus Ireland.
And on list number 1, we can see Finland entering list number 1 in the men's 10 V10s.
Finns heading to the far side of the list to get checked over by the marshals. I believe Ireland and USA will get going first. Seeing they're getting their checks as well. Marshals making sure everything is strapped down and secure. Fighters are wearing the proper equipment. As you can see them checking the boots.
And these matches are really good to tell apart due to the tailbats. We have Ireland here in blue and USA in white, red, and blue.
Yeah, we saw the Irish fighting the French earlier, and that was a very difficult fight to keep track of as they all had very similar looking tabards with yellow on blue.
We see the both fighters
giving each other some props, giving each other some hugs.
Maybe the team captains. We don't know exactly who the team captain of Ireland.
That looks like, at the very least, the field captain. He seems to be in charge of this, calling all the fighters in. Giving them some last-minute advice, last-minute motivation. Marshall's telling them to get ready. Here we go. Round 1 in the quarterfinals for the men's 10v10s.
Now the marshals are getting ready. The fighters are hyping themselves up. And the round just started. USA versus Ireland here.
Fighters scrambling all over the place. See an American getting behind an Irish fighter. They're trying to trip him, trying to send him down. He's still staying on his feet. Great footwork, great balance from the Irish fighter, but now we see one getting hauled down in front of us, getting dragged down. He's still standing, still on his feet, not touching the ground.
Johnny Porter aiming for a takedown here on the Irish fighter.
Yeah, just trying to crush the Irish fighter down. Now going to drag him forward. Hitting him with a slap down.
And you can see those American fighters are really good wrestlers there. Some Americans are scanning the field, searching where they need it, and it seems the marshal has paused the match here.
I think the Americans may have won. Hearing whistles blowing on the other list as well, as it looks like Poland has taken round 1 over the Finns. So we have Poland up over the Finns 1-0, USA up over the Irish 1-0. Once again, these are quarterfinals. Winner moves on to the semis. So once again, we have fighters that are in, each team has some fighters in reserve. In between rounds, they can swap out those fighters, get some fresh legs in there. And the new fighters coming in have to be checked by the marshals, make sure everything is still okay. All the weapons have been checked prior, so the marshals look to see if there is a certification sticker on them. Everything has to meet strict safety regulations. If you go onto the IMCF website, you can go to the homepage, go to the information section. You can find all the rules and regulations there if you're curious on what the regulations are for each weapon. Marshals all have this fancy little tool that is basically a gauge for all the different edge thicknesses and roundness.
And it seems the match is about to start here. Ireland versus America. Round number 2 here.
Johnny Porter getting in behind the Irish, and he's going to wrap up one of the Irish fighters. Going to try to drag him to the ground. Oh, right in front of our camera, though. Big hit from the American. We have one American just sitting back. I don't know if it was out of respect. Maybe the Irish only had 9 take the field. Oh, hard hit.
The Irish run really down there in the corner. Tangled up by, I think, 4 Americans there. Standing his ground. Very strong fighter. Holding up about 4 Americans for now on.
I think they have just dragged him off to the ground. Another Irish fighter hitting the dirt. Oh, hard hit.
Another pain bringer from the American halberdier here. And it seems like USA is dominating this second round here.
Oh, big, heavy chops there from the Americans to the captured Irish fighters. A weapon coming sliding onto frame, as I think the Americans will take the second round. Maybe we can get a quick look over at Poland, how they're doing against the Finns. So the Americans will move on to the other round. Looks like Finland hanging tough there. Oh, man, that was a hard shot. That's going to end that round. So looks like Poland moves on. USA moves on, eliminating Ireland and Finland. As you see, these fighters congratulating each other on a well-fought match. One of the marshals holding up a lost axe, trying to figure out who it belongs to. Kind of mace still discarded there. There's the American claiming that one.
So we have some discussions here.
And I think just a final count, making sure they've got the right numbers here. I believe that is Ale there, the Knight Marshal, the head marshal of the IMCF, making the call for all rise. So fighters are going to get up, congratulate each other on a well-fought match, but it is going to be Poland moving on to the next round. Finland and Ireland both putting up tough fights, but unfortunately their day ends here. We are going to get ready now for the semi-final matches. Poland, USA, France. Oh, who drew on the other one? I have a 5-minute memory right now.
You mean Czechia?
Czechia, yes, it was Czechia that won. It's been a long couple of days, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. This has been a wonderful opportunity.
A once in a lifetime experience. Hopefully every year I have the chance go and watch IMCF. It's just a huge fest.
Yeah, all of us in the commentary and production team, we're really thanking the IMCF for having us out. This has been such a great opportunity, a lot of fun. I think all the commentators, we're just so passionate about this sport. We have so much fun being able to share that passion and being able to bring that same excitement to you.
Yeah, and even some of the commentators are also fighting at the same day and commentating. Just like my co-moderator here, who was also fighting and later that day commentating here. Bring you guys the sports here. As for myself, I'm this year not participating, but I was a former German duelist here.
That's why it was nice to have you here for the longsword. You had that longsword knowledge. And meanwhile, I know I am terrible at longsword fighting.
It was a great joy to see today the gold medal going to a German here, followed by a Canadian with the silver medal there, and bronze going to Poland.
No, Ireland.
Ireland, sorry.
Ireland won over Poland.
Bronze going to Ireland in the longsword category.
Yeah, I think it was from what someone said, it was the Irish captain as well. So great showing from him to be able to bring a medal back to his team. So we see the volunteers over there. Once again, big thank you to them. They have been doing excellent work on maintaining our lists, doing any repairs that are needed, and also making sure those of us here have been fed. It has been wonderful food as well. That was delicious.
So we are at a 5-minute break right now.
All right, so we're going to take a quick step aside then while we wait for the semifinal matches. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with more of the International Medieval Combat Federation 2026 World Championships.
The tournament sponsor is Go Hurt Medieval. Find best armor, quilted clothes, weapons, and accessories for armored combat at Go Hurt Medieval. Your go-to shop for armor. Don't wait. Visit gohurtshop.com now.
Now we have a quick pause in the action here. Waiting to see what the marshals say. If they'll, there you go, back underway. We are resuming the fight. Whatever that was has been cleared up. French fighter trying to take down American. He makes a good stand there.
Nice shot there from the American halberdier. Oh, big
I
headshot.
heard that one.
Oh,
one of the Americans with his back turned is wrapped up by the French, but I think he was able to get to the rail and defend himself. One of the French fighters going down. The Americans holding strong here. I believe they have an advantage. They dump a French fighter over one of the bodies, and I believe that is it. The Americans take round one. Round one going to the Americans. They are one win away from heading off to the finals.
Hope this fighter with the brigandine pauldrons on the American side is okay. He has taken a huge X straight onto the helmet. Might even popping off the visor or popping up. He's getting checked there by his teammates and his local staff.
And trying to see if they can fix that helmet. It looks like they want him back out for round two. If they cannot fix that, they have to quickly swap him out with another one of their reserve fighters. Poland and Czechia heading to the list for the other semifinal match. We're going to do our best to pop back and forth, keep an eye on both of them. Both matches very important. They will decide who's fighting for gold, who's fighting for bronze.
Now we wait here for round number 2 between USA and France. And just France under the end of the rainbow. Is this a sign for this round?
I don't know if that helmet was a pot of gold, but that's a pot of dents. Look how beat up that thing is.
Yeah, it really have seen some halberd shots there.
Probably seen some better days, but look at that. You just evidence how it's protected the fighter underneath, unless that's the third fighter who's worn that thing and the other two haven't made it. There's a huge dent that I saw on that thing right around about the right forehead, so he has taken some serious shots. Either that or he carries it around in a bag of rocks.
And we are here about to witness round number 2 between France and USA.
USA needing one win to advance. France needing one win to stay alive, to keep their dreams of gold alive. Oh, axe breaks for the French. He has to drop back. That provides an opening for the Americans. They are going to push through it. We went from, hard hit from that pole axe. One of the Americans tripping. So we see a double takedown going on there. Another American getting dragged down. The French have the advantage now, and they need to press that advantage. American getting swarmed by the French. Ooh, that one up in the upper ribs.
Big halberd shot there. And France doesn't hesitate to interfere on the Americans.
One fighter getting laid right back there. I think the French still with the numbers. And they are pressing. They are putting the pressure on the Americans. Another one getting dumped there. 2 fighters going down, 1 from each country. Still France on top, I believe. Another American in trouble over there on the right side. Something just came off. Something just came off.
We have a stop here.
Maybe a win for the French. I don't know what just went flying off onto the ground. Hoping that wasn't a piece of armor and that all the fighters are okay.
What a battlefield we're looking at there.
Poland and Czechs just getting underway in list 1. We're waiting for the count here in list 2. French looking to stay alive. They're back underway. French fighter trying to find a weapon, and his teammate comes in to help him.
It's 2 versus 1 now.
Not seeing any other fighters going on there. I think this may be it for the fight.
And those American fighters really resisting now. 2 French fighters trying to track him down. But the French are working on that American. But he slips out. And do we have a fall? We have a fall here. And we have 1 French remains standing. What seems to be.
All rise, command given. So the French take round 2. Next round is a do or die round. Maybe take a quick look over to Poland and Czechia. I don't know if that round is still going. It sounds kind of quiet over there, so first round may be over. 2 fights, unfortunately, going on at once. I'm going to try to get you as much action as possible. Yeah, I see fighters dipping in and out of the list there, so that fight is over. You see some damage to the Frenchman's helmet, and then once again, that very dented helmet. Showing the toughness of these fighters.
Yeah, you can really see some battle scars on the armor. This armor has really been used in the battle and really proven now. You can see some fighters switching weapons. And the French just getting ready for round number 3 against USA.
If we have a definitive winner in this round, we will have our first finalist.
We see all the spare weapons lying on the list. If someone loses the weapon, they are not allowed to actively fight anymore. They need to grab a new weapon at their home spot there. So see some last checking here. The marshals on the armor of the French.
That is the French team. That is not the Quebec team. Quebec has not fielded a 10s team. They only have 3 melee fighters here. They will be paired with another team in the 16s. I believe I had seen them post about that on Facebook. I do not remember off the top of my head who they are with. But no, this is not the Quebecois team. This is the French team.
And now round number 3 is about to start here.
Fighters are ready. Marshals are ready. We are underway. Round 3. Winner goes to the finals to fight for gold. Very well fought match between these 2 teams.
Both teams very cautious, waiting for enforced breakthrough on the line. Both teams holding the line on the left side. We can see a French guy breaking through the American lines here, making it on the back of the Americans.
Oh! Friendly fire from the French. The American fighter ducking and under that swing that ends up colliding with one of the other French fighters. As the French get the first clean takedown, they are going to have the advantage now. They have to press it. If the French can win this, they go to the finals looking for the victory.
One French knight scanning the field, deciding where to go next to help his teammate in the corner. One American trying to decide to help his teammate out there, but
oh no, he's
gets
going
pushed
right
by
down.
2 French knights right there and pushed down.
American in trouble there, here in the corner right in front of you. I think he's got 3 French fighters on top of him. I'm hearing a whistle going in the other list. I think we may have a winner over there. An American now hitting the dirt over there. I think the French have won it. Yes, they have. You see the French celebrating.
And here we have the winner of this round will be France.
We have waiting on an official call. Looking over here at Poland and Czechia, they are at a pause as well. Okay, we are going to keep an eye on Poland and Czechia. We have an injured fighter over in the French side. I think the French have won the match, but We are going to take a look at Poland and Czechia. Camera angle may get a little awkward. We do not wish to show the injured fighters, so sorry if we missed some of the action off in the corner. But looks to be that the French are celebrating the victory. They are going to be moving on to the finals to face the winner here between Poland and Czechia. The Americans will have to settle for the bronze medal match.
And we are still waiting here for the round to recommence.
I don't know what the delay is here. They were speaking that far corner. Could not see that corner once again, trying to not show the injured fighter.
Just now we get a look at the American side here of the fighters camp.
Yeah, saw the IMCF Secretary General Cyrus looking on with concern. I think just worried about that fighter. Don't know if it was one of his boys on the American side or if he's just worried really about the fighter's safety in general. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. He is just making sure everyone here is okay. Wants to see everyone fight hard, fight fair, and go home feeling good. So the team's still involved. France moving on to the finals. USA going to the bronze medal match. Czechia and Poland fighting it out to see who is going to move on.
And we have the sign here for all the fighters to stand up between Poland and Czechia.
Didn't quite see who won the round. I think it was the Czechs. I know that was the second round. It doesn't look like anyone's leaving the list just yet. I don't see anyone really celebrating. We did miss the first round. Unfortunately, that first round seemed very quick because we had already started we were in the middle of that the round between France and USA before we heard the other match erupt into noise next to us.
So we're still here waiting maybe for the next action between Poland and Czechia. All the fighters remain in the list. As for your information, we are referring here for the arena as the list. As in the Bucher terms, the arena is the list.
Seen it spelt both L-Y-S-T and L-I-S-T. I think the proper spelling is supposed to be L-Y-S-T, list.
We have some new Polish fighter coming in here.
So apparently it was an I in Danish, I'm being told by one of the members of our Dane production crew. So I guess it depends on the language. I don't know. I've never questioned it.
Me neither.
I think I've spelled it both ways. Just like how in North America we spell tire, T-I-R-E, and I know in England they spell it T-Y-R-E.
In Germany, we also refer to the arena as the list. It is just has always been this way. Maybe we have to do some research where this originally come from.
I believe it really actually comes from the original historical term. I think I've seen it referred to that as well in those terms. A lot of discussion going on here between the Czechs and the marshals. That is head marshal of the IMCF, Ale, in the middle over there. So if anyone is going to make a decision, it is going to be her, and that decision will definitely be final.
Yeah, if one of the teams really see an issue with the outcome, they are allowed to put up an appeal on some rounds.
No, U.S. and Poland is not the finals. The U.S. were facing the French in the semifinals.
We are still waiting who will compete to the finals here. We still have Poland and Czechia in the list.
Taking a look at some of the crowd that have stuck around here. Taking in some armored combat action. Really commend the people that have stuck through the bad weather that we have had today. It's finally cleared up. I think everyone's thankful for that, especially the marshals who have been just standing out there in the rain for, I think, over almost 12 hours now. Now, it is still quite light over here. It wasn't until almost 11 o'clock last night that it started getting dark. And there's another one of our volunteers. I'm going to keep singing their praises. They have been fantastic. Put together a great list, giving us in the crew some delicious food, doing a ton of work around here, giving up their time. So we cannot sing their praises enough. We thank them so much. And they need to be worried because if I find any of them tomorrow during the cultural exchange, I am passing them my bottle.
Yeah.
I think we're just about ready to go. I believe it is 1 round apiece here.
And we can see here, Poland is getting ready for another round here, facing Czechia in the men's 10 versus 10s here. This fight will be immense. The winner will move to the finals then. So we are still waiting here. There's some discussion going on, but we are waiting for a final comment from the marshals to start the round. And we will have a thumbs up here, which seems to be we are about to start. And the round just started between Poland and Czechia in the men's 10 versus 10.
Once again, this is the semifinals. Winner moves on to face France for the gold.
So far, there's some chaos on the left, on the right side here. The runners breaking through in the middle, unleashing the chaos here.
Both teams have been so strong throughout the day. One of them, hard hit for the Czech. He went rushing across on the right side, missed his target, and basically sent himself into the list. Hard hit to the ribs that was self-inflicted. He stays standing. Some fighting in the middle. Oh, pull-up fight, blindsided. Thankfully, he had the list to run into. Everyone clean. No one's got some dirt put on them yet. Oh, a Czech right there in front of us getting dragged down to the ground.
And we can see here, some guys are tangled up in the corner. And we have a double takedown here on Poland with Czechia.
Oh, another Czech hitting the dirt. Oh, you see another Czech go down there. A Pole getting pushed over one of the bodies. Oh, some big heavy axe hits you see on the right side of your screen.
You don't want to see that when you're with your back against the elbow. And this was the end of the round.
Looks like Poland has taken the round. Waiting for the official confirmation. Waiting for word. Waiting to see if fighters will be celebrating. We got a helmet off there. Hopefully the fighter is okay. He went back down on his knee, so it wasn't an emergency.
And we have Poland cheering up for themselves.
Yeah, so Poland has taken the win. They will move on to the finals. See the Czechs, even though they are disappointed, dejected, going over to congratulate their opponents. The Czechs now have to turn around, be prepared to face the U.S. in the bronze medal match. Meanwhile, the Poles will move on to face the French for gold.
And I think it's time for another Polska, as we hear through the day from the Polish fan base. Although here live at Spøttrup Castle and also in our live chat.
Now the Polish contingent out here in force. They have been cheering on their fighters very loudly, giving them the motivation to keep going. And we have seen a lot of people here in the live chat cheering them on as well. They may not be able to see it now, but if these fighters go back to watch their fight, this live chat is recorded. They will see you cheering for them. So once again, Poland versus France for the gold, USA and Czechia for the bronze.
Both teams must be really hyped up for now. After all, it's about a medal here at the World Championship 2026 at the IMCF.
Remember, we still have one more day of action, so if you are in the area of Spøttrup Borg, come out here, enjoy the fights live and in person. You will get to see triathlon, which will showcase all of the dual categories. Well, I believe most of the dual categories. It does not have pole arms. It is sword and shield, sword and buckler, and long sword all in one match. Then we will have the women's and open category sword and buckler, and then the 16 versus 16s, and then possibly the women's 10s. There's also... Sorry, I was stopping to hear an announcement that was being made by the Secretary General over the PA. And... Oh, so it sounds like the announcement being made, there has been too many injuries. The medical staff is overwhelmed. That means we are going to have to delay the finals till tomorrow, as we do not have the medical staff here available to treat any fighters, and we cannot fight without our medics able to treat fighters to in case there is a serious injury. So really unfortunate. There was just too many injuries here today, too many injuries in the 10 versus 10s.
Yeah,
and that has overwhelmed the medical staff and the medical tent.
It's really a pity for today, but maybe great for some fighters so they get a good night's sleep and a fresh rest to make the rest tomorrow at the men's 10 vs 10s for bronze, silver, and gold.
Yeah, someone asking what scores in triathlon. It is hits. It is a hit with the weapon. It is a points-based duel, as all of our duel categories are. But if you stick around, you will see all of that action here tomorrow. So make sure, if you are in the area, come in and see. If you are not in the area, if you are anywhere else around the world, come check it out here on the IMCF YouTube page. We'll be right back here, the exact same place. I believe it'll be the same time tomorrow, unless I am told otherwise. I think it is 10 a.m. local time, but I may be incorrect there. We may start earlier in order to fit in everything. As we nearly got ourselves caught up here. We were so close to being caught up. And it's just
on schedule there. But for now on, we have seen some incredible fighting here today at the IMCF World Championship 2026 in Denmark. And we still have a little bit of daylight left here in northern Denmark.
Yeah, but it has been a great fighting day here today.
So we have seen some incredible longsword duels this day and some incredible 10 versus 10s and 5v5s on this Saturday.
But I believe that will do it for us here today. We are given the sign to wrap it up here. So we'd like to thank you so much for coming out and joining us here for some armored combat action. My name is Kelly Dahl, alongside me, Felix.
And I'm Felix Roman Poppenberg from Germany. And we would love to see you tomorrow for the next fighting here.
We'd like to thank all of our... Alba Buhert, Fabri Armorum, Soft Warrior Sparta, Age of Craft, Viking Jewelry, Lemberg Armor, Go Hurt Medieval, Shieldmaker.eu, and Historicum. We'd like to thank you once again for joining us here today. We hope to see you tomorrow. On behalf of everyone involved in the International Medieval Combat Federation, we'd like to thank you so much for joining us, and have a good night.